fucking morning, everybody. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. My mic is not in the right place, but you know what? I'll just lean. I don't know what happened. Good fucking morning, everybody. I forgot how great my headphones are. It's weird. You listen to music for just 2 days without headphones. Completely forgot that music sounds insanely better with headphones. Good fucking morning, everybody. Fuck no. That's not what I wanted. Don't, no, that's not it either. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me today, YouTube. I'm not in the mood. Not in the mood, YouTube. Don't fucking do it. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're doing well. I'm trying to pull up chat. I forgot to pull it up on my right monitor, so I can't see you yet. I'm a professional. Good morning. There's chat. Good morning, Eliza. Good morning, Glut. Good morning, Logitestis. Good morning, Viata. Good morning, Rod. Good morning, Frame. Good morning, Anubis. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving a fucking anus its wings. I appreciate you. Coffee Toast Anime. What up, Worsty? How you doing, Honey Bean? Oh, I updated OBS. Oh no. Oh my god, my hair looks insane. I just looked at OBS. I slept with wet hair. Let's not talk about it. That's great. I updated OBS and I don't have any problems yet, but like am I okay? What's the problem? What's the problem with it? I seriously, I don't have any like I haven't I mean, I was nervous, but it was a forced update, like it's one of those ones that you didn't really have a choice. Really? Good morning, Greg. I don't know, man. Nothing wrong yet. Across your dicks. I didn't know. Ugh.
Penetrate that asshole.
Not today, Satan. I updated. It's fine for me, but I mean, maybe that's the way, that's the way the world works. Like if it works for me, it's not going to work for anybody else, right? Like that's if it didn't work for me, it would work for everybody else. Like that's kind of how it goes, yeah? Ish. God damn, I look crazy. Let's just not talk about it. It's fine. I look like a basket case. It's usually how it goes, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, if I break it, it'll work for everybody else. What is happening? What are you gonna do? I do look ready for I could do the emo. Hold on. I can't do scene hair. My hair's too thick to get it to stand up, but I can do like this. It's like whatever. Emo was past me. I'm not that good at emo. Goth was my era. Good God, it is fluffy as fuck though. I just slept in wet hair. It was a bad decision. Now it's gonna bother me all fucking day. Why are we talking about post-sex hair? This is sleep in wet hair. I wish. It's just my hair's naturally quite curly, and I straighten it the fuck out of it because I hate it. I'm just real nervous about OBS now. Don't be a dick today. When my cat's on my desk, between me and my keyboard and giving me stink face when I type, she's pulling a Lilith. Lilith literally tries to lay on my keyboard sometimes. Rod 9, Greg, Viata, Eliza, Glut, so many peoples, all the peoples. How are you, Mel? I'm sorry if I missed anyone. I didn't have chat up at first. It was on the wrong monitor. I shaved my beard off, but now my bangs, front hair. Wait, but now my bangs, the front hair is now sticking straight up. I look like I stuck my finger in a light socket. Wait, it sticks straight up because you shaved your beard off? Wait, how are those related? I'm confused. How are those related? That's so like maybe, well, where's your beard connecting? Like here? Maybe like the flow of hair held your hair down or something? Because I've got the same, I mean, I've got cowlicks. Like this hair would stick straight up if it could. I've got these are all those cowlicks. I don't know if there's another word for them in different countries. Those spirals in your hair that like direct hair wherever it wants. I've got those all over my head. They're just nonsense. And if my hair could, it would do the like something about Mary. If it could, it's just too heavy. Yeah, maybe you cut too much hair with the beard. Is your face cold? Don't forget to wear sunscreen. Good morning, Mismo. How are you, love? I hope you're all doing well. I miss Vissy, and I'm sad. It always sucks when a friend visits because it's like you go from having a constant, like, you wake up and someone's there and you drink coffee in the morning and you chit chat, and then it's like all of a sudden you're just alone. It's real weird. Good morning, Najio. How are you? Good morning, Kills. How the fuck are you? Have you done any resin? I'm excited for your project. I know. I'm spoiled with my Vissy visits. I know. I was tired of being mistaken for Jack Black. Oh my god, what? You get mistaken for Jack Black? That's kind of hilariously awesome. You know, he owns a piece of property in Kettle Falls, Washington, where I grew up, which is super weird. Good morning, Zoe. How are you, love? My hand is fine now. Oh my god. I forgot about it. Thank fuck. It kind of hurts a little. So, I was ironing stuff and I had my clothes iron like over here on this table where I was ironing material, and Lilith came over and like got caught in the cord of it and went and the fucking iron almost went crashing on her head. And I know 1 second of that iron isn't gonna burn my dog, but the iron's like 5 pounds and it's sharp, and my instinct just kicked in and I just did like the dad like "Hooah!" and caught the iron with this hand on the flat iron side of it and just fucking fuck. I mean, ow. I just went outside and plunged my hand in snow. Thankfully, we have snow still, so I've quite literally just froze my hand outside, but it hurt for like 2 days. Any heat on this hand was like horrible, but there's no blistering or anything. There's literally, it was like this finger, this finger, this finger. Those 3 fingers were, but there's nothing. I broke my fingernail off, but ugh. Stupid. Literally, I was wet. I'm the wet bandit. It's happening. It was the stupidest, but it was just like instinct to catch it so it didn't fall on my dog, and I burnt the fuck out of my hand. But yeah, it's better today. But I'm worried. You know when you get a real bad burn and it doesn't blister, and then like a week later your skin just starts to slough off? I kind of feel like it's gonna do that. I don't know. I haven't burned myself in a while. Did I get? Yes, I did. Oh my god, it's really good. Have you tried it? It's really good, and it's not unbearably, it's not, I mean, I like hot. So I'm gonna preface it with that. I like hot and spicy. I like spice. I don't like so much spice and so much heat that it ruins my food. It does not ruin the food. That's the best way I can put it. Like, I wanna say it's not that hot, but for someone who's sensitive to spice, it would probably be hell in a handbasket. I don't fucking know. But for me personally, I loved it. I thought it's got really, really good flavor and it does not ruin the food. Bolt V, thank you so much for summing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an A to Swing Sunny Bean. How are you? Vissy, I was just talking about how much I missed you, and chat said I've been spoiled with you. If it tastes like chemicals, I don't want any. Exactly. If it tastes like shit or it ruins my food, like, I'm not here to prove anything with hot sauce. Like, I'm good. I've done the hot, hot. Ooh, speaking of spice, my brother got me a bottle of The Last Dab. Oh my god, have you tried it? The Last Dab is not the worst. I know. It's crazy. The Last Dab is actually decent. Good morning, Press. How are you, love? Press, I was thinking, so yesterday I reorganized all my spiders behind me just so they would fit well because I'm crazy like that. It's a constant game of Jenga. But should I rename my spider Press? Because I have a Steven spider, but I feel like I should name it Press Heart. Solipsist, how are you, my love? Good morning. I hate really hot and I didn't mind the heat. Me neither. And that's the thing. The Last Dab, seriously, it's not the worst. It's like the way, if you've ever watched Hot Ones, the way that he like organizes the hot sauces is by Zoe.
I'm gay.
Fohammer _419 tipped $5. Spice Mommy, I recently changed my gender fluid and now I'm a trinary elder triceratops and I can't escape this gay time cube that has 26 sides and is a constant rotation of feet covered in slightly damp mittens, and these Furby aliens keep probing me, you.
Oh my god. Speaking of Zoe, you have to watch oh my god, what's the movie we watched, Rod? Megan. You have to watch Megan. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for the tip. You have to watch Megan. Zoe, the first thing that everyone in the group was thinking and said was, "Oh my god, Zoe needs to watch this movie." You just must. I'm not going to say anything. Can you even remember every Spooter name at this point? I can, Greg. Is that crazy? Vissy and I were Vissy helped me relabel a lot of them because it's if you're into insects and entomology in any form, way, shape, or the animal world, really, you're familiar with the fact that the taxonomic identification of animals is changing all the time, because they'll discover an animal in an area, they'll name it based on who discovered it, where they discovered it, and then they'll look at the DNA of it and be like, "Oh shit, we were wrong," and they rechange it. So, for instance, one of my spiders used to be called oh god, what is it? It's a Brachypelma. I don't know. Oh god, right when I tell you I can remember all the names. I remember the new name. I'm trying to remember the old name. They changed the taxonomic names of them all the time. So I have some tarantulas that are hella rare, and I have a few that are the first ever to be domestically bred in the United States of America. So the naming of them is quite obscure and all over the place. So it went from Brachypelma to Amazonius is now the new first word of the name, all that kind of stuff. But I was sitting here and I could look at them and I would just sit there for a second and kind of brain fart and then be like, "Oh yeah, Erisys walkeneri. That's an Erisys walkeneri." And then I'd type it. It's weird. It's I couldn't just sit here and spit them to you, but if I look at the containers, even the ones without labels, I suddenly remember. It's a weird connection in my head. I don't know. But yes, I can name the vast majority of them. There's only a few that are the names are just so fucking weird. I say this one a lot. Dolichothele diamantinensis. That one I fuck up a lot. There's some names like that, or the Theraphosa apophysis. I fuck that one up because there's a lot of Theraphosas. The first name is usually the family, and then the second name is the person who discovered it or whatever. And so I have Brachypelma auratus, Brachypelma moderatum. I have Brachypelma bome. Those are 3 different species, but they're all Brachypelmas. I don't know. I do, though. I thought people wouldn't shorten my name to Heart, but everyone's calling me Press. I mean, I can call you Heart or Press. I could call you either. Whatever you prefer, my love. I'm here for you. I firmly believe in being called what you want. Oh my god. Hello, 12-sided guy. How are you, love? Megan is so good, but Zoe, you must watch it. Seriously. I shouldn't wear damp clothing, though. It'll make your skin weird. Who's wearing damp clothing? It can cause dry skin. You shouldn't leave water on your skin. Water on your skin and on your fingernails, it'll cause your fingernails to peel. Water dries you out by leaving it on the surface of your skin. Same with your hair. You don't want to leave your hair wet when you go. I slept in wet hair. Not a good, not the best option possible. You shouldn't do that. It causes breakage. If you ever part your hair and you see all those tiny little hairs that just stick straight up, that's all water damage. That's breakage from leaving your hair wet. I don't know the exact, literally, we have a lot of cosmetologists in the community who know a lot more about it than I do. They've just taught me. I'm just regurgitating. I can't remember all my pets' names. I have to write them on their cages. Really? Wait, no, they do have names. Oh, yes, Greg. I mean, so here's the thing. A lot of them are named, we have Little Greg, Little Meg, Vissy, blah, blah, blah. I have a lot of them named after people in chat and, mods and stuff. And then there's a lot of them, though, that, if I get a spider that's really small, like a baby, I tend not to name it a permanent name right away, because if it turns out to be a boy, it's just gonna fucking die. Which is shitty, I know, but all of my boy tarantulas, they're just named Snack because they're just gonna die. Welcome to the class hole. So, for instance, if you guys follow me on Twitter, I posted a picture yesterday of one of my spiders. That is the Vissy spider. My fucking Vissy spider turned into a male. I'm both. Okay. I have two beautiful Brazilian tarantulas. They're the same species. I usually get 2 or 3 when I get a spider, just to make sure I get a female out of it. Literally, that's the only reason. I don't want 3 of the same species. I just want a female. So I got 2 Nandu chromatus, otherwise known as the Brazilian black and red, or black and white. Brazilian black and white. The common names are stupid and they don't make sense. The Brazilian black and white, even though it has a red ass, it doesn't make any sense. So I got 2 of them and raised them from literally like the size of a grain of rice. I'm not shitting you. I was so nervous when I got them. I was like, these aren't going to live. I opened them on stream. They were smaller than my pinky nail. And if you saw the picture on Twitter, they're now like this big. They're huge. Both turned out to be boys. And if you follow me on Twitter, I posted a picture yesterday. Vissy is spinning their sperm web. It's a really fucking complicated, weird process that tarantulas do. Bugs don't mate the way we mate. It's very weird. Tarantulas especially are very fucking unique. And the boy's spinning his fucking sperm web. Ugh. It's upsetting to me. Hold on. I missed a couple resubs. Did I? Wait. I know I'd missed one. God damn it. Hold up. I was on a spood tangent, of course. Rock, bitch. We got to set up that fucking podcast. Dude, yes. Yes, we can. Thank you so much for setting the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it any swings. I appreciate you, love. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. Fuck. I wouldn't mind being a snack. That's literally, I just call them all snacks because the chances of them getting eaten when they're paired is, pretty much 100%. Which is terrible. Greg is still a they, them. Greg is one of those species that grows insanely slow. Like, so fucking slow. He's one of the biggest tarantulas, one of the oldest, like, tarantulas to be discovered. So if you guys are unaware of Greg and Meg, I have little Greg and little Meg. I could show you little Meg. Little Greg buried himself. This has been his pattern for the past 2 years for some reason. In the wintertime, he buries himself literally for like 4 months. Last year, Greg kept coming in and asking if he was there, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if he's alive or not. Because that's what tarantulas do. They'll bury themselves for like 6 months, and you just have no idea. The little Greg fucking loves his hole. But the cool thing is that, like, I use all clear enclosures. So when they bury themselves, you can see their little tunnels, kind of like an ant farm around the edges. So I'll take his enclosure out once a week and, like, look in the tunnels to see if he's still alive. He is. But they definitely bury themselves, which is real fucking annoying. But yeah, so little Greg and little Meg, I have 2 of them. They are Grammostola pulchra, otherwise known as the Brazilian black tarantula. And they're like probably one of the most common and famous notorious tarantulas just because they're considered the black lab of tarantulas. They're big, chunky, black, furry, very docile tarantulas. Like, they don't give a fuck. They just kind of they don't care. But because of that, I saw someone asked how long tarantulas live. Khajiit, good question. So it varies by species, but in general, the general rule is male tarantulas will live no longer than 5 years, maybe. And that's real lucky. That's if Greg turned out to be a male, he would live for about 5 years. Female tarantulas, however, can live up to 35 years, which is wild. Fuck, unless they get snacked on. Exactly. Most male tarantulas, literally, the moment they molt out to be a male, they try to seek out a mate and get eaten. So unless they're not breeding, that's really the only reason. Yeah, they can live forever because they just bury themselves. They're literally a prehistoric creature that just goes underground and fucking buries themselves. Like, they have no natural predator, you know what I mean? It's kind of cool. But yeah, comparatively, the Vissy spider, I think I got the Vissy spider. It's not Vissy anymore. I named a new spider Vissy. I'll tell you about that later. The boy, I refuse to keep a name on a boy because I hate male tarantulas. They suck. I got the Nandu chromatuses last year, and they're already full size. Both are Brazilian species, mind you. Just totally fucking obscurely different. Greg's this big and he's almost 4. Vissy, 1. It doesn't make any sense. Like, some spiders just grow ridiculously fast and some don't. It's real weird. Bubblicious, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, giving it a swings, honey bean. How are you? Good morning. What would I have to do to get my name on a spider? Honestly, I don't know. I'd have to figure it. I don't know. That's a good question. I would just do it, but that wouldn't be fair. Maybe that. So what I do is when I get baby tarantulas or tarantulas that I don't know if they're males or not, I just name them weed varieties. Literally. So half my tarantulas behind me, they just say like Fruity Pebbles or Chronic OG or Cindy White. I just give them random names until I know where the fuck they are. Blue Dream. Blue Dream is one of the Pteranopelma sazamides, otherwise known as the Brazilian Blue Beauty. I have a lot of Brazil has a lot of tarantulas. Let's just start with that. It sounds like I have I mean, I do. The vast majority of my tarantulas absolutely are from Brazil. Brazil has a lot of fucking tarantulas, and they're gorgeous. And they tend to be really docile, just nice tarantulas. So I have a lot. Yes, dude, they're I mean, Brazilian Blue Beauty. How could it not be Blue Dream? I think one's Blue Dream and one's Blue Berry. Ugh, their labels are turned sideways, so I can't see them. You can, oh no, there's no light. One of them is right there. One of the blue Sazamites is on the edge of its tank. Oh, and I did rehouse. So there's so many reflections back here. I actually, hold on. Hold on one sec. I put lights behind them, so maybe you'll be able to see them. I rehoused my communal tarantula thing. Oh. So, on the topic of spiders, because I could fucking name spiders all day. Um, this right here, this enclosure, has 4 tarantulas in it. There is one species of tarantula, only one in the entire world that we as tarantula hobbyists know of that lives communally by choice. Meaning, if you go to the Socotra Islands off the coast of Africa, which is, I mean, honestly, let me show you this. Not going to show you the tarantula. Don't worry. No tarantula fear. Also, I got your link, Glut. Thank you. I grabbed it. I just want to show you what these islands look like because they're really fucking weird. It's like one of the weirdest, most unique biomes. Good morning, Rooster. How are you? Good morning, Taco. It's one of the weirdest biomes I've ever seen in my life. The Socotra Island, they're so bizarre. Like, the Socotra Islands are, I believe they're off the east coast of Africa. Fuck, I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked them up. But it's one of those places where, like, everything there is only on those islands. Does that make sense? Kind of like in New Zealand, how they have all those crazy ass flightless birds that are just really bizarre, like the kakapo. Nowhere else in the world do we have shit like that. You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those places. And this is what it looks like. This is what the Socotra Islands look like. They've just got these crazy ass trees. I don't know what the fuck they're called, but they're wild. They're everywhere on this island. And they've got desert roses, which are everywhere in the world, but they've got a really specific kind. I don't know. It's a really bizarre island that's just got some of the most, or it's a chain of islands, but it's got some of the most unique just life in the world. I don't know. But anyways, these tarantulas come from the Socotra Islands. And they're the only species of tarantula in the world that we're aware of that chooses to live communally. Meaning, if you went to the Socotra Islands and pulled up a log where you knew there was tarantulas, you might find 10 of the same species living together. Whereas every other tarantula in the world lives solitary. They do not live, other than that one species that chooses to have a frog as a friend. That's very weird, and we're all aware of it now. They all choose to live completely alone. That's why, I mean, literally, if a male taps on the female's door, she'll probably fucking eat him. She doesn't want anything to do with anybody. And so we originally had, what was it? 6? Yeah, because they were the 6 other sins. We have gluttony, and then we have the 6 sins. But, as you know, bugs have millions of babies because some don't make it. So 2 of them didn't make it, unfortunately. But I still have 4. And I rehoused them into this enclosure. And they've been crawling up the walls all day. Like, just crawling the walls of the enclosure, which is weird because they're totally an underground tarantula. Like, fossorial is the term. They like to dig holes and live underground. Super weird. So if you see some, like, blue and tan tarantulas crawling around, that's my communal over there. I'm trying to catch up. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. If I missed any chats, I am so sorry. Ooh, I'm curious. Do spider tanks end up smelling? Never. No. The only reason your spider enclosure would ever smell is if you got mold growing, which is bad. You shouldn't have mold because most tarantulas like a really dry environment. But that's the only reason. Their shits are, it's similar to a bird shit, but it's the size of a pinhead. So, that's honestly, that's too much. About half of that pinhead is the equivalent of a spider shit. And unless they're arboreal, you really don't see the shits. I'm trying to think. Oh, I have one. I'll show you. You're probably not going to see the spider, so no spider warning. Don't freak out. Maybe you'll see her. I don't know, but one sec. Stay there, Cord. So this is actually a spider, not a tarantula, but arboreal. Their shits are all the same. Good morning, Nicktastic. Oh, I haven't cheersed yet. Someone cheersed up earlier and I forgot. Morrowind mushroom trees, literally. Okay, I need you guys to settle an argument for me. I say that if you bury something in a cemetery and then leave clues on how to find it, what you've done is written a method on how to decrypt something. My friend says I'm an idiot. You have friends? Is the most unbelievable part of that statement, Leaf. You. Sorry, I love you. That was good. Couldn't help it. It wrote itself. Spiders poop. Yeah. So anything, let's cheers first. Anything that lays eggs has a very interesting kills. Oh, Leaf just got fucking smacked for a shitty pun. Exactly. Everything poops. The biggest difference is, do you poop with your mouth or do you have a special poop hole? That's probably the biggest difference. The biggest, question in terms of what family of animal you're in. Do you poop with your mouth or do you poop with a separate hole? Literally. Wally just asked me, am I going to lose you to Katie? If I can help it. So, cheers, y'all. God damn it, Leaf. Did you know there's a Jim Jones documentary? People are saying it's bound to be a cult classic. Fucking Christ. You guys know me. I fucking love a pun. I'm a big fan of punniness. I actually don't enjoy shrimp. Wait, what? Anyways, so if anyone, oh my God, the filter, dude. I'll tell you in a minute. Let me finish my thought on this spider poop real quick. The filter's fine. Long story short, I took a bath yesterday and I brought my bong into the bathroom so I could smoke weed in the bath because that's my life and I live it to the greatest extent I possibly can. And the filter fucking fell off on the bathroom floor and I just cannot put it on my mouth until I clean it, and I haven't cleaned it. That's it. I knocked it off with my leg and it hit, the part that you put your mouth on hit the bathroom floor, and I was like, nope. Absolutely not. So I'm gonna clean it. Yeah, that's it. It's fine. It's just, that's not happening. Exactly. And it's the bathroom. Literally, it literally fell off right next to the toilet, and I live with a penis, which means there's piss all over the floor. We all know this. There's going to be piss on the floor if you live with a penis person. I have to clean it. I just can't put it on my mouth right now. Oh my God, I know, Vissy. I actually put yours. I put it in bong cleaner to soak it and send it to you, for fuck's sake. So I just don't have one right now. But I will say, this morning I took a hit before stream just to see if there was a difference. There's absolutely a huge difference. Immediately your mouth is getting covered in that gross burny flavor without the filter. I notice it immediately. So it does make a difference in the taste, at least. That's true. Maybe not when he pees. I mean, who knows? It might be going all over the place. It's way healthier to sit to pee. It's less pressure on your prostate. But anyway, so if you lay eggs, if you're an animal and you lay eggs, you have to shit like a bird. Long story short, you can't have a digestive system like a mammal because we have free flowing urea in our body, i.e., we have a bladder where we piss out urea, and our bladder is permeable, and urea just free. It's free flowing in our body. And if we were an animal that had to build a hard egg in our body that was going to withstand the elements once we laid it, that urea would melt the eggshell, and we would just give birth to like, you know, a fried egg, like a raw egg. See what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't. And so the way that animals that have to lay eggs get around this caveat is they have a one-way it's a it's a one-way track digestive system. Everything comes out of one hole all at the same time, which is why when birds shit, it's like fluid and shit, and it just looks like an explosion of nonsense. Spiders do the same thing, which is weird. And so if you have an arboreal tarantula, meaning they tend to climb and live up, they're gonna shit on the walls of your enclosure, and you're gonna see it. If it's a fossorial tarantula, they're shitting in the dirt. You're never going to see it. If it's a terrestrial, meaning they live just on the surface of the ground, like most Brazilian tarantulas, you're never going to see it ever. You literally will never see a shit in your tank. But this little guy, this is one of my Erisys walcanaries. This is a spider, not a tarantula. You won't see it, obviously. All the webbing, like that's her, that little black knob right there. And this is a female. Thank fuck. But you see those tiny little white splatters. That's her poops, and she's lived in this for over a year. Like, that's all. Those are her little poops, and every once in a while I go in with, like, a Q-tip and just on the walls. But that's it. That's their little poops. It's just those little white dots. It's hard to get because she's literally webbed the entire top of this, as you can see, but yeah, that's it. So, it's actually really interesting. Like, some of my spiders have have a trash can. It's so sorry, I keep hitting my foot on something. Bud, not right now, bud. Ugh, I love you so much. Some of my spiders actually like have a trash corner of their enclosure. So like when they eat food, when they eat their bug, they always put the carcass in the same corner of the enclosure and like bury it. So up one wall of the enclosure, I can see all these like dried carcasses behind the dirt where they're packing them. And it's their way of keeping their enclosure. They're keeping their home clean. Spiders are insanely clean. They have to be. It's weird. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. I was on a fucking tangent. Good morning. My penis person sits when he pees like a cultured being. I agree. I just don't like. I'm jealous that you can pee outside. And as a person who likes to garden and likes to camp and shit like that, I would totally pee outside while I'm camping and hiking if I had the option. But if you have the option to sit, like, why not? Oh my God, Vissy, I totally will. Yes. Good morning, Genova. How are you, love? Why is the world moving? Literally. 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 They're very clean. Oh my God, Rip. So one of the species, it is the cookie spider. I have one named after Eliza. It's Cookie. I don't know if it's a boy or not yet. We're still in waiting. I actually have two of them. One did turn into a boy. Like I said, I always get two or three, and fucking one turned into a boy. But the cookie spider is an F. These are the Latin names. I'm telling you, I'm not this cool. Ephobopus cyanognathus. That's a hard one to say. Ephobopus cyanognathus. Blue-fanged tarantula. They're beautiful. And they literally have like jewel blue fangs. What a name. Ephobopus cyanognathus. That last part is so hard. Cyanognathus is hard for my mouth to say. That spider, so when she, I'm just gonna say she because I have high hopes. When she molts, it's so weird. So this spider, it's it's hard to say. It's technically a fossorial spider, but what they do is they actually build a tube of dirt and web coming out of the ground to get prey. Instead of going down into the ground, they build up from the ground, but they're still living in like a dirt tube. It's really fucking weird. But what this spider does, and I've fucking witnessed them do it, when they molt, they cover their little tube with web and they sit in their tube and they molt and whatever. Then they carry their molt, their dead skin, to the top of the enclosure, and I'm not fucking with you, launch it as far away from their home as they possibly can. So one of these, where are they? Oh, they're down here. These guys. This one. This is Vile, and this one's Cookie. The Cookie spider, so she lives on this side. This is her tube of dirt, right there. This far corner is where all the molts are. All of them. There's a stack of dead spider molts right there. All the ages of the Cookie spider. And I watched her, launch them. And it's their way of deterring predators from their home. Like, if predators see a molt, they're gonna think there's a spider in the hole, so, like, launch it away. But all tarantulas are really weird that way. They all have a different behavior. Some tarantulas will actually, like, try to drink the moisture out of their molt, so you won't even find a molt. It'll just be, like, a crumpled piece of paper. It's real weird. Spiders are weird and cool all at the same time. Mostly weird, though. But very clean. Thank you, Crispy. It is, but I'm, like, worried because it never blistered. I'm worried. Have you ever burnt yourself? Thank you for the biddies, by the way. Have you ever burnt yourself and it didn't blister, but then like a week later, the skin just starts to like slough off? I feel like that's what's going to happen. Because I did it and then immediately went outside and plunged my hand into snow and just like sat there. It hurt. Like, the freezing hurt, but I was like, I don't know what else to do. Like, what do you do for a bad burn on your entire fucking hand? I haven't done this since I was like 3. See, Nemus, good morning. I'm smoking a new strain, by the way. I was going to show you guys. This one's called Divine Kush Breath. It says pairs well with Ujjaya Pranayama. Okay. Innovative. I don't know. What's the deets? Divine Kush Breath. Total THC is 29.7. Jesus Christ. Okay. And it's by Veritas. Veritas. I'm trying to line up the lid because the labels are cool. They do make some decent. It's the Veritas dime jar. It's a nice strain, though. It tastes nice. It's scumming out my mouth because I don't know my fucking filter. Crispy, you fucking get it, though. You know exactly what you mean. Wow, why aren't you giving them trash cans? Press, I'm not even kidding you. I've tried to give them so many things. Everything I give my tarantulas, they bury or destroy. They hate me. Cheers. $300 a week? No. No, Veritas is the brand, excuse me. Veritas is the brand. The strain is called Divine Kush Breath. Divine Kush Breath is, it's so fucking whited out because of the lighting. That's the actual strain name. Sorry if that was, and then here we go. So it's theoretically, I never know if this is correct. It's a hybrid, and it says that the parent strains were Platinum Kush Breath and Divine Gelato number 33. See, and that's the thing. I was going to say, I could totally spend $300 a week if I wanted to. It really depends on the weed you're buying. Like, I can get an ounce of weed for $65, or I can get an ounce for $600. Like, it's depends, but I don't even smoke. Like, is she going through so do you know how much she's smoking a week? I'm just curious. Like, no shame at all. I'm just curious how much she's smoking a week, because damn. I'm trying to finish this one half of Cherry Lime Runs before I buy more, but we got new shit in last week. Ooh, what kind? Ooh. Why do 6-year-olds have guns? Wait, is this a joke? Is there a punchline, or are we talking? I actually stopped being friends with someone because she got her 4-year-old a rifle, and it made me uncomfortable. Like, I didn't we're not friends anymore, but I just stopped going over to her house. I was like, I don't know about that. And I grew up with guns. I'm not anti-gun, but a 4-year-old with a rifle? Hello, Damien. I bought a dry vape for my wife for Christmas. Ooh, fuck yeah. The Zeus Arc GTS. She likes it quite a bit, but said that it took some time getting used to since she's been vaping so long. Said she had to spit after smoking again. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, vaping and smoking bud is totally different. 100% different. I've had gelato. I don't know if I had gelato number 33, whatever, but gelato is a common strain here. Good morning, Erica. Ooh, watermelon gelato. Yum. I pay about $2.50 an ounce. And is that like the average? Because I feel like mine is all over this. She burns through that in a week. Damn. And is that like an ounce? She buy an ounce at a time? Nah, some farms or processors grow other people's genetics, i.e. Turple Gang, Jungle Boys. Oh, is that allowed? Like, do you guys, what would be the word for it? I guess get like a copyright on genetics. Can people just like buy your weed and seed it and have your strain now? There's a 6-year-old that shot their teacher in the news. Same, Vissy. I can get a $65 ounce here too. It really just depends on the weed you buy. And I think honestly it has a lot to do with the brand. Like some brands, I think sometimes, you're paying for the packaging. So when I buy an ounce of weed that's $65, it's all one strain and it comes in a bag. If I buy $300 of an ounce, it's going to be like 5 different strains all in little different pots and I got bags. Like you're paying for like the labor behind all this packaging and shit. I think that's my theory behind it. Cuz for instance, this is a $14 quarter, but I don't have any of the super expensive weed. You can get a quarter for $35, but it's both really good weed. I've done it all. I've bought the nice stuff. I've bought the the nice. I've bought the really expensive weed. I've bought the not so expensive weed. They both get you fucked up. I guess there's a chance of running skag weed, but dispensaries don't. I mean, it would not be beneficial for a dispensary to ever sell skag weed. Ever. Yes, Eliza, you do. Honestly, I would. 200 to 300, that's about the average in North Texas. That's about what it was in Maryland, to be honest, when I was living in illegal land. I think it was about, like, depending. I had one dealer where it was like 250 to 300 an ounce, and then one dealer was 200 an ounce, like, across the board. And honestly, like, it can be, like, what does it cost to buy an ounce legally in Jersey, Eliza? If you don't work there, obviously. A 6-year-old shot their teacher. Was retaliation for teacher taking away their iPhone the week before. Hold on. I have to read this sentence again because my brain died inside. I'm going to smoke some pot and then I'm going to read it out loud again. And can we just dissect this like we're in English in 6th grade and we need to dissect a sentence because there's so much wrong in this. Sorry, I had to turn the music off. A 6-year-old shot their teacher. It was retaliation for the teacher taking away the 6-year-old's iPhone the week before. The gun part's horrible, but it feels like there's more background problems with the family in general. I mean, duh. Hard agree. Hard agree. It is not the natural instinct of most, nay, all 6-year-olds to shoot someone they disagree with. Nor is it normal for a 6-year-old to have an iPhone? Why does a 6-year-old need an iPhone? We were talking about stuff and she mentioned trying to quit weed for a while to save money because she spends too much per week, month. Her tolerance out of this world right now. Oh, I feel that. I take tea breaks because otherwise it would be crazy. Okay, so Eliza says, I was trying to see, Eliza, what does it cost? Here at Dispo's, it's rare to find things in over 1/8 ounce. No shit. Can you boof it? You can boof anything if you're brave enough. Be the receptionist. My job's stupid easy. I get tips and free shit plus a discount. Dude, my dispensary doesn't even have your job. Growers buy and sell strains. Oh, once you have it, it's yours if you can keep propagating it. Eventually, the genetics will become unstable if you're propagating from clones. Taking plants back to seed is arduous. Gene culturing requires a very specific set of lab skills I can't even fathom. I know, that's why I love talking to you about it, because it's literally unfathomable to me. I hypothetically pay 210 to 215 an ounce, and that's for hypothetical weed. Legally at a dispo, $480 an ounce. What? I'm in pain from that. That is physical fucking pain. I look at it like whiskey. You can get whiskey for $28, 750 milliliter bottle. You can also get whiskey for $250 for $250 for a 750 milliliter bottle. Both will get you drunk, but the imbibing experience will probably be different. Yes. Yes. What the fuck? What up, Phil? How are you? Shit, my stepson's 12 and still doesn't have a phone. Oh, that will likely be changing this year. I mean, 12, like, once you're a preteen, it changes because I feel like your kid's a lot more independent and they're not, like, when you're, and again, I don't have kids. Please, I'm not trying to come at parents in any way, shape, or form. I'm legitimately asking, why does a 6-year-old need a phone? And if your answer is, so I can get a hold of them and find them, why is your 6-year-old somewhere where there's not a parent with a phone? Like, I do not understand. Yeah, a 6-year-old does not need an iPhone. That is psychotic. That's so, I mean, think of all the things on the internet just being in the tiny little fat grip of a 6-year-old's hand. My fucking God. No shit, it's unfortunate. It's normal for a 6, but why? My 7-year-old granddaughter has an iPhone, but it's locked down for issues at school. But why? It's a babysitter? I mean, Phil Slay, are you talking about only cans? 100%. Flip phones only. Well, that's like, I have a niece. One of my nieces has a phone, and she's pretty darn young. She's not 6 by any means. I think she's like 8. But it's like a phone built for children. It's a flip phone, and it's got like 4 buttons. They're all programmed. So, like, one will call her mom, one will call her dad, one will call her grandparents, and whatever. And that's because her grandparents take care of her a lot of the times, and her parents want her to have a way to get a hold of them if something happened. But that's it. And that I understand. But beyond that, it just seems like an unequivocal amount of information, good and bad, at the fingertips of a little brain that needs guidance with said information. I'm not saying to shelter kids from everything in the entire world. Like, God knows I wasn't fucking sheltered from anything. But having a parent there to explain it to you so you're not just watching, like, fucking snuff porn or something. Like, fucking Christ. My God. Oh, both parents work. But they're 7. Like, are is the kid on their own at 7? I'm not judging, just asking. I don't remember if I was babysitting my sister at 7. I think I was on my own at 7. I don't know. My children had phones sort of young, so they could call me when they were at their dad's house if he wouldn't let them use his phone. And see, that's Viata. That's the, like, it's a different generation now where there's not house phones. So that's what I mean. I'm trying not to judge, or I don't want anyone to think I'm judging you or like shaming you for getting your kid a cell phone. I honestly I come from the era of like, my parents like would be like, okay, you're gonna go to Billy Bob's house. Awesome. Call me when you get there from Billy Bob's home phone, and I want to talk to Billy Bob's mom. And that was the gist of it. And that was me. That was my mom's way of making sure I was at Billy Bob's house. Billy Bob's mom was there and we were safe, and that was it. But now there's not house phones and cell phones are locked. So, like, what if a parent or a grandparent had a heart attack and you couldn't get into their locked phone? I understand if a child needs a way to get a hold of someone in an emergency. I just don't come from that, like, time, so it's hard for me to conceptualize a 6-year-old having an iPhone. Nineless, same, 100%. I saw fucking the Pain Olympics when I was in middle school by myself in my basement. I should not have been watching the Pain Olympics by myself in my basement when I was the ripe old age of 10. But my parents didn't know that was even on the internet. You know? Like, that wasn't a thing that people were aware of. But I found it. You know? Mr. Hands, for fuck's sake. Exactly. I saw all of that way, way too young because I could, because my parents didn't know any better. But I'm assuming the parents of 6-year-olds are my age. We know better. Like, there's no one my age who doesn't know better. Don't give them a phone. Give them cellular-enabled Apple Watch. All the safety not of the apps and stuff they do not need. Are they able to get a hold of someone on the Apple iWatch, of the watch, though? That's what I would think, like, you know, in the case of an emergency and they need to call somebody. She should be watching the stream. They'll come at me. Yep, and be home before the straight leads come. Exactly. Our neighborhood we lived on like a cul-de-sac. before we moved to the middle of nowhere when I was like 10. And so we would hear my mom scream dinner out the back door. Like anywhere in the neighborhood you were, you would hear your mom scream. And that was when you came home. But I understand it's a different world. Not everyone has, like, normally no one has a house phone anymore. So, like, I understand needing your kid to have a way to get a hold of someone. My little brother had one of those kid phones, but I don't really see those anymore. They still exist because my little niece still has one. My parents would drop me off at the movie theater and make sure I had change for the payphone. My parents did that with the pool. We would go to the pool all the time, the Halmo Pool in Snohomish, Washington. My parents would make sure we had a pocket full of quarters to call them on the payphone. Locked or not, you can still make emergency calls on any call. Can you really? Like, Duke, I mean, kids know how to do everything these days. I was going to say, is it hard for kids? Psycho, how's your tongue, by the way? I saw your tweet this morning. Are you okay? Their phones were Cricket or Grasshopper or some shit, and it would only hold a few numbers. That's exactly what my niece has. Yeah, it's like programmed like their parents and their grandparents, basically, into the phone. And I think her aunt or something. I was a latchkey kid at about 8 or 9. School was walking distance. See, school wasn't walking distance for me, but we lived in an area where, like, to this day, now I have a key to my parents' house because now they live in a new area. But I never in my life had a key to my parents' house because they did not lock the house. I grew up with unlocked doors, unlocked cars, unlocked everything because we lived in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, there was no one there at all. So I didn't have a key. So I guess I was a latchkey kid, but like without the key. I was just a go in the house and no one's there kid. Lemon Party, Meat Spin, all the classics. Yeah, I mean those are my childhood. Those are the reason I am the way I am today. And all of those are easy to find. I mean, people that put those things on the internet make them violently easy to find. I've already violently puked 5 times. Oh, honey. Make sure, like, I know you probably can't eat and you're probably like suffering. Literally, at the very least, Psycho, sprinkle salt on your hand and lick it. I swear to fuck, you'll feel better. Like, I've done it before. If I'm getting a migraine or if my stomach's feeling nauseous, I literally will grab a salt shaker and shake salt into my mouth. You know, just like that. It will help you hold water and it gives you some electrolytes that will help because when you're puking like that, you just are losing all of your electrolytes. And by electrolytes, I mean all of the good salts in your body, including potassium. And potassium is the necessary key ingredient to muscle function. And your heart is a muscle. And if you puke extensively and you don't replace these electrolytes, your heart will stop. Please, for the love of all things holy, take care of yourself. See, I thought those watches need to be tethered. That's what I thought too. I don't know though. I don't have one. I don't like when my phone makes noises. I don't want anything else making noises. First time I saw Meat Spin, it was on shit quality internet, so I looked like, oh my god, like brown blobs moving. Had no idea what I was looking at. But how long did you watch? Like, how long did you try? I went to a wedding in Snohomish. It was rural. Dude, Snohomish is farmland. That's where the vast majority of my family is, because I've told you that before. My family's all butchers. If you ever see Marzolf and Son or Marzolf and Co. in Washington State, that's my family, and they are butchers to the greatest extent of the word. And they all live in like Snohomish, Monroe area. Yeah, it's rural as fuck. I've always lived until I like moved here. I've always lived fairly rural. Not really. No, I've now violently puked 5 times, and I'm so drained and tired. My body won't let me sleep, honey. Please just shake some salt in your mouth, just for me. My words, is this a fucking elephant? Oh my god, salad fingers. I don't think salad fingers ruined me though. Like salad fingers was creepy as fuck, but I don't think it like did anything. Ooh, hold up. Did my chat just do the thing? Don't fucking fuck with me like this. Thank you, Gleb. Pause. Pause. I thought I turned off autoplay. Oh well. Salad fingers creep me out though. It still does to this day. I like it when the red water comes. Bananas for actually avocados are better if you can get an avocado down. That makes sense why I keep getting leg cramps every time I try and stretch or just simply walk up. Dude, yes, salt. Salt, 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 salt. Salt is absolutely fucking insanely necessary to hold water. Your body will just pee out everything you drink if you have no salt on board. And when you're puking excessively, you will have no salt on board. Your body flushes all of your shit out. Please, if you can like get some Pedialyte and lick some salt off your hand at the very least. Like eat a saltine cracker if you can, or like peanut butter is really good. If you have some like Jiffy peanut butter or something, put that on a saltine cracker, even the smallest amount can help. I'm not saying you need to eat a fucking peanut butter sandwich. I'm saying microscopic amounts, like the bare minimum. Even the little bits will help. Good old fucking Snohomish, dude. That's where all of my family's from. That's the West Coast rednecks. Snohomish and Monroe. Oh man. You guys are fucked watching this shit show. Why show me this? Let's go play video games. Dude, and that was the thing, like most of the time I wasn't looking for this fucked up shit, but once you get it, you can't look away from Pain Olympics. I couldn't. I was just like, and here we are today. I'll try. My mom has it too, so I'll give it to her. Okay, good. Please, for real. For real. Newgrounds. You remember Foamy? Foamy? There's still Foamy movies coming. Foamy videos coming out. Foamy the Squirrel. Foamy the Squirrel was the shit. Rural Western Washington, though. It's a different breed. Like, there's Western Washington, which is like the western eighth of the state is like Seattle, and Forks and Olympia and like the rain. The rest of the state is either a tundra, like orchards and tundra, or a desert. Like, that's it. It's just dry, sick, burnt pine trees, nothingness, some rivers, but very, very dry. So if you live in the east side, it's like rednecks. Like, those are my people that are like missing teeth and shit and like maybe married their cousin. And then on the west side, there's a different form of redneck where they all work construction and ride dirt bikes a lot, and they all usually own another house in the east side they go to as often as they possibly can to ride their dirt bikes in the dunes, usually around in Moses Lake. That's the other half of my family, is those west side ones, and they're also missing teeth, but they usually chew and usually drink an excessive amount. It is wild. I'm not saying all construction workers are this way, but that is usually the way these things go, i.e., all of my uncles work construction and are raging alcoholics and are missing teeth. Not that that's a bad thing, but like, it just seems to be a trend. My dad, he has like these 4. He's like, dude, for real. And that's the thing. Washington is portrayed as Amazon, Microsoft, Seattle, but that's only like literally an eighth of the state. But the vast majority of the population of humans is in that portion of the state because it's beautiful. It's the Pacific Northwest, it's Seattle, it's all the big cities. Whereas the rest, literally from the mountain range east, is nobody. There's no people there. If you live from the mountain range east, we all have the exact same zip code. If you look at a map of Washington State, it's pretty wild how much area that is. If you have a 509, you're a 509er, you're an Eastern Washington kid. But that just means you came from that literally 2/3 of the state or whatever, 3/4 of the state. It's pretty wild. But the, Amazon, Microsoft, and everything are on that little peninsula. So that's where all the money is and all the fucking people. But I did not grow up in that part. So when I say I'm from Washington, people are like, oh yeah, you kind of look like one of those Seattle hipsters. I'm like, oh no. I grew up in the northeast corner of Washington, right next to like Skinhead, Idaho, and inbred Laurel up on the edge of Canada, where literally everybody is a cousin. They're all cousins. First cousins. It's a scary place. That's where I grew up. Totally different. And they have a southern accent. Like, everybody has a southern accent. It's not southern, because obviously we're not in the South, but they have a drawl. The coast of Washington is the non-country. It's true. CK, we got rid of our 20-year-old registers at work. Oh, and got new top-of-the-line ones. Oh my god, are they nice, though? I remember when we did that when I worked at Taco Time, and it sucked. Like, I missed the old ones so bad. The artist for Foamy streams on Twitch. Shut up. That's so weird that I've literally... I remember looking at Foamy comics when I was like 16. Which is almost 16 years ago. And now I want to vomit in my face. It's fine. Hyperhidrosis. Drink too much water to the point you have diluted the electrolytes in your system, then it shuts down your nervous system. 100% yes. And if you're puking on top of that, I mean, it's just exponentially worse. I have to pee really bad. I have Glut's video up, but I have to pee really bad, and I need to run an ad really quick. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then we have a funny video from Glut I want to watch with you guys, but I just got to pee really bad. I've drank so much coffee this morning. Oh, yeah, that's how Dan and I became besties. Like, Dan and I didn't grow up together, but the way we talk, you would think we did. We had almost identical childhoods, trauma and all. It's real weird. When Dan and I first met, we met via the internet, but we just so happened to both live in Washington, so then we hooked up and ended up, buddies. But, yeah, when Dan and I first started talking, we would just sit here and share stories back and forth, and I was like, "Oh, shit, son. You too have had a bale of hay thrown at your face. Let's fucking go." Everything off the coast gets country as fuck. It's hella country. It's weird. Olympic Park is the Garden of Eden. I mean, the Olympic National like, the rainforest and the national forest over there is fucking amazing. Zone? What do you mean? Well, zone has a lot of meanings. Rural Washington and Oregon are the South, but in the Pacific Northwest. It's so fucking true. They really, really are. I wish I could show you guys my stepdad. He has a mullet and he's missing all his teeth and he like smells like this. Like I just can't. It's beautiful. It created me and I'm fucking proud of it. I have to pee real bad. I was just trying to get my YouTube, yeah, that's the word. YouTube music to load up. I love it. I mean, I'm not shading anyway at all. I appreciate where I grew up because I listen to stories from other people, the way they talk about how they were just a number, how like their principal had no idea who they were unless they were in trouble all the fucking time, and their teachers had no idea who they were because they were one of 1,000 or one of thousands of kids in one school, where I was one of 30 in my graduating class and one of like 200 in the school. So, like, my principal from high school and middle school and the office attendance ladies are still my friends on Facebook and wish me happy birthday. I don't take that for granted. However, there was nothing to fucking do. So, we definitely fucked off a lot and did a lot of drugs because there's nothing to do at all. Like, less than Denver. There's nothing to do. You fuck or do drugs, and there was no Planned Parenthood within 2 hours. So, I wasn't about to get fucking. Brandy Buck. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it native swings. I was just about to take a quick break to pee. There's some hillbillies who live in Western Washington, too. Near Vancouver, Washington, there's a place called Yacolt? I don't know how to say that one. And Amboy, and it's straight out of Arkansas. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, Washington is a fucking nut of a state. It's wild. And it's just got this existential reputation as just being Seattle. Sorry, I have to move towards my mic. Everybody's like, oh, it's Seattle. It's Amazon, it's Microsoft, and it's like, oh, that's like a fraction. The rest of us, not so much. It does have some big, good hospitals. There are a lot of really good doctors in Seattle. Would you like to make some fuck? Hello, it is me, bitches. This screen reminds me of Don't Look Up. I'd assume the spinning galaxy is bad. We're all gonna die. Might as well go for a walk. I mean, what else would you do? What else do you do? I've thought about that a lot. Scott, did it happen? Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it any swings. Did you show your kids the thing? Do you want to do an escape room sometime? Yeah, if it's a good one. I've only done 2 escape rooms in my life, and they were shit. They were just small and weird, and I had to do them with strangers, and I don't like strangers. It's eclectic. That's a really good way of saying Washington State is an eclectic place. That's a really good way of describing it, to be honest. And people that come out of it, we don't know what we are. We're eclectic. Seattle's a fucking nut. Does Katie want to be locked in a room with Scott? I mean, when we have a way to fight out, it could be really hilariously fun. What up? I'm the black guy. How are you, love? I've done an online escape room. Escape rooms are okay. Well, that's Vissy was telling me about one she did, and it was huge. Like, multiple rooms, like, enormous. I would kill to do one like that. The one I did, it was like this tiny room, like, this, you know how big my living room is? The whole thing was about as big as my living room, but they would, like, lock you in these tiny corners of it with, like, 6 people. And I was just like, this is, like, there wasn't enough room for all of us to participate, if that makes sense. I don't know. It just sucked. Viata, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it native swings. This is longer than my first marriage.
Hail Satan to that bitch. Hell yeah.
I'll let you know when they watch it. Ooh. Dude, yes. If you know a good escape room, I've always wanted to do one like the one Vissy told me about that was just like huge and amazing and just this super cool experience, because the ones I've done have just kind of been like, and you get out of them in less than an hour. And I did one in fucking, like, in LA. Like, it was an expensive, decent one. I did it with a bunch of the people I was doing stuff with at Amazon. And it was just kind of like, we were all like, that was like too easy. And granted, we were all gamers and video gamers. I'm not saying we're the best at puzzles, but we're accustomed to them. We look for them without wanting to look for them, you know? So we're Like, we've already got to step up, so I get that. I got to pack a bowl. I get that, but it was, I mean, this is Run the Jewels, yes. I love Run the Jewels. They're fantastic. Killer Mike's my hero. I want to be like Mike. Escape rooms should be set up like D&D dungeon with traps where you have to retrieve something and get out. Some of them are. Like, I've heard of ones where, like, you have to find a key and then you have to do a something, you have to do a something. Like, I've done ones like that. I don't know, man. I just want a challenge, but a fun challenge, not just a challenge because you've locked me in a tiny room. I mean, anyone who's not down with Gizmo, I don't want to be friends with. I'm going to be honest. We have a video from Glut as well. I'm going to take a hit and then we're going to watch that. Before I have it up, I don't want to forget about it. It's called W for Free Time. Oh, I'm excited. I don't know what this is going to...
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Thank you, BDO, for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it any swings. I fucking appreciate you.
40 months, my god.
They're playing with Rage Against the Machine, and I had tickets to see them in May, but they canceled. Zach hurt himself? Dude, their song with Zach is great. It's so good. I mean, it's like... Unless you knew it was him, I don't think you'd know he's in it, because he doesn't have, like, a huge part, but it's really fucking good. I'm sad. I'm sad he hurt himself. We'll see if we can work something out, get a sitter and shit. It'll be fun with 4 of us. Dude, absolutely. I would love to. Vis and I were talking, because we were trying to find one while she was here, but there wasn't any that had any. You gotta, like, fucking book it out, whatever. Yes, the one about killing police. Yes, that song. What is it called? Fuck, I'm trying to remember the name of it. Hold on. What the fuck is it called? Close Your Eyes. This one. Right? Chronicle, did you hear that story about a teacher who was, like, stealing all the kids' Adderall? It was no, not a teacher. It was a school nurse. The school nurse was stealing all the kids' Adderall and giving them, like, Tylenol. Fucking wild. I love you so much. Vissy, work hard. I love you. This song, that's him in the background. Run it, run it, run it. I love Killer Mike. Cheers. I love that song so much. One of my eyebrow hairs is like twisted. Oh my god, BDO, did you watch it? Has anyone not seen the menu that wants to watch it? I don't want to talk spoilers, but I want to talk about this movie so bad. Like, I almost tweeted last night, everybody please watch the menu or don't come to stream, but I didn't want to be a dick. Oh my god, I didn't even know it wasn't, I didn't even see it in theaters here, otherwise I totally would have gone and seen it. Oh my god, no, I won't talk spoilers. It just came out on, is it on Netflix? What's it on? No, I'll give you guys a week or whatever. I usually give a month before we talk spoilers. HBO, it's HBO Max. Obviously, if you don't have HBO, please just attain it in other ways. We all know how. I know you're internet people. I don't have to be literal. It's so good. Oh my god. How do I explain it without saying spoilers? I'm no spoilers. I won't spoil it. You just have to watch it. It's called The Menu. It's got Voldemort in it. What's his name? I always just call him Phineas Fuck. His last name's like Finn and what is his name? I'm really bad with names. It's Hannibal. Not Hannibal Lecter. Red Dragon, excuse me. Red Dragon guy, Voldemort, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's amazing. He's a really, really good actor. I adore him. Ralph, how do you say his last name? Fiennes? It's Fiennes, isn't it? Ralph Fiennes. That's why I always want to say like Fininins, but it's Fiennes, I think. It's not, I wouldn't say it's like a scary horror in any means. It's not like supernatural. There's no magic happening. There's nothing like that. It's more of a psychological thriller, I would say. I'm trying to think of what to compare it to. I watch a lot of horror. I love horror, but I wouldn't call it a horror. It's more of like an suspense thriller kind of thing. More just like keeps you on the edge of your seat. There's no jump scare, I guess. There's nothing like that. But you're definitely like, what the fuck? My jaw was just dropped. Suspense-ish. Yeah. My jaw was dropped the whole fucking time. Fines with extra letters. Yes. Yes. And another main person in it is Anna Taylor-Joy. I don't know how I just pulled her name out of my ass. That was a miracle. From the chess show, The Queen's Gambit, among a lot of, she's been in a shit ton of stuff lately. She's great. And what is that guy? The guy's name, he's from Cold Bodies or whatever. Warm Bodies. The zombie in Warm Bodies. He's been in a couple obscure shit. I think he was like, wasn't he in Skins? Isn't he British? The Witch, yes. The Witch was like her first movie, wasn't it? She was really young in The Witch. She's also been in, I think, some, why is my brain like this? X-Men movies, or one of them. Like the kid one that I wasn't a huge fan of, but sure. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's got a pretty good cast, but I mean, I don't know how to tell you about it without spoiling it, and I do not want to spoil it. It is so fucking good. I had no idea what I was going into when I started watching it. None. He was the main in Skins. Nemo, thank you for knowing exactly what I was talking about. Nick Holt, thank you. Yes. I don't want to spoil it. If you've never seen Skins, it's a decent, like, British teen show that I watched back in the day that actually touches on a lot of pretty fucked up shit. It's such a good movie. I just don't know how to explain it any more than that. It's phenomenal and you must watch it. I would say like, maybe Trigger for Gore. It's a cooking show. I mean, it's about a chef and like cooking and stuff. But maybe Trigger for that, if anything. Just in case. Just for those out there that I don't want you to like go in thinking when I say no horror, it means there's nothing like visually disturbing. There are visually disturbing things, but it's not like you're watching Chucky or Friday the 13th. It's nothing like that. Does that make sense? Hello, Trekkie Love. Beast! He was Beast in the X-Men movies. Thank you. He's young Beast. Yes, he's young Beast. That was the other thing I knew him from. Yep. Yes. Shazam! Thank you so much for some of the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it any swings. I watched the trailer and the tone seems similar to Knives Out. It is nothing like Knives Out. At all. I didn't like Knives Out very much. I mean, it's okay. It's entertaining, but nothing happens. I'd like to see it with all Muppets. But it was nothing. I mean, just in case you didn't like Knives Out, I don't want you to think it's like that. No, like, nothing like that. It's not like a weird interview, breaking the fourth wall, anything like that. It's a film. It's straight up a film with a story. There's a beginning and end and a weird twist. Yeah, it's really good. Who has the biggest Baleen's? Oh my god. Who has the biggest Balenus? Is it the blue whale? The blue whale's the biggest mammal in the world, but I don't know if it's a baleen whale. Are blue whales baleen whales? Damn it! Oh, and if you don't know what baleens are, so whales, some of them have teeth and some of them just have hair in their mouth that they filter and eat krill. The largest animals in the world eat the smallest thing in the ocean. It's pretty crazy. The blue whale, it is! Fuck! Thank you, brain. Thank you, brain. I liked Knives Out better than Glass Onion. It was better than that, yeah. It felt, those kind of movies, they feel a little pretentious because I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm dropped into watching cool people that look a lot better than me talk about something I don't understand, and then I'm like, what's going on? But it's okay. It was entertaining. I'm not saying it was a bad movie. It's just like not something I would reach out for again. There are knives. Stop it. Blue whales. Jesus Christ. Blue whale. Yeah, I couldn't remember if the blue whale was a baleen whale. Yeah, the biggest mammal in the world eats krill, which is wild. That's sick. Look at this. This is the difference. That's a baleen whale. That face. That's a baleen whale versus a person. We're going right near the baleenus. Yeah, but baleen's pretty crazy. It's like this weird hair instead of teeth, and they use it to filter the water to filter out the little microscopic krill. Oh, look, krill. Run away. Ep, amazing. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it any swings. I appreciate you, love. Renfield looks good too. Actually, there was a commercial for Renfield before we saw Megan this last week when Vissy was here. We went to go see Megan in theaters, which if you haven't seen Megan, oh my God. What a good movie. Easily the best, and that is a horror, by the way. If you don't like horror, that's actually kind of like, supernatural creepy shit that can't be explained, do not watch Megan. But if you're into it, Megan's great. Megan Lenius is my favorite. Well, oh God, I know a lot of Megans now. I can't say I have a favorite, but she's definitely top 5 ever, and they're all on the same level. But Megan the movie, it's creepy as fuck, and it is the best. I very easily will say it is the best haunted doll movie I've ever seen, including Chucky, etc. Ever. I was so pleasantly shocked by how much I fucking adored the movie. I mean, it's creepy beyond reason. And most of the movie, I think Vissy has a picture of me actually, like this. She took a secret shot of me in the theater in my seat, and I'm like, because I fucking hate dolls. I hate dolls. I hate haunted dolls. I hate not haunted dolls. I hate all the dolls. Dolls can fuck themselves. I was not a Barbie kid for this reason. I do not like them. Megan and Katie sitting in a tree. Killing. The biggest animal that ever lived can't swallow anything bigger than an orange. That's fucking wild. But yeah, Renfield looks really good. If you guys don't know what Renfield is, Renfield, the person, was the familiar of Dracula. How would you say that? In the fable, I guess, in the original fable or whatever. And he's always been played as kind of an interesting person. One of our favorite people played him in the version with Keanu Reeves and Winona Ryder. And I always forget his name. Help. He plays God in Wrist Cutters. Help me. Help. I hate my brain. I love him. He sings. Oh, it's right on the tip of my fucking dick. Oh my God. I have to look it up. I hate my head so much. And then we're going to watch the Glut video. Tom Waits. Tom Waits. It was Tom Waits. Thank you, Genova. It was. I found it at the exact same time you posted it. Tom Waits. Tom Waits played Renfield. And that's, I mean, when anyone says Renfield, that's exactly what I picture. I don't know about you guys, but there is no better translation to the screen of Renfield than Tom Waits in Bram Stoker's Dracula with Winona Ryder and Gary Oldman and Keanu Reeves, so on and so forth. Great stacked cast. Amazing movie. But he plays the best Renfield. And now they're making an entire movie about Renfield, not starring Tom Waits. Who's playing Renfield? I just blanked on it. I went to the Midlands this weekend. That's where I stayed the first time I went to London. We were discussing care planes, but then it happened for us. So we spent about 36 hours with Granddad in the hospital. Me, Mom, and her brother and his wife, rotating on shifts with little breaks. He was very peaceful and sleeping mostly. I played him classical music so we could anchor onto it while other patients, word was loud, dabbing his lips. We went to a side room about 4 a.m. on Sunday before he died peacefully at 11 a.m. Oh, honey. I'm happy it was peaceful and surrounded by people that loved him, to be honest. That is so much better than a lot of people have the chance of having. Still hella sad, though, and I'm sorry. Dude, Tom Waits plays the most random roles, but he fucking owns them. Owns them. A Cloverfield follow-up. Dude, anytime... Do you remember when Cloverfield came out? And then another movie with Cloverfield in the title came out, but it had nothing to do with the Cloverfield monster? What the fuck, though? Why is that of common... What is Cloverfield? Like, who did this? Like, why? I was so... It's the same... Oh my god, I have a real big issue with this. The other one that was more recent, I guess, was the... There's like a Birds of Prey movie, and then there's The Birds of Prey or something. Or there's oh god, what are they? The Suicide Squad and then just Suicide Squad. Two totally different movies. One focuses a lot on Harley Quinn, one not so much. But like, right to this moment, I could not tell you which one is which. Why? Why? The fucked up thing was that we had to lie to him that my mom's other brother was stuck elsewhere or with kids, etc., when actually they refused to come because there's family bullshit. Honestly, I would have done the same. Why give them those icky feelings right before they pass? Like, there's no point. Yes, Renfield ate bugs, had spider pets. He had like bats and spiders and stuff, but he also ate them. I never understood the relationship there, but yeah, Renfield's an interesting folk. Oh, the 3 movies are supposed to tie together. Well, they're, like, related, I guess, but the titles are just terrible. Cloverfield Lane, it was a piggyback LAIM. Oh, no shit. Megan. So Megan it's like a haunted doll story. So the premise is a little girl named Katie's family dies, and she has to go live with her aunt, and her aunt is a robotics engineer, or I don't know how to put that. A robotics engineer, I'm assuming. Who builds like this little toy. She's in charge of making these toys that look a lot like Furbies and act a lot like Furbies, but with Cenobite mouths. Very fucking creepy. And so she has to go live with her aunt, and she's very lonely and sad because her parents died. And so her aunt decides to like build her a living doll to be her best friend. And I don't want to spoil anything. That's where we're going to stop with that one. And it gets weird. I don't know what else to say. I tweeted a tweet that just said, go see Megan if you can. The GIF is from the movie. That's all that's. What up, Sally? How are you? Rod, thank you for gifting a sub to Loznay Beulah. Loznay Beulah, Usable was the highest order and you fucking know it. Thank you, Rod, you sweet fuck. Yeah, it's, are there any non-spoily trigger warnings? Other than parent death and, like, gore, no. I think you're good. Yep, there's no... trying to think. No sexual nonsense. None of that. Nope. Gore. Well, yeah, death. Death, I would say, like, if you're sensitive to death. I don't want to spoil it and say who dies. But, you know, death, gore. I have a dead parent, so I don't know. I don't know. Do people still have living parents? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I don't know. This makes me want to beat people up. I already applied. My mom on the way home was like, hey, I'm in the Dead Dad Club. And I said, you're an orphan. You've got one up on me. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. She left our club, technically. She abandoned us. I only have one living parent I admit to. Does that count? Yes. Mm-hmm. Sure. Absolutely. Oh, I know, Sally. I slept with wet hair. So it's quite the 80s hairband today. I have naturally kind of like whatever this texture is. These like kinks. It doesn't curl. It just kinks a lot. I guess people pay for this, I think. It's like beach wave shit, but I hate it, so I normally I burn it. I burn it straight every day. But I did it today because I slept with wet hair. It's just fucked now. This is our life now. I have to live with it now. Kinky, yes. I have naturally like like the hair that people used to pay for in the 80s with those like worms they'd put in their head to get those kinky shits. It's not a fun texture to have. I wouldn't advise it. Mayo, yes. What is it? Oh, Glut already asked. My bad. I just literally parroted Glut. I apologize. I am Batman. No parents. Yeah, but like, do you use your money to be an estrangedly rich superhero? You'd pay for this hair now? You don't want this hair now. You don't want this hair now. You have to like it's so high maintenance to get your hair this to like look nice every day. It looks nice the first day you wash your hair, but after that, it's just going to be a fuck story. It's so much easier when I straighten my hair to just like be able to wake up and have nice hair every day and not have to fuck it. Like when I smooth my hair, literally I dry it, I blow dry it and straighten it, and it's straight for like 4 days until I hit it with water again. It will stay that way. Whereas this, tomorrow I'm gonna have to do something because when I sleep tonight, it's gonna be fucking weird. Something's gonna happen. Like half will be straight and half will be curly, or like it'll get some huge dent in it or something. I don't know. I don't know how people with curly hair sleep and wake up with hair that looks nice. I don't know. It must be a fucking mystery. Hello, Lucan. How are you, love? I'm not rich. See, that's the thing. Batman, like, basically just riched the world. I don't know. You're probably cooler than Batman, to be honest. The color of my hair, thank you. Someone described it as like corpse blue, and I really liked that description. It is very corpse bride blue. Wow, look how the different color on both sides. Because of where I part it, this side gets more sun. That's interesting. Interesting, huh? Weird. Hair's weird. I haven't dyed it in like 2 years. This is just very, very faded. Be happy it doesn't curl. My hair wraps around my wife's fingers like an octopus whenever she tries to do anything. I love hair like that. One of my sisters literally has big fucking like coil spirals naturally, and I was always insanely jealous. And then my little sister Sarah has pin straight hair naturally, and I got the in between. I got the mix, the not a curl, not straight, whatever this is. It doesn't, it's annoying. It's really high maintenance. I wouldn't. IGN dropped a new Sons of Forest gameplay vid. What's the Sons of the Forest? The game's looking good, and apparently they worked out. What kind of game is it? I have pitch black brown hair, so the coloring for me would be fucking chaos. What do you mean? Oh, like trying to bleach it out? I mean, that's basically my lighting in here makes my hair look a lot more brown than it is. My hair's if you've ever done hair before or dyed your hair, it's considered a level 4, which is like the one level before black. My hair is actually really, really dark. The lighting in here makes it look a lot lighter because I have like a little like I literally am inside of my own handmade softbox. It makes it look lighter, but it takes like 3 bleaches to get it anywhere. What up, sales? Happy New Year 2056. Yep, we're there now. Oh my god, the Glut video. I'm gonna forget forever. We're watching the video from Glut now, and you guys can't stop me because it's actually really fucking cool. I'm blown away. Wow. Wait, how long? I want to hear that last part one more time. Tens of thousands of years it would push back written language. That's amazing. That's really fucking cool. Thank you for God damn it, I typed on the wrong screen. Thank you for sharing that, Glut. That's amazing. I did not hear about that. What up, Brittany? How are you, love? Oh, it all costs money, bitch. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy life, and giving it native swings. Life is awkward. The left side of my face twitches uncontrollably, and the right side of my face is suffering from Bell's palsy. It's the most awkward thing ever. Hi, how are you doing? Viva la revolution. I had a weird twitch in my vagina this morning that perpetuated for about 30 minutes. So I spiritually feel you and sympathize. However, I'm not comparing or saying anything's worse. But also, that's fucking weird. I am so sorry. Thank you, Mayo. I grabbed it. I got it. Thank you. Brittany, Baleen is a really interesting thing. It's actually an evolution of teeth in some whales, including the blue whale, the largest known mammal to ever have walked the earth. And it's a filtration system. So blue whales are huge. I mean, literally enormous as fuck. But they don't have teeth. This is what they have. They have literally like hair in their mouth. And it's used to filter the krill out of the water because what they eat is literally microscopic. And what LZT shared with us earlier is, although the blue whale is one of the biggest fucking is the biggest mammal we've ever known to be on Earth so far, it can't swallow anything bigger than an orange, which is hilarious because I would want to die if this swam near me. Damien, right? Or I mean, I comprehend that they're intelligent, but like language without what I know with language, what language to be is what fucks my brain up. Not normal. No. I was trying to get to this link. So it says 7,000 nurses at 2 of NYC's largest hospitals go on strike. The fuck? No shit. Nurses at two of New York City's largest hospitals walked off the job Monday in dispute over pay and staffing levels after a weekend of negotiations failed to produce deals for new contracts. Good for them. The walkouts began at 6 a.m. and involve as many as 3,600 nurses at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan and 3,500 at Montefiore. Is that how you say it? I don't know. Medical Center in the Bronx. Damn. The New York State Nurses Association, which represents the workers, said it was being forced into this drastic step because of the chronic understaffing that leaves nurses caring for too many patients. Nurses don't want to strike. Bosses have pushed us to strike by refusing to seriously consider our proposals to address the desperate crisis of unsafe staffing that harms our patients, the union said in a statement late Sunday. That's fucking awesome. Good for them. I mean, that's a really scary step to take, but good for them. It's almost like he knows. It's not break. It's 15 minutes. He knows. He's too smart for me. Show me your mouth hair. Oh. Language is a codified linguistic communication system, and this does not qualify, so it wouldn't push back shit. I mean, I'm no expert. See that whale's mouth? This is why you do manscaping. Nobody likes hair in their teeth. Sally, of course you had to go there. That is just disturbing on so many fucking levels. And my soul aches. The bumps for pleasure. Honestly, I have no idea what the bumps are. Braille. I have no idea. Maybe it's part of echolocating because I know they click and squeal and shit. I have the biggest dick on earth, actually. I'd believe it. Hi, Slurm. How are you, love? Archaic proto-hieroglyphs aren't a language either. They turned into a language, but they themselves were not a language. See, I think I've told you this before, LZT. I took one linguistics class, and my professor was so fucking boring. He literally was more monotone and had less affectation to his voice than Ben Stein. Not a joke. As a linguistics professor, not a great. And I couldn't take it. I literally was going fucking brain dead. Hi, Jackie. Good morning. How are you, love? I was going brain dead. But I loved linguistics, and I was sad that, like, destroyed my experience of it, and I stopped taking any linguistics class, so I was like, fuck that. Our next national nursing strikes are on the 18th and 19th this month. That's crazy that they fucking schedule them like that. Horrible therapist. How was your weekend? I blew a party clown. Does this picture I drew properly capture the moment? And it's a penis. It's beautiful. Pro tip, bread is good for getting stuck hair in your throat. I don't think I've ever had hair stuck in my throat. Well, no, I definitely have. You can generate random comics? Oh, shit. That's fun. It's just like oh my god, you totally can. Cute! And then it suddenly is like, you have to subscribe. You don't have to. You can exit out of it. I just have dark mode. It's hard to see. That's pretty cute. I love the oatmeal. The oatmeal is so beyond clever. I'm starting to become an expert, so I guess I'm the best we get. I mean, as far as I know, seriously, I would trust you. I don't know. I don't know anything. I think we should shop around for a replacement. Anyone into linguistics? Oh God. What's your geographical range age you tend to gravitate towards? I also dig archaeology and anthropology. It's fascinating. I feel like it's so vast. It's fucking you gonna study 'em? Oh my God, I have a funny story about Egypt, kind of. So you guys know, I'm, I have Ashkenazi Jew, but I've always been like, I'm not technically a Jew because my mom's not a Jew that we knew of. My mom did 23andMe, and she's the Jew. I totally thought it was gonna be my dad. My dad's dead, so we can't do any ancestry there, obviously. Like, well, nope. Well, nope. We buried his ashes ages ago. I don't think we have anything. No, there's no way to do his. But my dad was like, he was dark, black hair, very, very dark skin, dark black brown eyes. My mom, which if you didn't know, in the Jewish religion or whatever, your mom has to be Jewish to make Jewish kids or whatever. I guess that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to be, uh, what's the word? Shady about it. I just don't know. That's like it. But that was interesting. Egyptology is fucking fascinating. I listen to a lot of Egypt history podcasts, but mostly more about like the biology. Like I just recently listened to one, like you're probably familiar with this if you study hieroglyphs of Egyptology and whatever. There's this common theme in a lot of hieroglyphs of the blue lotus. And for ages, we had no idea why they were so into this blue lotus. And very recently, we were able to attain a sample of a blue lotus from a mummy. Like there was blue lotuses buried with this mummy, and we got a sample, and they figured out what it was for, and it was apparently maybe an aphrodisiac or something to do with fertility. But it was fucking fascinating. But I listened to more of the biology side of it. Like when I love when they get a hold of a mummy with today's technology, a mummy they've never gotten to look at before, and they get so much fucking information out of that mummy. Like, for instance, this one I was listening to recently, a new mummy was donated to the British Museum of something, and so they got to do an autopsy of it and test the tissues and everything, and it ended up that it was a woman and she was a priestess of I can't remember the term for it, but like rich families that were really well to do, sometimes their daughters would just like become priestesses, but it was kind of like being in the reserves of the military. Like you would just go be a priestess for a couple months and then you get to go home and like be your little rich ass self again, and then you go be a priestess. But when you were a priestess for a couple months, it was kind of hellish, and you would dance for like days at a time. But one of the most interesting things that I learned about it was that the vast majority of wealthy, well-to-do people were bald and wore wigs, which we all know because we've seen like the drawings and they all know the hieroglyphs and stuff where they have like the beautiful straight boxy hair. And it was because in order to purify yourself, you had to go bathe in local waters or something like that. And there was this parasite in the local waters that would crawl up inside your toenails into your bloodstream, work its way up to the back of your throat. You would cough because of the irritation. It would burst a pustule in the back of your throat. And then this parasite would slip down into your lungs and attack your respiratory system, and you would die. And almost every single affluent person of this time period specifically had this, which is why they did all these other extraneous things for like health and youth and like life after death. And the average lifespan was only like 45 years because of this. I can't remember what the parasite was. It's actually up until the 90s, it was still a huge fucking deal in Africa in general. Because it's just in the water, and anyone who goes wading in the water, it can crawl into your body if you have any sort of wound, like a hangnail, anything like that. But it was fucking interesting. Deca Bear, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it anus swings. My needy dogs are telling me it's time for a break. I can't believe it's already a break, but I guess. There's just what does the Blue Lotus do? So basically what they found out is they broke it down, and it had 3 different molecules in it that combined were kind of like a steroid for fertility and what they assumed would be some sort of like, what's the word? I'm trying to think of the word for it. Not arousal. It wasn't like Viagra. It was more like a vitamin for sex, I guess, if that's a way to put it. She just keeps trying to crawl up on me, and I'm trying to make it stop because she's going to rip my headphones out of my ear because she's a needy beach. But yeah, that was what the Blue Lotus was. And so they would show people, like if you look at like paintings, if you're into Egyptology shit, There's people, like, sitting on the Blue Lotus, pleasuring themselves on the Blue Lotus, pushing it into other people's faces and shit like that, and it was just like, there's no narcotic in it, and we that's what archaeologists and, Egyptologists really thought it must have been, some sort of narcotic for, like, um, ritual purposes, and it wasn't. And here I'm thinking the worst thing in the fish that swims up your dick, and now I know about toe parasites. Oh, the water sitting water is easily the most foul thing you could ever put your body in. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like zinc, it's similar. Yes, it was similar to that, exactly. It's similar to that idea. It had something to do with, like, good fertility, healthy sexual health. I can't remember the exact I could actually probably pull up the video or the podcast I listened to recently, because I just recently listened to it. Uh Un moment. And then y'all can just watch it and because you know me, my fucking brain, I'm not gonna remember every fucking detail of it because I watch too much shit and I absorb way too much shit. But it's fascinating. This is it. This is the YouTube video version of it. I mean, they make a podcast too and whatever. But it was fascinating if you guys ever want to, just listen to it and learn about the Blue Lotus shit. It was cool. Like chemists actually bust it down into all these different forms. I cannot remember I can't remember the exact 3 things that are in it that do the thing. I can't remember. Man, my brain. If only. This is the problem with ADHD. Like, nothing sticks, but I find it all fascinating. That's why most animals prefer moving water. Yeah, still water is giardia. Good morning, gravity. That seems like folk magic, the home remedy cures we hear about. I mean, that's where everything came from, though, right? Like, everything we use nowadays came from, like, penicillin was just bread mold. My main degree is secular theology and biblical studies, so mostly I study the development of society, mythology, and politics as it relates to Hebrew Bible texts, which covers pretty much the whole area. I used the Venus figurines in my last essay to talk about the depiction of fatness in the Hebrew Bible, so as old as possible, and then Second Temple Judaism is usually where I kind of end, but I also dabble in historical Jesus studies and first century Judea. Jesus Christ. Damn, that was a lot of mouthful. Okay, I have to take a break because my dog. No, you're gonna rip my headphones out, ma'am. I love you. Look at this fool. Why she gotta go to that side? I don't know. You're gonna rip my cord out, boo. All right, quick. Happy New Year, Gravity. I hope it's been rewarding thus far. Quick break so I can unleash my very annoying dogs. I'll be right back. We'll continue. Welcome back. Holy balls. Water, but it's gonna be cold. Whoa! They actually think penicillin was first found in the mold on Egyptian horse saddles. No shit. That's really fucking cool. I didn't know that. What a good tie together. Obviously, the Hebrew writing system evolved the Egyptian hieroglyphics, so that's where that connects to. Oh, I mean, because you guys actually, like, do study this stuff, what is the known oldest written language, or oldest that we know about? Oh my god, Marvel, no shit. Dude, that's literally why we all just say we're 69. I'm not even kidding you. Like, I have an alert for it. If you do exclamation age in the channel, just because I don't care what age you are. But if Twitch or if we find out, we have to ban you, because I mean, I'm responsible for what's said. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not because we're against, the youth of America learning the words cunt or cocks and cum. Trust me. There must be some toros in the atmosphere. I said, burr. It's cold in here. I will do that for the rest of my life. Cheers, Lady Emma. I do have a bowl. Cheers, love. Yeah, no, it's Twitch's thing. Like, if you cuss and talk about adult topics, you have to consider yourself an 18+ stream. Literally. And if I'm talking about something inappropriate and you say you're under 18, I can get in trouble, and my chat can get, like, literally my channel can get shut down by Twitch because I'm not following the rules or whatever. That's the only reason. I'm not, like, banning people because they're young, just because of your age. I don't think age matters, honestly, anymore. I think like, for the most part, if you're an internet person, I don't know how to put that. The age has kind of become null because the internet makes it so, you know, I was born in '88, but most of my favorite music comes from the '70s and '60s, and it doesn't matter. I'm exposed to that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Like, just don't care. Just got to keep it safe. Exactly. Cheers. Marvel, I believe it. I believe that. They had like testers for food and shit for a while. Cuneiform? Is that how you say it? Cuneiform? An update to my respiratory clinic appointment. They're putting me on inhalers. I don't know what ones yet. I was only told today. Yet, let me know what you're put on. I bet it's some steroids. I feel at least 69. I feel that way in the morning when my body snap crackle pops like cereal. 30 is the new 69. Did you hear about the new nuclear fusion breakthrough that happened a couple weeks ago? Oh, Chuck, I very vaguely remember. I think I heard something about it. We did something for the first time ever. Very recently. Oh my God, what was it? What did we do? We did something crazy for the first time ever. I say that all the time when I'm cold. My partner is too young to remember it. Oh my God. When Eliza and I are together, we quote that movie way too much for health. And that movie is fairly racist. In like looking at it in today's terms, like at one point they literally say like, you're going to pump my gas one day to an entire team of like people of color. It's just pretty wild, but damn. Cheers. Cuneiform? Is it cuneiform? Am I saying that right? Cuneiform. A client called you and put you on hold? The fuck? It's a different sort of steroid. So hydrocortisone is like a topical steroid, right? The steroids that would go into your lungs are totally for a different thing. It's not like you're going to be on, I mean, you're not going to be on an inhaler, prednisone or something like that. So hold on, I'm trying to catch, what did we do? Exactly. We managed fusion, but only briefly. Pretty damn cool. Was that it? Yeah, I think I did, like, right before Vissy came. So then Vissy was here, and of course, that was where my attention went, and I just completely forgot. Damn it. Anime, right? I honestly believe that. For me at least, like, at a certain point in time, it did, like, you know, it would be hard to be friends with someone who was 20 years older than you, for instance, because you would have nothing to talk about. The types of media and your lifestyles you were exposed to in the prime of your life were so vastly different. You would have no experiences that were similar. But nowadays, I mean, you know, like, I'm 34, but I grew up on Rodgers and Hammerstein musicals and black and white film, and, like, you know, it just I don't think it really matters anymore. My ex was 12 years older than me, Zach's 8 years older than me, we have plenty to talk about, whereas there was a time and space where I would think that was kind of like, 12 years especially, like, what would you talk about, I guess? But, I mean, again, I think the caveats, like, if the more you expose yourself to, the less that matters, and I think as internet people, for lack of a better term, like, we tend to be very, very self-educated, whether that's for the better or the worse sometimes. You know, age is dumb. I mean, I was gonna say, like, not to, like, out anybody, but Eliza and I became friends before she was 18. She was a mod of mine before she was 18. Like, we've been friends for and she's 10 years younger than me, and she's one of my best friends in the entire world. Like, we have tons in common, and for as much as we just sit around in silence and smoke pot, we have plenty to talk about because I don't think it really is that much of a thing anymore, unless you're one of those personality types that's, like, stuck in your time, which is fine. I mean, then I don't know. You know, there's those people that are just like, back in my day, because they live there. I gotta grind up some weed. The netizens, I like that. Make love to the morning dove. I like your name. Welcome. Hello. It depends on interest. 100% yes. basically shot lasers into a thingy with the power of, say, 1 gigawatt and got out 2.2 gigawatts. That's amazing. Meaning there was a return of 125% or something like that, and it was for 1 split second, but yes, that's amazing. The thing with the fusion was they managed to get a release of energy that was more than they put in for the first time ever in history, right? My husband's best friend's 10 years older than him, and honestly, I forget that he's 50 sometimes and that we're early 40s. I don't think about people's age unless they say it. Like, it doesn't come up unless, I mean, that's a lie. It probably comes up if they say something hella antiquated. Then maybe. I mean, I'm sure I date myself. Like, we date ourselves every once in a while if we're like, when I was a kid and I watched blah, 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 blah. Sure. But, I mean, what I watched when I was a kid is still on. So, I don't know. Prednisone sucks. I had to take some for an ulnar nerve, yeah, in your elbow, and for shoulder and bicep tendonitis. 2 separate occasions, and it was awful. I'm super sensitive to caffeine and have horrible insomnia, and it didn't work. Just made me sleep for shit like a week. Oh, like shit for a week. Wow, I really mixed that one up, huh? That fucking sucks. Prednisone is hard on your body. A lot of people, like, when they hear they're gonna go on a steroid or they're gonna go on meds or something, they get terrified. They get right away, it's like, oh, I'm gonna go on prednisone. That's We try not to over abuse prednisone because it is really hard on your body. So the cuneiform, am I still saying that right? Cuneiform? I hope so. Is easy to do because it's like grooves in clay. So like a clay tablet, you write with angled sticks like runes. That's also how we have the evidence, thus oldest known. Is that the one where it's like a line and then hashes through it? Is that cuneiform? I've seen that one. I can't remember where, but I've seen that one. Grind up weed. That's what I'm doing. It didn't work, by the way. I had to get surgery for both things. Jesus Christ. Almost 2 months post-op. I too have a fucked up shoulder. I've never had surgery on it. One of my brothers got surgery on his. I'm gonna grind up some lilac diesel because it's classic and it's amazing. One of my brothers got surgery on his, and for some reason, people in my family, like, I know my dad was this way, and one of my aunts is this way. We're not a keloid farmer in terms of external keloids. So some people that have keloids, like if they get their ears pierced, they'll grow like a mushroom of scar tissue off the back of their ear. We aren't like that. We grow scar tissue in that, like, if we have surgery on the inside, the scar tissue just never stops growing. So I have an aunt who has a fucked up shoulder because she worked as a nurse in an ER for like 40 something years. That is squeaking. I am so sorry. And this particular ER was old. It was an older hospital, and they didn't have automatic doors for the vast majority of the time she worked there. And so when you're dragging heavy ass gurneys in and out of those huge ass fireproof doors with the giant, like, gunk gunk thing on them, the huge handle thing that you just like slam your hip into. So basically, for like 40 something years, she was slamming her shoulder into these doors, dragging gurneys through it, and it destroyed everything in her shoulder. And they've done multiple surgeries, and now she's just on constant pain therapy, drugs and acupuncture, so on and so forth, just a million things because her body won't stop building scar tissue on the injury. Same thing happened to my brother. I crashed into a tree, snowboarding as a child. Fucked up my shoulder. Did not get surgery though because of those 2 instances, and it just hurts. Like, I just have like tightness. And sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and my fingies are numb because I sleep on my arm weird, I guess. I like fall asleep like this and wake up with numb hands. But the surgery just scares the shit out of me because I don't want to like cause more of an issue, or like just a different form of an issue. Correct, which has limitless potential for sustainable energy. That would be fucking amazing. When's the last time we did anything that big? They make doctors taste prednisone in college so they know how fucking gross it tastes before they prescribe it as a liquid. Oh my god. Prednisone is fucking disgusting. There's another steroid. I'm trying to, I can't remember the name of it, but is it a corticosteroid? Fuck, it doesn't matter. It's an inhaled product, but like, normally what we do is we have like your little inhaler, your little mask and there's a little cup dangling off of it. We unscrew the cup, squeeze the whatever into it, screw it back on, turn it on the wall, and it nebulizes into your face and you breathe it in. There's one we do that's really weird, and the fluid is like this thick, syrupy yellow, and it coats your mask and coats all the tubing in just this sticky yellow shit, and the smell of it is so similar to something in a dentist's office. Like, it's almost like the smell of grinding teeth. I know, that's really disgusting. There's a smell to it that makes me wanna die inside. I hate it beyond reason, and I don't know what the fuck it is, but it like, it was usually very seriously ill patients with, like, cystic fibrosis and shit like that, like, end-stage stuff that we were using the steroid on. But fuck, dude, I'll never forget the smell of it. It was so bad. So bad. Katie, how are you? Ignorable comment. I'm not used to hearing Zach instead of Zeke. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I know. You know what's crazy? I'll tell you why I do that because I get that a lot. People will be like, "Who's Zach?" I know it's very bizarre. I knew him as Zach before I ever knew him as Zeke. I didn't watch his channel or anything before I met him. Seriously. So the first time I ever met Zach, we were both cast separately in a roleplay.com show that was, what was it? Vampire the Masquerade. And it was Bronze Girl, Zeke, myself, Pocket, and Elspeth. And he introduced himself as Zach, like in the offline calls and shit like that. And I was like, okay, this is Zach. I And then I started watching his channel, and then I'm not even shitting you. I went to go visit his family for the first time. His family calls him Zeke. Like his mom calls him Zeke. His aunts call him Zeke. I was the standout. Like I'm the freak. It's fine. Please continue with Zeke. It's me. Oh my god, Delicia. I'm gonna fuck your name up forever, I swear to God. It's our thing. How was it though? This is a huge jump, right? Corticosteroids are disgusting. Makes you want to die inside. I'm really good at smiling through the pain. My ex, my son, and my current boss are all named Zach. Awkward. Damn, that's a lot of Zach. I have a cousin named Zach. But we always called him Zachy or Zachariah. I don't know. I don't know why. Hello, Sierska. Hello, Fraser. How are you? Vampire the Masquerade to Redemption was a great game. Vampire the Masquerade is one of my favorite systems to play out of ever. It's just so fun and so unique and so there's so much potential. I don't know. It's just awesome. I'm trying to think of one that I mean, maybe is it Army of Darkness, the one we did Nocturne out of? It's on the bottom shelf over there. I can't see it. Army of Darkness, whatever that one was. That one is probably the only one comparable where it's like seethingly evil, but like not. Dude, I do look like I'm dying inside when I smile like that. Is that why my mom told me my whole life to smile for real? Hello, Coco. How are you, love? Glut, thank you for gifting a sub to Insanity. Insanity, use a ball was the highest order, go forth and be consensual in all the ways. And you know what's up. I love you, boo. How are you? 1 week post-op, so still healing. How are you how are you feeling? Are you feeling good? Like you're healing? I hope so. You a strong bitch. I'm naked and soaking wet. That's hot. Make sure to dry yourself off. You don't want to mold. Eternal Nocturnal. Oh my god, did you guys see Zeke's tweet? We think our anniversary is technically January 6th. We think. We've tried to figure it out because we're adults. We didn't have like that. I passed her a note on this day asking her to be my girlfriend, but we think. And Zach tweeted the cutest thing and the like hashtag I'll always choose you. I literally almost choked and died. That still fucks me up. How many years later? The fuck? I walked in and they had a little antechamber. Had to show ID and they buzzed me into the facility. Then it was a big, huge deli sign with a million things listed behind a long counter with a few display cases. It felt like you needed to know what you wanted. Oh my god. But once you talked to someone, did you still feel that way? Because I feel like at first it's like that, but once you talk to someone at the dispensary, once you talk to one of the bud tenders, they are so excited they're more excited if you don't know what you're doing than if you do. They are so excited to show you everything on the wall and to talk about it. It's like me with spiders. That's how excited they are about the weed. That's been my experience. I hope it didn't stay like weird like that. I used to do vampire LARPs, played a Tori and dragged a classical guitar with me everywhere. Oh, it's so cool. We literally just sit and play for an hour. During their IRL blood drive events was a blast. Oh my god. I've spent my entire life trying not to be a Malkavian. I haven't talked about the new show today. Did you guys know that I'm in a new RP show coming this month? January 30th. It's going to be on Mondays. I'll nag you about it. Don't worry. It's gonna be super cool. I'm very fucking excited. Bruising aside, first 2 days sucked though. The first 2 days are always the worst. Like the literal amount of internal bruising and shit like that. Oh, I'm glad you feel amazing though. Jesus. That's good. Only 2 days later, or a week later, I guess. Week. Emma, thank you so much for some of the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it any swings. I appreciate you, love. I keep getting my headphone cord stuck on something. I must move it. This is so annoying. Almost 2 years in this wonderful place. You guys are my home, spiritually and physically.
Hail the Dank Lord.
January 6th is the day Megan was released. No shit. That's perfect. Same with the hubs and I. No idea when the official start date is, so we just use our wedding anniversary and add 2 years. We basically figured it was like he visited me in January 3 years ago, like at the beginning of the month. And we tried to look at the flight dates. I just don't know. So we just like, but January 6th, like what a weird day to have as your anniversary. Our January 6th was before the insurrection, by the way. Jesus Christ. Hi, Mickey. How are you, love? Megan is so good. Oh my God, Andrew, I cannot stop telling people to go see it. Oh, it's so good. We went and saw it in theaters. Oh, it's so fucking good. Oh my God, it's so good. It's easily, I mean, I say this without hesitation. It's the best haunted doll movie I've ever seen. Period. And I'm not saying the doll's haunted. I just don't know how else to say that, like, genre. You know, like the Chucky, Annabelle, so on and so forth. The Boy. All those. I don't know how else to say it. I'm not necessarily saying there's a haunting. Just saying sentient doll series, I guess. Or not series, movie. It was so fucking good. Oh God, please go see it. Please see it if you haven't. Megan is so worth your time. So is The Menu, which is on HBO. It's not in theaters anymore. Oh my God, that one is phenomenal. I wish I would have seen that one in theaters. The guy was moderately helpful. I told him what I was looking for. He gave me suggestions. I mean, at least he was kind of helpful. That's kind of a bummer though. My bud tenders are so fucking enthusiastic about weed. I'm only 30 minutes from Salem, Massachusetts, and they do big vampire LARPing events. Oh, I'm so jealous. That's so cool. I did. Oh, it's so good. The Evil Dead trailer looks so fucking good. That played before Megan. I'm so excited. Yeah, there's a lot of really good movies coming out. I'm very excited. Patient number 9, you silly fuck. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class 11, giving it native swings for 6 fucking months.
Hail the Dank Lord.
I appreciate you. January 30th is my birthday, so that's going to be easy to remember. Frizer. Oh my God. Good morning. Nice tie-dye. Oh, it's GD. What time of year is it, babe? Last night, he sang Christmas tunes at me. He was so excited about GDQ, and he didn't even realize it. It's the most wonderful time of the year. That's literally what he did. It happened in my house. It happened. Is it scary? I don't think it's, I mean, it's like creepy. But it didn't scare me, and I'm scared of dolls. Like, I am legit horrified of dolls. I don't like scary doll movies where like The Boy scared the shit out of me. Annabelle, not a fan. Like, they scare me. It's more enjoyable. Yeah, it's more like and it's nothing like the movies I'm about to say it, but it's more like Saw than it is like any of the other sentient doll movies, if that makes sense. It's more based on like the gore and the shock factor than the creepiness. Although it is very creepy. Like, there are moments when it's very creepy. Very creepy. Like, not a spoiler, because you all know, I mean, she's fucking in every trailer ever, the doll thing. But the way she like charges is her charging station is just the bay window in this child Katie's room. Katie and Megan, it's happening. In Katie's room, it's literally like a bay window with a seat, and the doll just like sits down, and the seat kind of goes blink blink, and the doll just goes. And so when you walk into the kid's room, the kid's asleep, and you just see this fucking like child-sized doll sitting in the bay window in the moonlight with its eyes open, like staring. It's very those are the things to me. It's more scary when it's not moving and talking than when it is. So it didn't fuck me up. Like, it didn't scare me. But it's creepy, I guess. Megan, it's a new one that came out. It's by the people who made Annabelle, actually. It's Megan or M3GEN, excuse me. Look how fucked up my fingers are. That's what happens when you play basketball, my dudes. Ugh. HBO couldn't find the menu? No shit? I mean, Mickey, you know how to attain it otherwise, right? The menu's not in theaters anymore. It's on HBO Max if you have it, but the menu is also phenomenal. Again, more of a thriller suspense, not like a you're going to go to bed like thinking things are under your bed. Like neither of these movies are like that, if that makes sense. They're just more entertainment, but holy shit, the menu was so good. Oh my god, it was so good. So good. Fines. What's his first name? I remembered the last one. It's not Finininus. It's Fiennes, something Fiennes. It's Voldemort. Lord Voldemort's in it, and it's Ralph Fiennes. Thank you, Ralph Fiennes. He's great. I mean, so fucking good. Yes, the menu is very midsummery. Gives you kind of a midsummery vibe without all like the existential symbolism, I guess. Yes, my bud tenders love answering questions. What they're there for. Dude, even when I do an online order, my bud tenders always are like, "So I know this is what you ordered, but can I pull out a few of my favorites right now and show them to you of what we have?" And I always say yes. Like I will never turn down sniffing a different strain if it's better or smells better or whatever. I mean, my bud tenders are usually stoked. That's what I was saying. Like I hope they didn't make you feel so lost like that because that's just not very nice. Me too, Chucky. Oh my god, I fucking love Evil Dead so much. I am so excited. It looks so good. So good. Yes, Megan is more funny. The dance, the dance scene, that's all I'll say. Literally, I fucking died. Have you seen the videos of like 50 girls all the same like height dressing up as Megan and doing the together in sync with each other? It's a horror show. It is so scary, but phenomenally well done. Like, what the fuck? Raz, which one? The menu? Both are good. I watched both those movies this week, and they were, I mean, normally I don't get that many winners in a week, but god damn were those movies good. Bishop 47, the only thing I go to bed worried about is if I'm going to get up again. You worried about that? Do we need to worry? I want to know one thing about Megan. Who in their right mind would create a robot companion with special forces level combat abilities? Same. I think because they wanted it to be a protector, but like, I mean, look what we've made dogs. We've made killer dogs with guns on their backs. Like, come on now. Humans are one sniff away. Oh god, it's scary. I call Megan a gay people horror movie. It's so damn campy and matches humor and horror perfectly. Like, if you had, like, I don't think it's trying to be funny though. Like, I think it's a particular, because I laughed hysterically most of it, especially because it features Katie and Megan almost exclusively, which is hilarious. Katie is either a dead child or a haunted child. It's guaranteed. That's what's happening. That's why I like Letterkenny so much. It's the first normal Katie to exist in media. Oh, wait. This took a while because I was looking for the right stuff. Please open these together. Wait, what is it? Okay. Oh, that's cute. So this is cuneiform. Cuneiform? That's cuneiform. That? Interesting. And then this is the translation. That's a love song. I love this song too. The music video is really fucking cool. I know I'm saying it wrong. Someone spelled it out like phonetically in chat earlier, and I think I did it right once, and it's fucked up again. Cuneiform. I'm probably putting emphasis on the wrong syllable. That's a weird word, and I apologize for my American ways. Wednesday's really good. I enjoyed Wednesday a lot. It's very cute, and it spun in a way I did not expect. We've also made killer dolphins. I mean, not that they weren't already killers. Best joke I read is the acting of Megan's kind of wooden. Jesus Christ. I really liked Wednesday. Yeah, it was good. Cuneiform. That's what I thought it was, cuneiform, but then Lizzie's saying cuneiform. Cuneiform. Is it like an English versus American thing? That might be what's happening here. We should check all shredded wheat for songs. Amen. Amen. I hope. I mean, so I literally just recently started rewatching Wednesday, and on the very first episode, it says this season on Wednesday, which, in my opinion, means a season 2 is coming, right? Okay, let me read the poem. Hold on. So the poem in this creepy ass thatchy shit. A royal love song from summer. Vigorously. Okay, this is great. Vigorously he sprouted and sprouted, watered it being lettuce. In his black garden of the desert bearing much yield, did my darling of his mother, my barley stalk or barley corn, clitoris, full of allure, sexual pleasure in its furrow between labia, which I'm assuming is the lettuce. Water it being lettuce. I'm just reading it how the punctuation is. I'm sorry if it sounds so offbeat. Did my one a very apple or fruit tree bearing fruit at the top, water it being a garden, the honey sweet man, was doing sweet things to me. My lord, side note, common word for husband. My lord, don't tell Zach that. My lord, the honey sweet man, the godly one, my darling of his mother. Oh. His hands honey sweet, his feet honeying, was doing sweet things to me, his limbs being sweet and sweet, sweet honey. He was doing sweet things to me. Wow, he's so sweet, though. I'm starting to think he has an issue and maybe is going through ketosis. Oh my one who of a sudden was doing sweet things, again, ketosis, to the whole insides up to the navel. I'll add a translation there. Was a kidney scratcher, ? My darling of his mother. She keeps mentioning the mother. Like, why are you thinking of mothers? Jesus Christ. My desert honey loins. Dessert, excuse me. No, it is desert. My desert honey loins, darling of his mother. You watered it being lettuce. Wait, is it dessert or desert? It's spelled with one S, but I would assume, I mean, if it's a desert, wouldn't that mean it was void of the sweet, sweet honey she claims she's getting from my darling of his mother? Just me? From the inside up to the navel, I'm saying fucking kidney scratching shit going on here. Cheers to that cock. My God. Desert is in the color. Oh, so my beige honey pussy. Okay. Honestly, as long as it's clean, that's my biggest, like, I don't give a fuck what it looks like. Just please be clean. The biggest turn on involving any form of genitals is a clean genital. And I'll stand by that till my dying day. I'm so aroused from the honey sweet honeyed. His pee smells like maple syrup. I'm saying, like, if your excretions smell that sweet, you have a metabolic issue going on. Like, anorexics and bulimics will often have a very honey sweet breath because their body's breaking down and eating their heart muscle, and the product of that is ketones, which you tend to breathe out your mouth, and it smells like kind of sickly sweet rotten fruit. It's really weird. I'd be surprised if someone hadn't put that to death metal yet. Wilford Brimey Wilfred Brimley is worried about this man. The world's oldest song we have is a repetitive sex song involving mommy issues, dude, for real. And a possible dry ass puss. Stove, thank you. I slept on wet hair today, so you get a treat of my natural texture, which I normally hide with lots of burning. What about if they're military genitals, like general genitals? Wait, what do you mean? What happens then? Aren't they just more sad and angry? It's like sweet garbage. Yeah, it's disgusting. Marilyn Maverick, you silly fuck. Thank you so much for summoning class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an 80 swings for fucking ever. I appreciate you. How are you? You're hot. I'm actually quite cold. Diabetes. Do people with diabetes have the sweet breath as well? I never thought about it, but that would make sense, honestly. Sometimes. The fact that they kept saying it being your pussy over and over, I bet the ghosts of these guys are ripping the shit out of each other still now because people still talk about that one embarrassing night. Dude, for real, though. When you just, like, came too fast all over her lettuce. I have mommy issues, and that I love my mommy. She's pretty great. I have daddy issues, and that my dad died in front of me when I was 7, and I date old men. I mean, what? Men look just the dumbest to me when naked and at attention. I don't understand anyone liking the sight. Glad people do, though. Dude, honestly, everyone, I think, just, like, butt-ass naked, at attention, looks hilarious. Everybody. It's only cool when you smush those things together, but everybody just, like, naked it's a weird thing. I don't know. I feel it's weird. It feels medical. But I get you on that. I feel that way about my naked body, but I've definitely got fucked a few times or 3 in my life, so it can't be that bad. You can get diabetic ketoacidosis, but I meant more because of Wilfred Brimley. No, you're right. My bad. I literally just came in and I have no idea what we're talking about. Anything and everything, man. I don't know. I was gone for a couple days because I had company, so I spent some days with her. So we were just catching up, genitals and such. It was a long time. It was a long, long time ago, and it's taken men a long time to realize that you got to wet the lettuce before you go inside the navel. Word. My grandpa taught me my very first blonde joke. Why was the blonde lady's belly button sore and red? Because her boyfriend was blonde too. It took me like 10 years to figure that one out. So that's life. The rigid posture and vulnerability is such a contrast. Exactly. That's what it is. It's like you're so vulnerable and just like, I don't know. It feels sterile. Yeah, same. I feel like that's all awkward and strange. Ancient bitches loved putting their dick up to the navel. Good God. Good God. Good God. You know what's funny? Like, I think evolutionarily, that's why people like worship big dick energy, which we all don't agree with and think is stupid here because we know better. But like, that's the thing because I think ancient knowledge was like, oh, the bigger the dick, the further up you can get it and the more likely you'll impregnate. But actually, you're way more likely to impregnate your lady if you get her to come. Just saying. Doesn't really matter if you get her to come. What up, Elle? How are you, love? Thank you for the follow, Victaboom. How are you? Chat, can I see your lettuce? Wash it first. Always wash your lettuce. Lettuce is literally torn out of the field and stuffed in a bag right on the spot. It is covered in shit. Covered in shit. No! Viata, I totally get it. Being an adult sucks. It's literally the worst. The navel's the only way I can get to the... You do you, boo-boo. You got this. Everybody's anatomically different, but I don't think PPs are supposed to reach your navel because your navel's literally the middle of your body. So wherever your belly button is the middle of your torso. So like, well, I guess, is it to my pit? I guess. That's a no thank you from me. That's a big fucking no thank you. Guess it's gonna take me 10 years. I mean, good luck. It took me a very long time. I think literally my grandfather was dead by the time I understood that joke. Marilyn, you know what's funny? I learned that when I was in Greece. Big penises were seen as like grotesque. Basically, if you were a shower, not a grower, you were seen as kind of gross. That's why all Greek statues that still have a cock, it tends to be kind of a small, like a, smaller, limp little guy hanging in his little bush of nonsense. Because they didn't think it was attractive at all. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I don't know. Well, I think a lot more people were naked. But I get a big greasy cheeseburger when I'm done, so it balances out. Dude, that sounds amazing, though. What kind of cheeseburger? Like, is it from a place we would recognize? I'm talking from the lettuce to the navel. Jesus Christ, no. Jesus Christ, that's a big no, thank you. I've walked out on a few penises in my life because it looked like they might do that, and I just don't want to be scarred, physically and emotionally. Medieval sex is super interesting. Those people cared more about a woman's orgasm than we collectively care about them today. 100%. Oh my God, what were we looking at? A couple weeks in chat, someone shared an article. My music just stopped out of nowhere. Shared an article on. Oh, scientists recently discover that. What was it? Snakes may have a clitoris and may experience sexual pleasure. But then, like, I kept reading the article, and later down it was like, but we don't know because scientists really haven't fully grasped the idea of the female orgasm yet. And it's just. We're fingering snakes now? What's going on? What's going on? Little snail buddy in his cozy little snail home. We can't wear cod pieces without getting weird looks. Moose knuckles frowned upon. I mean, there are showers now. I dated a shower before, and when I lived in Maryland, actually, and I asked him multiple times, because, in the summer it's fucking hot. You wear, like, basketball shorts. You could see his religion from a mile away. And I would ask regularly, like, do you feel that? Do you feel the pants? Because, like, does it bother you everyone can see the ridge of your caca at all? Caca! I don't know. No, the answer was no. Nobody cares. I don't know. I guess if you're just a shower, you're just a shower. It's like having very pronounced nipples and just nipping through everything. Like, what are we gonna do? I guess. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's weird. I don't know. I think that would bother me. The Secret Sex Lives of Medieval. Wait, is that actually a book? Stop it. I love reading books like that. I gotta write that down. Hold on. I have a piece of cardboard. This will be perfect. Pen! I love reading shit like that. Oh my God. The Secret Sex Lives of Medieval Women? Fuck yes. Thank you. I love finding cool books like that. If you're into reading, like, historical kind of weird learny books like that, one of the good ones I read was actually called, oh, can I see it? It's like the history of poison, or the history of the art of poison. Fuck. I can't see it on my bookshelf. It must be lower. Damn. Fuck, what is it? It's like the history of poison making or something like that. And it goes through basically, starting with, like, the Medicis and how they were, like, poison manufacturers just for the murdering of peoples. But it goes through, like, how we had a lot of poisons in makeup and stuff like that, and how we still have them in stuff today, and stuff that's considered safe but wasn't really, and was considered safe back then but wasn't really, like arsenic and shit like that. It's really fucking interesting, and I cannot for the life of me. I'll have to grab it on my break. I can't. I think it's just a shelf lower than I can see. Even woman snakes getting fucking stiffed, right? Instead of figuring it out, they'd rather write an article about how they can't figure it out. A local brewery restaurant, the Hub's getting a growler or whatever's the flavor. Oh, fuck yes, dude. Hell yes. I know, Elle. It's education all day, every day. I'm just a wealth of stupid facts. Your coronal ridges. I'm saying. Like, can you feel it? They're spending their time studying animal orgasms, but the female orgasm's still a mystery. I don't find it a mystery. Skin slip, how are you, love? Same could be said about camel toe. I mean, for real, like, I would never shame someone. Like, some people just have outer vaginas and some people have innies. Like, I'm not going to hate on someone. Leggings are comfortable. Snakes have two clits. Makes sense when snakes have two dicks. Snakes are weird. What about marsupials, though? Don't marsupials just have a very crazy, like, forked peni? Eventually, you decide you're wearing hammer pants for the rest of your life, or you get over it. I would assume I would just get over it, because it's not like, I mean, what are people going to... You have a penis. Yes, I do. I do. Yes, I do have a penis. Same thing if someone just has pronounced nipples and nips. I can see your nipples. Oh my god, I have nipples. Big shock there. I mean, what do you do? Who grabs a piece of cardboard to take notes? CK does. Dude, I have so many weird things on my desk to like grab, like crafty, weird shit everywhere, but no paper. Not just like a normal piece of paper. I have paper towels. There's my notepad. I normally have a notepad, and then on my day off, like I go through all my notes that I took during the week and like watch movies and shit. Oh my god, Glut! I don't know if you're still here, if you're lurking. I watched Amber Rush, by the way, and I cried. Was that what it was called? Amber? I don't know. I watched it. Holy shit! What the fuck? Yeah, I normally have a little. Shut up. Shut up. Secret sex lives of medieval women. If anybody missed it, I'm gonna find it. That sounds fun. If you're a shower, just don't go commando or it looks like you have a wild weasel in your pants when you run. I don't know how that's comfortable. Cuz I mean, even as someone who has relatively small boobs for their size, I have to wear some tight ass sports bra nonsense to run because it feels like my skin is tearing off my collarbone with every like step. And I imagine with a dick and balls, it's still like, I don't know. I've always imagined all that shit down there would just be a fucking pain in the dick when you move around. No pun intended, but maybe that's just me. Little black dress, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe they tape it. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I got teased mercilessly by my favorite online gaming community in good fun for having some crotch blowout in my favorite pair of jeans. Oh my god, I have a funny story about that. Um, Sister Nunith, why did I hear those sounds in your chambers last twilight? Sister Nunith sweats. I was engaging in matrimony with Jesus. Oh, valid. You should write a script, Lizzie. I'm not a shower, I don't think. Dicks are weird, but I'm not consciously aware of my flaccidity in most situations. Temperature and friction are the main things I notice. And that's what I'm saying. All the dudes all my friends and significant others who have been like showers to the point where like even in boxer briefs, you're going to see the ridge. The ridge. You know, I've asked and they're like, you don't, I think it's just because you have, like, you don't, it's your dick. You've never not had it. So you probably just, that's your life. Find out how to have fun with what you got. Amen. Cardboard was more on brand. I know, right? It has glue all over it, too. What's the other side say? Water the spiders. Bleach. Rip paper. Motion. Organized bookshelf. There was a to-do list. I use anything. I'm very much into repurposing. It feels not comfortable. It looks not comfortable. Have you ever watched people play basketball and their dicks like hitting each other is in the eye, essentially? Jesus Christ. Wieners are not that heavy. They don't really drag. I've always like I think it's because wieners are like whatever's in the wiener is actually attached internally, whereas like breast tissue is not really. You know? Like the actual it's just like a sack of fat. So if you ran without like support, it feels like it's ripping. It feels like my chest is ripping off. Sakata Kiss, how are you, my love? It's like nosebleeds. You just don't notice it. I guess you call it dick blindness. Oh my god, I get nosebleeds though, and I notice. I'm like, why does my boogers suddenly taste good? Oh wait, what? The ridge, TM. The lip of the helmet, if you will. Why even are there growers and showers? Honestly, it all has to do with your muscle makeup and your anatomy. I have no idea what the evolutionary benefit of any of it is because everybody's dick shrinks when it's cold and, you know, engorges again when it's not. I don't know. I assume it's the same kind of shit. Like, you know, there's any nipples and outie nipples, but both work. Both feed a baby. I don't know. It's like nipple blindness. It's mostly vascular tissue and adipose fat. Yeah, it's just the what is it? Spongiform or something like that. It's been years since I took anatomy. I think it was called spongiform is like the crazy like sponge tissue that engorges with blood that no other body has. That like the penis is very unique. Hi Mag, how are you? Oh man, I call it my sausage surprise. Shut up. Shrinkage is absolutely real. And like I know more about your balls. Your balls are connected to an abdominal muscle that drops down with your testicles when your body decides you're going to be a boy when you're in the womb. And it's called the cremaster muscle, and it's like the lower abdominal muscle that creates the V cut if you're like hella skinny. And that abdominal muscle is what cradles the balls and helps them move around because if the sperm reaches a certain temperature, it all dies, you know? So it needs that, but I don't think any of that involves the penis. I don't remember. It's been a lot of years. It's been a lot of years. Literally cremaster. Yeah. That's not a joke. That's one of the coolest, I mean, there's a lot of things that I'll be like, oh, that's the vagus nerve. I mean, the vagal nerve. But I remembered it as the vagus nerve because it's the nerve that goes from your brain to your liver. And when you go to Vegas, you destroy your liver. Vagal, Vegas. That's how I got through school, right fucking there. Not Vegas, just making little rhymes. But cremaster, I didn't need anything. I know, Mag. Welcome to it. Education day. I'm a grower, I think. It hasn't grown yet, but maybe one day. Same. I'm hoping. It's kind of like, remember how we used to wait for our Harry Potter letter? Now I'm just waiting for my penis. Your balls are connected to the cremaster, yes. Which was, like, in all fetuses, it's the abdominal muscle. But if you have the right chromosome from your parents, that means you're going to develop testicles instead of ovaries. Then when they descend, they take one of these abdominal muscles with them. And that abdominal muscle is what makes your balls able to move like a lava lamp. And it's called the cremaster muscle. And that's literally, it's just controlling a temperature gradient in your balls. So if you're really hot, your balls will drag away from you to cool down. And if you're really cold, your balls will suck up to get warmer. Because it's trying to keep the spermies alive. Weird, huh? The penis jerking muscle? Wait, this one? Wait, what? What? This is the reason you get a stomach ache when you're hitting the balls. Exactly. Because when you're hitting the balls, it's like getting punched in one single abdominal muscle, and that clenches, but it's still attached. And so these abdominal muscles clench in response as well. In very layman's terms. Yes, that is why you get an infinite stomach ache. Because your body literally, it's like it's a reaction of the muscle contracting because it's been hit, but as well, your body's trying to protect your balls from whatever trauma is happening. So it clenches them as hard as possible, up to you as fast as possible, and that can cause a really bad stomach ache. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bodies are crazy and cool. How are you, Jack? I'm sorry. I'm trying to see if I missed anyone in chat because I was talking about balls. I get excited. As you can tell, I paid a lot of attention when it came to the sexual part of anatomy and physiology. I found it very fascinating. I have a weird nerve twinge in my boob today. Okay, but how does that impact the lettuce though? Well, we don't have, I mean, if your gonads stay ovaries, then no abdominal muscle drops, so that means there's nothing down there. So really, if you kicked me in the lettuce, I mean, I've never been kicked in the lettuce. However, I did grow up riding horses. And if you wear like let's say leggings or just spandex pants when you're riding the horse, sometimes you can get this like imagine like a piece of your penis skin of the shaft getting pinched between two bones or like two knuckles. That's what it feels like because like one of your lettuces is getting pinched up against your pelvic bone and whatever hard surface you just bounced on with your legs spread, like maybe a horse's saddle. So like wear denim. Does that make sense? Oh, your taint muscle? You mean like that huge muscle that goes back to your asshole? Oh my god, I don't remember what that muscle's called, actually. Hold on. I'll look it up. I'll Google it. You guys save your Google search histories. I got this. Why is this happening? The perineum! Perineum. I brain farted on it. What happens if a horse steps on your lettuce? How tiny was its feet? And how big is the lettuce? Your tummy is the ouchy part of your body. You hurt your feelings, tummy go ouch. Headache, tummy ouch. Hit balls, tummy ouch. Stub toe, tummy is yet again upset about said stubbed toe. Why? Because tummy is the child of your body. Amen. Always follow your gut. Bodies are weird and fascinating fucking things. I got a dip. I got a dip, Katie. I got a slip disc in my back. Fuck off. Oh my god, ow. What do you do about that? Solve this, medical maiden. If it's all connected to the abdomen, how do those guys who enjoy getting hit in the balls deal with the stomach cramps of it? Are they just really good muscle control of their pelvic floor muscles? So to not let that contract, honestly, I have no idea. I'm assuming it's probably a mixture of a certain level of muscular control, and they probably like that part. I'm assuming if someone likes being kicked in the balls, they've probably got other kinks they're really into that aren't your and my appetite. Not that I'm here to shame. I don't want to do that. But I'm assuming they're probably into that part. I don't know. I wouldn't. But I saw a video, again, when I was way too young with the internet in my hands. I saw, it was a GIF, but like a long GIF from way back in the day. And this dude was getting railed by literally a dildo like this big around and like this long. And you could see it like bulging out his belly in the front. Bodies are miraculous. I don't understand anything. The more I know about medicine and the human body and how it works, the less I know. The less I understand. Like, I can spat out cute names all day, like epididymis, but I just don't. Your sperm doesn't have a tail until the moment you ejaculate. The fuck? Did you also know that your ejaculate's only like max 5% sperm? The rest of it is like the white sticky shit, and that comes from your ass. It comes from your prostate. No pun intended with the coming. What up, little sister? How are you? We're having education day. We're talking about penises. They're fascinating. You're an epididymis. Prostate's for the win. Without a prostate, your sperm would go nowhere. It would be like, you know, just drinking the syrup out of the bag for Coca-Cola instead of adding the carbonation to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, suddenly you've just got a thick, nasty mess that ain't gonna go nowhere. One thing that learning medicine makes you think is that the human body's like a car machine, so you expect things to break anatomically, but in reality, that it's more like a beanbag. Dude, that is so fucking facts. It's facts. It is so much more like a beanbag than that is the best, literally. It's a beanbag that was like made somewhere where maybe the beans weren't regulation, so like you're gonna find some weird shit in there that is unexplainable. Like if you cracked it open. Like you'd be like expecting all beans, but maybe pull out a teddy bear and be like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why that's in there. I don't know why that's in there. We were cheap. I don't know. Like that's, yeah, it's so, what's crazy to me is the things that the human body does to make up for our lacking in taking care of it, i.e. like it just straight up giving up on entire systems to take care of one system or vice versa, or like the patient I had that I've told you about who had a literal pelvic ectomy, i.e. the entirety of their pelvis was scooped out because it went necrotic due to constant constipation, and they walked out of the hospital. I don't. I couldn't tell you. I was there. I was participating. I could not tell you. I could not tell you. I've seen a 21-year-old who drank themselves into a non-functioning pancreas and they walked out of the hospital. I could not tell you. to giant dildo. Sarah, we were talking about like oh god, we read this is literally where it stemmed, Sarah. You'll actually love this. This is really interesting. Fuck. Lizzie, are you still here? Shit. I kept the tablet, but I accidentally closed the link to the translation. Shit balls. I wonder if that's still in chat. Lizzie gave us it's a song, but it's like it's written in the first form of written language, which is cuneiform. I don't fucking know anymore. God damn it. I say the word wrong every time. I'm sure I'm saying it different every fucking time. Cuneiform. I don't know. It's hurting my brain. So many people have said it so many different ways. But this is the tablet, and she gave me the translation, and no shit, it was like just a woman's love poem about how someone made sweet honey on her lettuce too quickly. And then she starts talking about that someone's mom a whole bunch, which makes it really weird. And then we just started talking about penises and like we started talking. Remember when we went to Greece and we learned that like the reason all the statues had like, you know, more modest little soft snails, if you will, was because the Greeks literally thought and pictured larger phalluses to be hideous, grotesque things. That's what barbarians had, or, you know, whatever. We just started stemming off that, and then we started talking about penis anatomy, and of course I know all the pieces. Perineum. That was the one I blanked on we were looking up when you came in. It's the big old, like, muscle along the bottom of the dick that goes to the asshole. That one. The sweet, sweet desert honey lettuce. That. Yes. We're back at the humans are so metal portion of the stream. They are pretty fucking metal. It's pretty wild what we do. The taint muscle, yes. Perineum. Just call it heathen chicken scratch. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it looks like. Oh, we started, and that stemmed from, so a random dude started noticing that these little dots were prevalent in many, if not all, of these ancient cave drawings that were in this book or whatever. I don't remember the whole story. And he turned it into a professor, and the professor was like, holy shit, is this actually the first version of written language? And it's just like a few dots that will be on these drawings somewhere. And they've blah, blah, blah. It translates to like the time of year the animal in the cave drawing is breeding, wasn't it? Something like that. Or it correlated to the fertility cycle of whatever animal they drew. Long story short, like literally point A to X. Like that was a lot skipped, but that was pretty cool. That sweet mommy desert honey lettuce. What was his? Fuck, man, I wish I had that. If Lizzie comes back, we gotta ask her for the translation. Wait, can I just open a closed tab? Nope, wrong one. Damn it. I got it! Oh my god, it was like 4 tabs deep. I really accidentally closed it. I have the translation here, I'll read it. So, the tab said, that tablet with all the shit. This is the translation. It is a royal love song from summer. Or Sumer. I don't know, it's Sumer. And I'll read the notes written in by Lizzie, because this was something she did for school. Vigorously he sprouted and sprouted, watered it being lettuce, did in his black garden of the desert, bearing much yield. I'm assuming that means the forest of pubes. Did my darling of his mother, here comes the mother shit, my barley stalk, or barley corn, Lizzie said, clitoris, question mark? Full of allure, sexual pleasure, in its furrow, between labia, question mark? Lizzie. Water it being lettuce, did my one a very apple or fruit tree, bearing fruit at the top, water it being garden. The honey sweet man, was doing sweet things to me. My lord, side note, common word for husband. My lord, the honey sweet man, the godly one, my darling of his mother, his hands honey sweet, his feet honeying. Wait, did he come on his feet? Anyways, his hands honey sweet, his feet honeying. He was doing sweet things to me. His limbs being sweet, sweet honey. He was doing sweet things to me. Oh, my one who of a sudden was doing sweet things to me. No, wait, it's written so weirdly. Oh, my one who of a sudden was doing sweet things to the whole insides up to the navel. That makes me black out. My darling of his mother, my desert honey loins, darling of his mother, you watered it, it being lettuce. So, poetry. It sounds like her lover has honey all over him. Oh, why is he so honeyed? You tell me, Chad. I don't know. I'm into it. I mean, I love honey. Honestly, I'd be more into it if there was not a dog fuzz attached to my nose, but also if there was less mom. Thank you. Oh my god, I should beat poetry it. Vigorously he sprouted. Vigorously he sprouted and sprouted. No, it's terrible. I hate this. Reminds me of college. I'm having a miserable time. Having a miserable time! Honeying could have been his hands playing with her lettuce, but his feet were honeyed. What were the honeyed things? His feet were honeyed. So, did he... You know what I'm saying? Hold up. My lord, the honey sweet man, the godly one, my darling of his mother, his hands honey sweet, his feet honeying. He was doing sweet things to me, his limbs being sweet, sweet honey. He was doing sweet things to me. Oh, my one who of a sudden was doing sweet things to the whole, insides up to the navel again. What the fuck? My darling of his mother, my desert honey loins, darling of his mother. You watered it, it being lettuce. I think water is his comings, but the honeyings. I'm into it. I like it. I like it. Oh my god, Spence, let me give you a fucking, hold on. Let me give you a Pyramise. Let's not look deeply into the mentioning the mother, which is just like saying he's a sweet boy. It's just like, you know, if I was writing a love letter, I would not mention the mom as much. It seems premature. I thought it was a premature coming because she seems a little sassy. Like he's a mama's boy and he honeyed all over his own feet instead of watering my lettuce. But I just don't. I don't know. Lizzie knew more. If Lizzie was here, she's the one who had to do it in class. She actually translated or didn't translate it, but looked into it. She knows a lot more than I do. Mental floss. 13 NSFW lines from James Joyce's incredibly dirty love letters. Like a hog riding a sow. Oh my god, I have to read these. Stop. These are beautiful. Let's take a cheers. Yeah. Yeah. These are I'm excited. I love this. I love like Canterbury Tales kind of shit. Isn't it? Is it Canterbury Tales that has like the oldest fart joke ever or something like that? They're fucking hilarious. When you're thirsty, you drink water. Truth. I mean, you should. Hydrate before you die straight, bitches. Maybe honeying is her sweetness. He honeyed his feet. That's where I'm lost on that one. Where was it? Hold on. His hands honey sweet, his feet honeying. Oh, like she finds them beautiful. Oh, maybe that's like they're attractive to her. Maybe. Was it Chaucer? And maybe it's Chaucer that did that's the first fart joke. It's been a very long time since I was in school or did any sort of education regarding these things. Please forgive me on I just play video games now. I'm pretty stupid these days. I used to be mildly educated. There was a time. Maybe because of Reverend Mothers back then. I mean, maybe. Maybe it means he's a godly man. That's a good one. I didn't even think about that. Maybe it means a godly person. She likes sucking toes. Chaucer is Canterbury Tales. Okay, then that's not the oldest one. I can't remember what the... Fuck, dude. It's like in Old English. It's been a really long time. I don't know. Cheers. It's been a very long time. I did study these things, some of them. Not that I'm a pro, but I studied them in school. I knew a little bit. Cheers. His limbs being sweet, sweet honey. And then she says, my desert honey loins, darling of his mother. I don't know. Are they brother and sister? Wait, did it get weirder? I hate it. I'm gonna read the other things because now it's just weird. Hi, Robin Love. Dude, isn't this cute? Zach bought it for me when we went to Seattle. I like it. It's got these little knobbies. They're like just little extra blown glass. Cutesies. I don't think they serve a purpose other than a nice little handhold, but they're pretty. I love I mean, it was honestly, and this was still cheaper by like, this was half the price of the egg bong, which is crazy. I've never been able to, I'll never buy, even if I could afford, I would not buy those super fancy blown glass pieces because I know I'll break it. I know I will. Like, it's just facts. And it has an upright bowl, which is the best thing ever. Her body gave him the honey. It's something. I just don't know. But now I think they're siblings, and I like it a lot less. Now I have to ask Lizzie, like, are they siblings? Because, hold up. My lord, the honey sweet man, the godly one, my darling of his mother. And then fast forward a couple lines. My desert honey loins, darling of his mother. I'm confused. I just don't know. And the line before that, so that whole thing. Oh, my one who of a sudden was doing sweet things to the whole, insides up to the navel, again, kidney pincher. My darling of his mother, oh, maybe she's claiming his loins. I don't know. It's probably not a direct translation. Oh my god, RIP. Is it not the best game in the entire world ever? I'm still trying to get 2 more achievements out of that goddamn game. And obviously try to work through the heats. Like, it's just such a good game. I mean, that's literally what I do most of the time. I'm not streaming. I clean and, like, putz around the house and shit. But if I'm sitting, I'm usually playing Hades. I'm addicted. It's so fucking good. I'd rather she's horny for his mom than he's her brother. Same, though. To be honest, 100% same. Yep. I agree. Same. Exact same. 100%. Like, and even if they didn't, I just know I'm going to break it. Like, something that is going to be in daily use for me is either going to be hardcore, like OtterBox on my phone or something like that, or I'm going to buy them cheaply because I know I'm going to break them. And with bongs, I'm using it constantly. I'm always walking around the house with it, and I clean it every single day. And I know that constant, like, exposure to heat and cold with the water is going to break it down eventually. Like, I'm aware. So, I try to avoid, I try to just not waste my money. But I'm so happy. I was going to play some Hades today if, like, I managed to stop talking. Simply because I have 2 different playthroughs. I have one that's, like, brand new that we've been playing on stream. But I have mine meaning just the one that I basically flew through offline, that I have been trying so hard to literally get these last 2 achievements. And it's just a couple things that are like random stuff that pop. I don't want to spoil the game for those of you that have just purchased it lately because of the announcement for Hades 2, which, by the way, Hades 2! My friend Amelia Tyler gets to voice Hecate in it, and I'm like really fucking excited. Because Hades is the best game ever. But it's so hard. It's just random. It's totally random shit that's got to pop up, and it is so fucking infuriating sometimes. I've been beating my skull against it for months and months trying to get these last 2 things out of it, and it's just fucking wild. And I'd like to do that with you guys because why the fuck not? I've been playing Hades 2, slowly adding to the heat. You're up to 16, no shit. I think my highest, Lizzie and I were just talking about this the other day in chat. We did the same thing. I was an idiot and went straight into, like, heat 12. I was like, oh, I'll do heat 12. Like, these don't seem so hard. I was wrong. However, now I had to go back because I didn't realize you, like, got every single heat you go up on the weapons and then you run through the dungeon, you get, like, hearts and diamonds again. I didn't realize that. Like, you get the good shit and ambrosia. And so now I've gone back. I did, like, heat 1, heat 2, heat 3, heat 4. I think I'm on, like, heat 8 just because I want all the fucking shit out of it. Yes, Amelia Tyler from Pathfinder, as well as a myriad of other amazing voice acting gigs and games out there. Yes. She is the voice of Hecate in Hades 2. I just cannot. I just cannot. The fact that one of my favorite humans in the entire world ever, that I bawl my eyes out when I hear her voice in the trailer because it's been almost 2 years since I've seen her and my body craves her touch. I am so fucking excited for her, and just like my favorite game in the world, it's like nothing will ever be this good. Like, this is where I peak with gaming, I think, is when this game is released in August of 2023. Fuck. I don't know. Ugh. Does your innie butt become an outie butt? Wait. What's an innie butt? Wait. Dude, bow is so hard. I've been running the bow. I can't remember which morph it is. It's the one where you load it with your you load it with the red gems. I can't nope, I cannot remember. I cannot remember who is it? Nope, I don't remember whose it is. I do not fucking remember whose it is. Wow. But that's the one I've been doing. Yes. I am so I cannot. Elbel, I cannot. I can't watch the trailer again because every single time I play it on my channel, I just start crying. And I've come down to the conclusion, it's honestly because I start hearing Millie's voice and I just haven't got to see her because COVID destroyed everything. I haven't got to go and see her, and I miss her so fucking much. I miss her! So when I hear her voice, I bawl. But fuck, dude. But fuck, I cannot. Also, the fact that I can actually cosplay this main character because it's like a tall, skinny bitch with no boobs and short hair. Oh, representation matters, my dudes. I'm very excited. Very excited. Isn't she also in Baldur's Gate 3? Yes. Nope. She's the narrator for Baldur's Gate 3. Divinity Original Sin 2. Exactly, Kona. Thank you. Her and Jay are side voices in a million different games. Basically, if the games are predominantly a British cast, I would almost put money down that Millie and Jay are in them somewhere. I.e., if you ever played Frostpunk, all the little voices, all the little people talking, if you zoom in, you can hear conversations. They are like 60% of all of those conversations. And I believe Jay is one of the main narrators, if not the main narrator of the game. Jay Britton, by the way, also an amazing streamer and human being. What else? I mean, We Happy Few.
Did you take your joy today?
I believe they're both in
Never
that. If
forget
not,
to
one of
take
them
your
is for
joy,
sure.
and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
But yeah, they're fantastically talented voice actors, both of them, and they have such an amazing repertoire. And honestly, I became friends with Millie because we were both in Nocturne together. Like, I didn't have any unfortunately, voice actors for video games really aren't credited the way they should be, unless it's like Supergiant or something like that. So I had no idea. And then she was like, "Oh yeah, I voiced in all these games," and showed it to me, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird. I may or may not have touched myself to your voice a few times. Let's not talk about it." But we became friends before I knew how fucking utterly awesome she is. I just started playing Ragnarok. Oh my god, Ragnarok is so good. I watched Zach play. Isn't it fantastic? It gets better. I don't know how far you are in, but the game continually blows you away. It's pretty fantastic. Nocturne I mean, honestly, I know I fucking talk about it way too often, but there was something so wildly weird about Nocturne, and just like how Millie and I became super close, and how that's basically how I met Zach, and KPP and I became kind of close. And I don't know, there was something just about it to where like the type of RP it was broke down so many emotional barriers and made us so fucking vulnerable that when I was going to London, actually, like I was going to Wales. I flew into London, but I was going to Wales because I managed to book a tattoo with this amazing tattoo artist based out of Wales, even though I am a sad American, named Jenna Kerr. And I don't let distance ban me from getting the coolest art ever on my body. So I was like, I gotta go to Wales. And I told the RP group about it. And Millie was like, I may have never met you before in my life, but would you like to come stay at my house? And I was like, please don't kill me. Yes. And I did. And we ended up spending 10 days together. And I am her soul is just everything in the entire world. And she sat with me for the entire 13 hours of this tattoo. By the way, if you were wondering, is Millie a good person? I don't know how else to show that. But someone willing to sit with you for 13 hours and feed you gummy bears while someone carves into your arm is a pretty dope human being. Not to mention, fairly fucking talented. I know, that's the thing, I haven't played BG either because I know it's gonna get wiped, I just want it to be done. I feel like it's been over a year now that it's been, like, in pre-release, hasn't it? It's kinda crazy, it's a little ridiculous. I have to pee so bad, I'm just, like, moving screens real quick, so then maybe we can play some Hades and we can talk about it more. But I gotta move screens and have them on the right screens so I can see you guys. Richard Schiff as Odin is fucking perfect, and Deborah Ann Wool is instantly recognizable. She's an amazing voice actress. Like, it's wild. The first place I ever saw her was in True Blood, where she's just like, you know, a despondent teenage bitch. So what do you like? I kind of took that image with me of her, I guess, as you would, as some people come to my stream still to this day, and they're like, "Oh, good. I've been lurking for 30 minutes, and I wanted to make sure you were nothing like Emma." And I'm like, "Oh no." Somewhere deep inside me is, but not anything I'm in touch with on a regular basis at all. By the way, I'm a prolific voice actor, and I'm still over here like, it's Millie from Nocturne talking shit to Dan. I know. Isn't that weird? That's how I am with Zeke. Because I knew him, dog hair, from like RP and stuff, and then we started RPing together, and I, like, you know, I don't know why I hadn't watched his channel yet. Then we started like dating, and people were like, "Oh yeah, like didn't you know that Ezekiel I is XXX redacted first person to invent the raid and make it a good thing on Twitch and is from Justin TV and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "Oh, now I feel bad because no, should I?" Like, that's just the dude that farts in my bed sometimes so much it wakes me up in the middle of the night. Like, that's all I know. There's drama with D&D, is there? Ew. Like D&D, like Dungeons and Dragons? I mean, to be fair, the role-playing community is a little toxic, to say the least. Sometimes, not all of it, but in general, if you were to generalize by the mass. I know, I don't like that it's early access, Spence. I'm kind of over early access. Like, I don't mind waiting for a done game. I never have, I never will. Just give me a done game. Like, I own BG3. I bought it the moment it was pre-release, or the moment it went on, whatever. The moment you could buy it, I did, because of course to support my friend Millie, and I really wanted to hear it, and I have not even installed it, because it's just not out yet. It's real big drama. Really? Huh. WOTC is updating the license for RP content, and it's a massive cash grab. What does that mean? Like, I have to pee really bad. Let me pee, but if you're able to explain it to me like I'm 5, because that sucks. I declare copyright. Give me money. Like, give them money to use anything ever. Ooh, thank you. I'll open up that. Thank you, Glut. To be fair, I think that's a good thing, though. It's a lot easier to be in a relationship with someone if that person doesn't have any preconceived notions about you. 100%. I don't know how anyone dates with that. You know what I mean? Or forms a relationship with any preconceived shit. Or, like, yes, I understand. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how anyone would do that. I would never want to. Like, if Table Story charged to watch a D&D show, they would be in check. No shit. Interesting. Oh, that's so fucked up. The TLDR is the WOTC about to invalidate and retroactively make illegal anything derived from D&D. The fuck? Why? How does that benefit them? How does that benefit them? Okay, I have to pee. I know. I'm so curious. Like, I'm literally like, can I ignore the pee? Can I, like, roll my pants down? Because I'm insanely fucking curious. They want you to pay a fee. So basically, they're, like, putting a paywall on it. On anything D&D, though. God damn. That is so fucking weird. My dog's shitted. It was great. Yeah, I was just being informed of the D&D drama in that they're trying to make it, like, pay to play a lot. But I guess, someone said, I read this right before I left when I was looking for music, that Table Story is okay because they don't do. And honestly, I don't know a lot of. I don't know a lot of channels that do a paywall. I don't think there is a paywall on Twitch to watch. Is there? I get so much more work done when I'm in here. You'd think it'd be less, but I guess I'm not hurting for anything to watch or scrolling. It's good stuff. Thank you. That's a huge compliment. I don't ever want to destroy anyone's life by talking too much in the background. But, you know, honestly, I'm kind of the same. I listen to a lot of streams because, like, there's fucking something in my hair. Is it lint? Nobody knows. Lint. Hello. A lot of streamers are so fucking ADD and so eclectic. They take, like, their randomness in conversation and gaming and whatever the fuck they're doing, like, keeps my attention so I can just sit and, like, paint or something and not really need to sit there and scroll or have a million tabs open. I feel that. I know what you mean. It's weird. I think it's because they match our personality types. The only paywall would be subs only. Yeah, there's sub only streams, but is it sub only just a chat or can you still watch? Because I know even if you ban someone, they can still watch your fucking stream. They can't chat, but they can still watch. So I don't know. I don't know where the logistics of that is, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. Unless they're recording them and putting them somewhere else, like maybe if they put them on Patreon or something. Because that's like a paywall, as far as I know. Oh, no shit. Noah read the document, said we're fine since he runs one too. Good. So it's not just paywalls. It's also would apply to Table Story merch. Someone who makes D&D miniatures, D&D art. Really? So D&D fan art it would apply to. Wow. That's fucked. You know, it feels so similar to the shit going down with Magic the Gathering right now. Like, Magic the Gathering has just been, you know, pumping out shit for ages now at such a... Are they WOTC too? So it feels so similar, doesn't it? Like, I feel like, is this company dying? Like, what's happening? It won't really affect normal people. It's more of a crackdown on all the D&D fan content companies. You wouldn't get taxed until you make more than 750K in sales. Would you get, like, in trouble? And WOTC can take it and republish it and sell it as their own. Interesting. It doesn't benefit Hasbro or WOTC or anyone. Will tank their company. They got a new CEO, and the squad of ignorant, greedy parasites in suits have finally gotten around to choking the shit out of their Dungeons and Dragons brand and their fucking MTG. That shit's been sick. The game culture surrounding it means nothing to them. It's the same shit-headed mentality that spawned the DMCA. Yeah, it's the same. Honestly, that's why I'm not shocked that it's the same parent company. If you don't play Magic the Gathering, I used to play Magic a lot. I have a lot of cards at my parents' house. Hello, Cake, my love. And they haven't done anything like as a direct attack on the players or anything. But if you're still in the Magic the Gathering community and you're into physical cards, basically what they've been doing is kind of like when a game just pumps out DLC faster than you can even play it or consume it. They've been doing that with card packs. And then recently, as like because people have been complaining about this, they released like this ultimate card pack that's like over $1,000, and it's all of the like best cards, like the Black Lotus, etc., are in this deck, but they're unplayable. It's like an over $1,000 pack of cards that are unplayable, just decorative. It's just like they're just like ringing, you know. And there are certain people in the community, and I know this from just my experience in playing like MMOs and stuff like that. There are certain people who play these games and are part of these like communities that they collect everything and they can't not purchase every single thing that comes out because that's their hobby. And when it is at this rate, you lose that person will just stop with the hobby completely because they cannot keep up with it. You know what I mean? And it just becomes shit at that point. It's just crap. Like, I don't give a fuck about these cards if they are unplayable. $1,000 deck pack of cards is unplayable. It's just bullshit to me. It's bullshit. I mean, Eliza, you're not one of the hardcores that are like going to these conferences and shit and buying thousands of dollars of cards. That's what I'm talking about. The people that really put their lives into this game. I feel like they've been fucked, but honestly, I don't know. Like, I'm too in one of those casual people, so I don't know. Hi, Weathered. How are you, love? There's so many other systems that have been made over the years. People can just leave D&D. I'd also love to see them argue the Rangers and Orcs are D&D originals while Tolkien's Foundation exists. Honestly, same. There's a lot of different stuff in that game as a whole that I would question. Like, how can you claim any of that's original? at all. I don't know. Maybe some of it, but not all of it by any means at all. I love the way YouTube bans work. If you ban someone, they don't know they're banned, but can still watch and interact. However, no one, including the streamer, can see their chat. So essentially, they're just talking to a brick wall. Oh, that's weird. I don't know if I don't think they can chat. I think it literally makes it so the chat doesn't work. I think they can see everything, though. I don't know. We're not in the... I mean, we very rarely have to ban someone that I think would do that. WTC MTG is like at expansion 96. Damn. Take me to court and prove it's a D&D character, just saying. I mean, I'd question it, honestly. A lot of the lore and everything in that game is pulled out of, like, you know, ancient lore and fables and stuff like that. It's not D&D, it's GURPS fan art. Oh my god. Why does the mom and pop shop that carries Canada Dry have to be 5 minutes away? Drive or walk? Because you are sick. They can see. I had an issue where I had to ban someone on like 6 different accounts and he just kept watching. Yep, there you go. That's what I thought. I thought that was the thing. I don't know if they count as a viewer, if they're given ads. I don't know. I'm not in the practice of like regularly talking to people I banned, but yeah. So I guess then if someone has a sub only chat, I don't think you can make the visuals of your stream sub only, right? I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I really don't know. I love this song too. It's a good one. You used to be able to. Okay. Oh, Tech used to. Okay. But you think sub-only streams really? So you can't chat and you can't see if you're not a sub. That's so weird. I don't think I could ever consciously do that and feel good about myself. No shade. That's just me. Oh, it's a sub-only stream, so the screen cuts out after like, oh, so you get like a minute like teaser. Interesting. Banana! Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving Anus Wings for 44 fucking months in a row, dude. I appreciate you. Your channel shows in the quick select when I open my browser and it makes me happy. That makes me happy. No shit. So you get like a minute. So Banana, we were just talking about sub only streams and like whether or not that the D&D shit going on is going to apply. And essentially, if you're a sub only stream, you get like a minute teaser of the stream, yeah? And then it's after that it goes blank and it's like subscribe to continue watching. I totally understand people's like what's the word, hustle with it. Like, you do you, boo-boo. There's a certain population of people, they like that exclusivity of it, and they'll buy into that. That's fine. If that's who you want to hang out with all day, like, you do you, boo. I mean, whatever. Not my jam, but to each their own. Tax! What up, Holmes? How are you, honey bean? Thank you for subbing to the class. Keep the class alive. Giving it in swings, honey. How are you? That's 2 freaking years.
Hail the Dank Lord Beach.
I understand doing it with VODs and stuff. A lot of people do that with VODs. Totally chill. The whole live experience, I don't know. Just me. I don't know. Just me. I don't want anyone to ever feel like they have to sub to me. Like, I am very grateful for gifted subs and shit like that, but I'm just hanging. We just hanging. Ryan used to make his streams sub only towards the end, but what that meant was you could chat and interact, but you couldn't see his VODs or the clips. Interesting. Huh. I've never even looked into it. I never even considered it. Weathered. Oh my god.
That's a baby. We shall feast on long pig this evening. It'll be tasty. Thank you.
I appreciate your resub, love. Thank you. Enjoy your emotes and go forth and be consensual. What the fuck?
I'm gay.
Fohammer _419 tipped $5. CK, As per D&D 69th edition rules, I'm now an evil sexual, but I really have a heart of gold, my D420 partner, and I want to get crushed beneath a non-Euclidean void dragon which then consumes our souls to become timeless liches like Shebut Cuteyuwu.
Wow.
Welcome to the classroom.
That was so much to take in. I don't know where to start. I noticed Euclidean was in there and my brain went clit and then I got confused. Holy crap. Zoe, thank you for giving me the nightmares I deserve and have always wanted. Dude, Classy, exact. That's literally what we've been talking about. It's just like the money grubbing of all these different companies. That's just fucked. It's fucked. Tony, thank you for donating. Katie, for gifting 10 subs in the chat. You silly fuck. I appreciate you and your generosity. My nose itches. Snapcat Bandit, Misery, Marie, Cheshire Jellyfish, Gems 99, Emma Wadig, DJ Bronze, and Pusa, Miss Acid Burn, After Forever. I almost fucked that one up a lot. And Frisky Frog Girl, but Wizards of the highest order, go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Why does my nose itch so bad? Why? And thank you, generous hoe. Please follow my friend Pax, another one of the amazing RPers I've had the pleasure of spending many hours RPing with. I don't know how else to put that. My Canadian brother from another mother, my good twin. Another tall as fuck human being you should definitely hang out with because he's hilarious. The OGL stuff makes me angry. Watching a company actively shoot themselves in the foot because they don't understand their own damn market makes me unreasonably upset. It's almost like some kind of business analyst. Well, that's I think it was Anime was saying earlier, they have a new CEO, and that's why all of this is happening. It just took a while for it to all go and like start to actually take effect. Because I think at first it started, correct me if I'm wrong, with the MTG, like just the surplus of shit coming out all the time, just like deck after deck after deck of crap that no one has the time to even like utilize before a new deck came out. And now it's this, like the WOTC is trying to, what is it? I guess make it pay to play with everything D&D ever, including like fan art and shit, which is crazy. It just seems crazy to me. Like when some companies canceling their lifetime licenses. That's insane. Canada's the tits. Oh my god, Elle, if you don't know Classy, one of my favorite humans in the whole world. I'm one of the parents. I'm the one the parents are proud of and constantly ask Katie when she will amount to anything. That's if they call. Mom keeps saying she lost my phone number, but it's been the same since I was 16. I just don't understand what's happening. Oh, is it Hasbro? Man, it's like we were I feel like the like RPD&D kind of tabletop was like the last stand, and now they've paid attention to us and they're fucking crushing us. Fucking sucks. Apparently, Ryan Dancy, the original architect of D&D's OGL open game license, was to be irrevocable. So in court, it could be used to protect people against this new change. Interesting. Oh, but it's not irrevocable, apparently, yeah? The good news is anyone and everyone can play D&D 5e from now till forever, just as before, and not spend another penny on Hasbro WOTC products. Yes, even switch to another gaming system. The bad news is no new D&D third-party content. These clueless executives think Critical Role got successful because they were playing D&D, quote-unquote, horse shit. They got successful because they were themselves. Hard yeah. Hard yes. Hard yes. The system is irrelevant. It's all in the charisma and talent of the players. 100% agree. Like, the system is just like the spice. Or the skeleton, maybe you would say. This is Hasbro learning the wrong lessons from Disney because they don't realize that to implement the Disney strategy, you need to have more money than God. You need to own God. As Disney probably does. I expect there will be a major migration over to Pathfinder now that the D&D platform is being screwed over. I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier, Tony. Like, it sucks that this is happening. Like, it's obviously a huge blow, and it's just absolutely shitty that WTC would even do any of this. But there are so many other game systems out there nowadays. So many. Hundreds, if not thousands. I don't even know. I don't even know the scope of it. D&D is not necessary to run an awesome tabletop game. And after you've played a couple systems, you could honestly write your own. I mean, you could write a skeleton of one and just keep building off of it. I'm not saying what builders of the worlds of, like, tabletop games, I'm not saying they don't have an amazing talent. I could never do what they do. But I'm just saying, like, they're not the be-all, end-all of tabletop anymore. like they used to be. Kickstarter D&D stuff has made tens of millions. Hasbro saw that money and got jealous. Really? Unrelated, but I'm excited. I've lost almost 40 pounds. Fuck yes. With my medical trial so far, and I've got another 5 months. Holy shit, Weathered. 40 pounds? That's a whole human being you tore off your body. That's beautiful. Congrats. How do you feel? I despise these suits taking authority over something they had zero creative development in. 100%. Hey, look at all those numbers. It's literally money. Look at all those numbers. We have zero understanding of how that was created, but let's make those numbers even more numbers. It's just a game to them. Like, not to confuse with tabletop, but honestly, I think the numbers and money, it's just a game at a certain point because they don't need more. No one needs more than millions, but like, it's just like, how can we make it that number bigger? Exactly. I used to watch it all the time when I was like, I used to go to ESO and I used to do these testing stuff and all the time with a lot of the new expansions coming out. Like, the game would be getting really, really good, and the marketing team would always push it to get released before it was done. Always, always, always. Every single fucking time. Every fucking time. And I got to see where it was planned to go. But what was released was always like 3 patches behind because the marketing team was so fucking like butt fuck worshipped in that place because they're everything. Even though, like Pax said, they have zero creative input, understanding, anything in the development of said product. You know what Nietzsche said? God's dead and Disney owns the corpse. I mean, have you ever thought about how many people are spread at Disney? Like how many ashes of human beings are built up at Disney World? I don't even know. I love the AGE system. The Expanse RPG uses it. A lot of fun. Honestly, I was trying to look at my bookshelf over there because we've got so many different systems, including, but not limited to, the one that we use for Nocturne, the Army of Darkness, or Army of Darkness is the movie. Army of whatever. I don't fucking remember the name of it. It's below my couch. I can't see that part of the bookshelf. But like, there's just so many nowadays that are beautiful, super, arguably way easier to use, way more user-friendly. Really? D&D has just gotten so fucking convoluted at this point. It is crazy how dumb detailed you can get when you play like D&D, pure D&D. You know what I mean? Yeah, White Wolf, Pathfinder, GRPS to name a few. What is it? World of Darkness? That's not owned by them, right? I think World of Darkness is its own thing. World of Darkness has like werewolves and Vampire the Masquerade. Correct me if I'm wrong. To name a few. I think that one's totally separate from them as well. Exactly. It's not a game. It's black and white metrics in a spreadsheet, and we're just those metrics. Yeah. D&D tabletop is only fun if the people involved are fun. If you put a group of bland people together who are monotone, it'll fail 100%. And I kind of feel that way. Like, I feel like you're, and this is, I don't mean to like put pressure on the runners of campaigns, but like your GM, whatever the fuck you call the person running the game, they're kind of responsible for putting that group together. And, it's I don't know how to do it. I've never done it. I'm not saying I know how to do it in any way, shape, or form. I don't know how. But I assume there's a chemistry to it where you like look at the people you want in your cast or your game and you're like, okay, these people, like I think we'll get along and have a really good time versus like putting 5 people together who are hella shy, have no idea what they're doing. Like you're going to spend a lot of time just staring at the book in silence. White Wolf, World of Darkness. Am I right on those? On World of Darkness? Yes. My brain. They give no shits as long as this quarter spreadsheets are bigger numbers than last quarter's. It's gross. It makes me sad. The Kobold Press, no shit. To our fellow kobolds, Kobold Press has been and always will be committed to open gaming in the tabletop community. Our goal is to pop up. Our goal is to continue creating the best materials for players and game masters alike. This means Kobold Press will release its current Kickstarter projects as planned, including Campaign Builder Cities and Towns, already printed and on its way to the backers this winter. In particular, Deep Magic Volume 2 will remain fully compatible with the 5e rules. We're working with our VTT partners to maintain support for digital platforms. Oh my god, my nose is just so bad and I don't know why. There's like a fuzz or something. As we look ahead, it becomes even more important for our actions, oh my god, to represent our values. While we wait to see what the future holds, we're moving forward with clear-eyed work on a new core fantasy tabletop rule set, available, open, and subscription-free for those who love it. Codename Project Black Flag. Ooh. All kobolds look forward to the continued evolution of tabletop gaming. We aim to play our part in making the game better for everyone. Rest assured, Kobold Press intends to maintain a strong presence in the tabletop RPG community. We're not going anywhere. I swear to God. My nose itches. I'm gonna go crazy. It's all that booger sugar, baby! Can you imagine? World of dankness, am I right? Hey! Sorry. GM, given the players the environment to let their creativity take over. Exactly. And, like, you know, usually your GM kind of knows the system pretty well and can help alleviate that process. Same shit happened when Activision yes, exactly. Bought Blizzard and tried to merge with with the WoW player base with Facebook. Yeah, they sure know their customers. It's just idiotic. It's just a numbers game to them, honestly. I think it's like math geniuses. Like, on paper, it probably all makes sense, but they don't take into effect that we're human beings with a thought process. We're not numbers. D&D is a system you use to introduce people to tabletop. That's so true, though. Once you get someone in the door and figure out what sort of player they are, there's 100% a better system, depending on if they want something crunchier or more cinematic or more rules-light and RP-centric. 100, yes. Preach, Zeph. Fucking preach it. Seriously. I swear to God, there's just a fuzz that I keep pushing around different parts of my face. Or it's a little hair tickling me. I'm just gonna go crazy. Every game I've ever played out of a different system, I feel like that system brings something different out of me as a player. Depending on if it's RP-centric or, like, you know, a hella narrative experience or a self-building world, like the one we did with Sheepy, the microscope. It brings out something different in me every time, which, you know, I'm always amalgamating into the bigger into the, like, a whole picture. So I'm carrying that over into the next one. And I think it's just making me a better RPer and a better player altogether. Critical Role, for example, takes place in a world not created by WOTC. They could change systems and have basically zero downtime. It's not dependent on it and being D&D at all. These morons don't get it. No. I mean, it's very clear they are devoid of understanding anything. CK on Coke would be terrifying. I've never tried it because the idea of a stimulant, I've heard that in some people, like me, little manic, little ADD, all sorts of shit going, spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch upstairs, that stimulants have the opposite effect. However, if you've ever seen The Hedge, there's a squirrel that, like, drinks a Coca-Cola and the whole world slows down and the squirrel's, like, frolicking around in slow motion, but actually the squirrel's moving at light speed. And that is just the possibility of that happening to me if I took a stimulant is enough for me never to fuck around with that shit. I don't want my heart to explode. I'm already going a million miles an hour. Like, I can't take that life. Also, it's so, from what I've heard, the only thing Coke does is make you want more Coke. It's like $80 a bump, and then in 20 minutes you want more Coke. Like, what the fuck kind of fun is that? I played a heavy narrative D&D campaign, and I was kicked immediately, and well, to be honest, never played again. I took no fault with the GM. Same reason I don't do dating sim games. Oh my god, Katsumushi gifted me a dating sim game that's on my list to play, and I'm nervous. It's like a monster one. It's real weird. Steve Carell? I don't remember. There was a squirrel with the hedge, and then there's, like, the saber-toothed squirrel in Ice Age. And in one of them, they end up taking a caffeinated beverage, and the whole world slows down. I don't remember which one. It's been years. I don't remember. Critical Role didn't even start in D&D. It was Pathfinder for the first 20-something episodes. Damn. They swapped to D&D because they thought that community would connect and understand it easier at the time. Really? I've heard Pathfinder's amazing and pretty on par with D&D, to be honest. I don't want to play expensive fun. I'm not into that. Requiem for a Dream scarred me for life with stuff like that. Dude, Requiem for a Dream. Ass to ass. Ass to ass. I cannot stop thinking. So, Kona, I don't know if you were here the other day. We were talking about what would be the best movie to replace almost the entire cast with Muppets. except maybe like one character. And at the very end of stream, someone said Requiem for a Dream. And then someone else in chat was like, just picture Gonzo sitting there, like screaming ass to ass at two chickens. I can't, it hasn't left my head. Dear person who said that in chat, that has not left my brain. Thank you. Thank you for that. Honestly, Requiem for a Dream rips me in half. The saddest person in the whole thing to me is the grandma. His mom. Is it his mother or grandma? I think it's his mother. Mom! Yeah, it's his mother. Oh my god. Oh, his mom and Harry, I die. I just spit water. I can't take credit for that. Someone in chat said it like a week ago. It's just never left my head, and you're welcome. Like, just imagine, like, the silhouette of Gonzo's head, like, in the darkness, and two chickens. Like, I just cannot. I just cannot. It's ruined me forever. Now I need to say it. Now I need to see it real bad. His mom, we've got a winner. Oh, God. That's the upper. Oh, God. And she's just all alone. That's the part that scares me the most. It's just because no one's there to check her. She doesn't know any better. I get real anxious. She makes me sad as fuck, dude. That movie is, I mean, I haven't watched it in years, but I've watched it a lot. Like, I've watched it more than a handful of times in my life. It's just got to be, like, in the mood. Or maybe it's, like, with someone who's never seen it before miraculously. I don't know. It's definitely not a movie I put on when I'm like, I'm feeling like a feel-gooder. Ugh. She a rough one. Pathfinder 1 is well known as D&D 3.75. No shit, Frizer. There you go. That's what I've heard from many, many people, is that it's comparable, if not right on par, if not better. Because they take out all the foobar that, most of us ignore in D&D anyways. 4E was a fuck story. I did one campaign out of 4E. One. It's there forever now. We're never not going to think of Gonzo screaming. And, like, I know it's pretty, but I didn't take it out for you to look at it. Stop it. I'm dead inside. Pathfinder's good. I don't know about the current version, but if you're wanting a modern D&D game, but with the 3.5 type rules, Pathfinder 1.0 was very much like that. Is that the one that they're saying is known as 3.1, 3.75 or whatever? Gonzo screaming ass to ass at Miss Piggy and Janice from Dr. Teeth. Oh! All right. Touche, motherfucker. It's a rough one, man. It's like, I want to encourage you to watch it, but also I wish I was there to watch it with you because it feels wrong to just send someone off to watch that movie alone. It's a rough, I mean, it's kind of legendary for a reason. I don't know. Chat, help me describe it. It's like, it's got a dank soundtrack. I don't know how to describe it. It's a really good movie. But I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard watch. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. How do you explain Requiem for a Dream? It's a movie from the 90s. So if you can imagine kind of that type of cinematic usage of like fast clips, lots of visceral, lots of sounds used. It follows 4 people. Yeah. The camera follows 4 people. It just experiencing 4 different things, all kind of interwoven in each other's lives at the same time. And it's Harry, his mom, Harry's girlfriend, and Harry's best friend. And it's like Trainspotting. If you've ever seen Trainspotting, similar darkness. Man, it's weird but amazing, right? It's such a fucking good movie. It's got so many, I don't know how to explain it. It's a sad one, but fuck, I mean, not like feelsy sad, but like at the end you'll be like, drugs, not even once, bitch. You know what I'm saying? It's a great movie to show to a teenager who might be fucking around with shit they shouldn't be fucking around with, if you know what I mean. I saw it as a teenager. Did not fuck around with shit I shouldn't have fucked around with. And I'm going to smoke some nice, safe marijuana in celebration of that fact. It is quite the emotional roller coaster. Yes. Oh, that's a really good way, Zoe, to explain it. It's like got this crazy build and then just like, whoosh, all in the last 15 minutes. It's wild. We've got a winner. Who's going to win? SLC Punk. Oh my God, Zeph, you're pulling my literal childhood out of your fucking ass right now. SLC Punk, I could not have picked a better movie to say right on par. If you've ever seen SLC Punk, similar mood. It's a great movie, but like, I don't watch it for like pleasure. I'm Null Shock. How are you? Yeah, they're great movies. Same with Train Spotting. Like, it's just like, they're rough. They're rough watches. The last 15, literally, like, your heart falls out your butthole for the entire cast. It's so wild how fast it, like, and that song, wait. I'm about to fuck all your days. Maybe. This song. So it's not the last 15 minutes, it's the last 8 minutes of the movie because that's how long the song is, unless they extended the song. The last 8 minutes of this film, of Requiem for a Dream, is just this song, nothing else. And if anyone else's dick is on at attention right now, like, I can't with this. It's just like, it's such a good song. If you've never seen the movie, you're probably like, this song's dank, Katie. What's wrong with you? The way I know you've never seen this movie is you like this song. Because for the rest of us, we're all just like, it's fucking wild, but it's a good song. And if you heard it anywhere else, not in this movie, it's great. I feel like there's a dog hair on my face. I'm going. And then, I mean, y'all know the like, oh my God. I can't sleep on my side without thinking of that. It's a good song, but like, man, I mean, Sea Lion, when's the last time you watched Requiem for a Dream? Do you need I was going to ask a stupid question. Do you need a hug? I would love to give you a hug. It's just anxiety. It's the scene and the scene and the scene. It's all that. I haven't seen this movie in easily 5 years, if not more. I cannot remember the last time I watched this movie on purpose. It's great. It's just sad. Right? The song's amazing. And then you watch this movie and all of the strange things my body just did will make sense if you ever watch it, but I would advise not watching it alone. Just honestly, it's a rough one. You need someone there to like bring you back down to reality while you watch it at a certain point, because it's, man, it's like watching these young lives have a whole lot of hope and then just watching all that hope just get fucking set on fire and stomped on and shot in the face. You know what I'm saying? And it's identifiable because we all know that hope of like, you know, moving out when you're 20, 18, whatever, and being like, I'm going to start my own business and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to be super successful and I'll be nothing like my parents. And you kind of get that like mood from it. And then it's just like, it's rough. But you will not do drugs after this movie. I mean, without spoiling it, it's a great, my anti-drug is Requiem for a Dream. Cheers to that. Yes, Zeph, you need to watch Requiem for a Dream exactly one time. And if you've watched it more than once, I'd put money down. It was to see her bush. You look me in the eye and tell me tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm wrong. Don't lie to me, bitch.
Liars go to hell.
Hell is here, and the devils are among us. I agree, though. If we're talking real talk, listen, Requiem Train Spotting. Yeah, that's a lot. Nothing fucked me up more. Okay, though, can you say what part of American History X without like being too graphic? Because I can. I wouldn't. I don't know if that one fucked me up more, to be honest. It's fucked. Don't get me wrong. Requiem is fucked, but I grew up being inundated with the culture of anti-Semitism as just an education thing because of where I lived and whatnot. So it's kind of like I was just more upset that my favorite character from The Craft was playing the little Nazi bitch. I was like, God damn it. Um, Curb, thank you. Me too. Same. That's the worst part of the entire film. The curb. Yep. That has, I mean, it hurts my teeth to think about. I can't. To this day, I cannot. That's another movie you see exactly once. It's a great movie to see, but you need to see it once. And then you're done. I think Macaulay Culkin's little brother plays his little brother. Correct me if I'm wrong. Something Culkin. I can't remember his name. Dude, The Descent. You know, Zeke had never seen The Descent before this October. I was talking about it in chat one day. Kieran Culkin, thank you. I was talking about The Descent in chat one time last October, and Zach was like, you were talking about some movie like where these women go spelunking or whatever. Do you want to watch that? I don't think I've ever seen that. I saw that movie in theaters downtown Seattle, and I shit you not, the entire theater was full of queens. Like, it was a drag queen like party. Went to go see this movie. And so like 4 rows ahead of me, there was just this row of wigs. And at the part of the movie, the first time you see the thing in The Descent, if you've never seen it, you don't know what I'm talking about. If you do, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I shit you not, that theater lit up with the most hysterical screams I've ever heard in my life. I don't scream. I'm a very non-reactive person most of the time with movies. Like, I get scared, but I don't jump or scream. I bellowed. I screeched my little lungs out because everyone else screeched. No one screeches like a queen. I cannot with that. It was fucking terrifying, but that movie is horrifically scary. That movie still scares me. We watched it in October and I was still scared of it. It's still fucking scary. And it's so much darker than what I remember. Like dark, like evil. If someone tells you it's their favorite movie, run as fast as you can and call someone. Seriously, maybe call their mom. Like, someone needs to check in on them. Who needs to watch the movie for Jennifer Connelly's Bush when you can get that clip online? I mean, I'm saying back in the day when it came out, like, you would have had to get on Kazaa or LimeWire or whatever your torrenting thing was, and you would have been like, Jennifer Connelly's Bush, Requiem for a Dream, and it would have been the whole movie or just the soundtrack or porn of a donkey being fucked. Like, you never knew what you were gonna get. There was work involved in getting that fucking clip. There was no Google. There was like Ask Jeeves, which would be like, you know, Jennifer Connelly's mansion has 79 bushes. Like, there was work involved in those days. You know what I mean? It wasn't as easy. We take it for granted. But if you really think back to the day, like, I remember sitting, and this was not that long ago. This was like early 2000s. I remember sitting with the TV on with like MTV or it probably wasn't MTV because I think MTV was shit by then. Views or Fuse or whatever that other, and VH1. There was a couple other music channels, and I would leave those channels on all day and suffer the shittiest top 20 music all fucking day to get one music video I super wanted to hear. It was like listening to the radio back in the day. I remember doing that in high school. There was no YouTube, I don't think, unless it was like brand new. Because I was watching like Salad Fingers and Ill Will Press, but they had their own website where that was a thing. Like, it wasn't on a hosted website like YouTube. Like, you had to go to Ill Will Press or whatever. I don't even remember what the other one was, to be honest. YouTube started in 2004. See, there. It could have existed. I just didn't know about it yet. Anyone else feel old? I'm only in the morning when all the things in my body crack. Descent is easily one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. That it really affected me to the point that I still think about it today, and I've only seen it, I mean, twice. My Chad did the double, and then Rocky Horror is the counter agent to get you back in a good headspace. Same though. Nobody can resist Steve Curry, Tim Curry in a Speedo. I said Speedo and Steve at the same, or Speedo and Tim at the same time, and it came out Steve. I apologize. Oh yeah, LimeWire was I saw some of the most fucked up shit I've ever seen in my life because I was trying to download like a Britney Spears music video to learn the dance to in high school. I was one of the tech nerds that had torrents, FTPs, and shit in the early 2000s. I literally, I would have been that person if I had the tools. I didn't know what that was, but I was so. Is the music really loud? Thank you, October. I was so obsessed with tech. Like, it was pretty new-ish to be able to build a fairly powerful machine at home affordably. Like, that was fairly new-ish, like, in the early 2000s. I knew people whose parents were very much into tech and did that kind of shit, but my parents, like, we got a computer for the first time when I was, like, 14, and it was the stock HP computer, like, the cheapest Hewlett-Packard thing they could possibly buy that came with a monitor and everything, because my mom to this day cannot understand why a PC doesn't come with a monitor. It's hilarious. So I was, like, doing what I could with what I had access to, you know? Chuck, I totally get that. Honestly, I have a lot of unpopular opinions. Like, I mean, if you like, I get it and I respect it. I don't like the Avengers movies. I think they're very men overrated. And I'm upset that superheroes always end their battles with karate. We all have controversial opinions. All of us have terrible taste in something. E-Bombs World. Yes, I remember E-Bombs. Jib Jab. I used to go to like, it was like intensity.net or something like that. The only way I could afford, oh my god, you remember that? It was like Photoshop C++. Yeah, same. I don't think I've ever purchased. I mean, now I have a license because I have to use it all the time, but I don't think I ever purchased Photoshop. Honestly, you're all babies. We're all babies in the grand scheme of things. When I needed school research, I had to go around to my auntie's because she had an encyclopedia. I mean, for real, that was all of my school too. My school didn't have computers or internet. We had my parents. I think my parents still have their set of encyclopedias. Honestly, we had encyclopedias though. That was like an assignment though. Do you remember that? Like, obviously, I'm not the same age as you, so we're online. But do you like we had assignments like how to use the Dewey Decimal System, and the librarians and our teachers would be like, "This is vital information for the rest of your life. You will not be able to survive in this world if you cannot fucking grasp the Dewey Decimal System."
Ha 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 ha.
But we did, and I had to like learn how to use encyclopedias, learn how to use the library. Like I remember that shit. I didn't have a typing class or anything like. I didn't even have a typing class to be honest. One of my dogs just farted. You guys smell so bad. Speaking of Tim Curry, John dies at the end. Fuck. Spoilers. My dogs are losing their shits. Did you say in karate? Wait, what? Oh, I definitely went to rotten.com. That was probably the first nasty ass shit. That was probably the first time I ever realized there was nasty shit on the internet, was that website. It was when, I know this is really sad and really fucking shallow and gross to say, but, when, oh my god. Please don't judge me. I'm really bad. My brain just cannot grasp names for some reason. You're gonna live in a van down by the river! Help me. Black Sheep. Tommy Boy. Chris Farley. Thank you so much, Frem. When Chris Farley died, I think I was in high school. What year did he die? It doesn't matter. A big old rumor ran around school that there was pictures of Chris Farley's dead body online and to go to rotten.com, and it was the front page, and so we did, and it was. And I was like, ooh, rotten.com's a fun place to go. Yep. I have it burned into my skull. Please don't look it up. It's the most horrible, disrespectful. Like, that is how I remember Chris Farley. If someone brings up Chris Farley, first thing that comes to mind is him dead now. I don't want that for you. Please don't Google that. Think of him in a van down by the river. The pure ways. No one needs to see what we saw. That picture, I mean, it's just disgusting that it was even available, to be honest, but, you know. Oh my God, Rocky Horror and Clue are my all-time favorite. I have to say I absolutely agree. However, I would add Legend. I love Legend. It's so good. I mean, it's like my favorite Tom Cruise movie because he still has this fucked up tooth. I came for the low. Yep, the picture on the ground is it was horrible. It was so fucking sad. Same. Oh yeah, there's a few things. I mean, I think that site might have been where I found Pain Olympics and all that fucked up shit. Like that was. And you want to know the sick shit? I saw all of that at school because I didn't have a computer or the internet when those things were happening. I would go to school and go to like the office and use the computer there. That's fucked up because we had no firewalls. The internet was so new, no one knew anything about anything. The Chippendale Dance is definitely one of the absolute next ones. My favorite, I love Tommy Boy. Tommy Boy and Black Sheep are two of my favorite movies in the world. I mean, Chris Farley and Kuzco, because that's how my brain works, were a legendary pair. They were just a legendary pair. I feel so bad for him, but it sounds like he had a tumultuous childhood. He, sad. Just a sad life. Sad man, sad life. David Spade, thank you. I could see his face in my head. If I could just project what I see, I would never need to speak. So annoying. Legend Labyrinth, same. It's hard, same. I fucking love those movies so much. They're just timeless. They're so good. I would help our school librarian instead of going to recess. Oh my God, Erica, my friend Kara and I used to volunteer to clean the chalkboard at recess because we didn't want to go outside. And if I was forced to go outside, I would sit like there was the recess area and then there was a line to like basically until recess was over, you could not cross that line to go back to your classroom. That line was like the boundary. I would sit at the edge of that line with a stick and like flick potato bugs out of the cracks in the asphalt until recess was over, or like find frogs. I've never known how to play with other kids. Broken inside. Or clean a fucking chalkboard. Luckily, I never clicked on the picture. Couldn't bring myself to do it. Same with Kurt Cobain's. I never did Kurt Cobain. I never clicked on Kurt Cobain's pictures. I learned. The Chris Farley picture was all it took. I was like, this isn't the way people should die. This is horrible. It was so disrespectful and just terrible for such a joyful person that brings us so many laughs, so much laughter to the world. It's just so gross. Really easy to find porn on the school computers back then. Just had to mistype gov.com. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Meatspin. You could go to Meatspin on the school computers. It was crazy. Little known fact about Legend. Tom Cruise insisted on doing his own magic. Shut up. Is it like the LARPing in Role Models? Why are all 90s kids broken? I think everyone's broken. It's just a different form. You know? Like, we're broken in a certain way because I think, honestly, like, the unbridled access to the information the internet provided us was unhealthy for such immature growing brains. I think that did something. I don't know what. I think I'm fine, but obviously no one should be seeing like Pain Olympics when they're 10. Not everyone ends up okay. You know what I'm saying? But I think that, but like you look at every generation, there's something. It's just a different form, and the generation previous will look down on the generations below them, younger than them. Like, oh, my generation may be fucked up, but we're not XYZ. Like, fuck you, dude. We're all fucked up in a different flavor. Shut up. Shut up. You just a different fucking Yankee Candle, bitch. Sit down. Sit down. At least my generation and the Gen X? Yeah? Z? I can never remember. People younger than me, at least we're like accepting therapy as a normal thing and going. For fuck's sake. That's what I'm saying, Zeph. Like, if you look at every generation in definable, the reason we're defined is by our failures. We're all fucked up. We're not defined by good traits. No generation's defined by positive traits. We're defined by the most common forms of trauma we were all probably going through at the same time, i.e., being a latchkey kid that spent the vast majority of time at home because your parents both had to work, so on and so on and so forth. Whatever. It's just a different thing. Being babysat nowadays, it's like I worry about the kids being babysat by like the idea that there's such a thing as screen time. Like if you take a child to the doctor, if any of you have kids, have you been asked about screen time? That's nuts to me. There were no screens in my house when I was a kid. Like, it was movies. We could watch movies, VHS. But, like, if the daylight was out, my mom locked us outside. No joke. We went outside. But I liked outside. I didn't mind it. I was left alone. I, like, played like I was a fairy in the woods and built a fort and shit like that. But, like, I've told you my story of how I went to a steak restaurant one time, and this couple comes in with a screaming kid in a stroller. And then suddenly they click down two different arms, one holding an iPad and one holding a phone. They were both playing something different. And this child just glazed over into zombie mode, was just like, I don't think that's healthy, but I'm sure something did that to me. I'm sure there was something unhealthy that did that to me. I'm not saying it's like worse off. It's just gonna be different. It'll be weird to see what happens. I mean, honestly, I love cutting screens sometimes, like going out and turning my phone off. Obviously, like letting people know if there's an emergency, but I love doing stuff like that. But nowadays, it's like, how do you turn your phone off if someone needs to get a hold of you in an emergency? I don't know. I guess I put it on Do Not Disturb and just like stare at it. I don't know. There's no way to be safe about it anymore, I feel like, if you have people that might count on you or might need to tell you something emergently. Especially if you have kids. And your kids too. You probably get asked this shit already, right? I bet your kid can work a phone better than you. And that's no shade. I bet they can. I've seen 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds fucking like on a phone. It's wild. When I started having kids, the PC was in the living room and we had expensive PC. We had extensive. And that was my mom. When we got a PC, all we had was educational games. We had like the Magic School Bus Ocean game. Look at my sweet Void back here, just being the sweetest boy, and Lilith here being such a bitch. Sit. Trick. You're a good boy. There's another dog back here, for those that can't tell. It's my Void boy. He's so polite. Bill is not. I mean, that's what I'm saying, hipster. And that was us. I mean, that's why I don't fault my parents for my exposure to the internet or my exposure to computers at all. They had no fucking control over what I was going to get exposed to. They didn't know what I was doing when I was at school at a friend's house. Like, there was no fucking, they had no idea. They didn't even know to know it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how to word that. How do I word that? The concept of like, oh, you need to watch your kid on the internet was not a concept yet. Because people that had kids did not know what was there. The kids knew. Does that make sense? Kind of. Supervision? Yeah, it wasn't even a concept when it came to the computer. Yes, video games, like my mom was well aware there was like, my mom's very anti like, human killing. She just unplugged my shit every time. You're such a whore and I dislike you. Sometimes. I love you, but I dislike you. I can't hear anything. It's a terrible time. Does anybody want a poodle? I'm over it. I'm over it! This is how my $600 headphones end up broken. Because of giant stupid poodles. I'm just saying. Yeah, the concept of it, yeah, we didn't know a problem existed. Exactly, as a crayon. Yeah, they didn't know that there was going to be a problem. We didn't know that that was going to be a thing. Like, what adult would be like, oh, I bet the internet's going to be full of, like, murder porn? Like, stop. You have to stay here if you're going to be here. You're very annoying. My dad would rent movies and copy them onto 8mm VHS. I almost always had one of those running in the background while playing with stuff. When I was a kid, things never changed. Yeah, it's true. It's facts. Plenty of innocent Google searches loved being like, here's porn. How about pictures of abused animals? Yay, such child-friendly fun. Oh my God, yes. Dude, the amount of sketchy shit I remember getting to as a kid and being like, the government's going to come to the door. Like, I would literally not sleep for a week because I thought the government was going to show up at the door for something I accidentally, Googled or didn't Google, asked Jeeves or, like, searched for on some torrent thing. Yeah. would give you Doom. Well, that was the thing. Like, we had only educational games, like literally children's educational games. And then my mom married my stepdad, and my stepdad and all my stepbrothers move in. And suddenly we have a Nintendo, a Super Nintendo, a Sega Genesis, and a Nintendo 64 with every boyish game imaginable, i.e., the shoot 'em ups. And it was like literally from 0 to 60, I was just like, yes! And here we are. So it was a great time. It's a great time. Be alive. Played a lot of GoldenEye. Good time. A lot of Wave Race. A lot of Mario. Mario's fucking hard. I definitely figured out my favorite wrestler's full real name and phone number from the 1994 internet and definitely called him in. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. They didn't realize the internet was like a power drill. You can build something with it or put yourself in the hospital. Dude, that's such a fucking good analogy for it, though. It's true. They had no idea. And to be fair, we didn't understand the capacity of what we were doing. You know, it was like the birth of it, kind of. The birth of it being common. Being like in people's households, not just being something rich people had or something like that. Having your PC in a public space makes a huge difference, I think, when your kids are young. My mom did that for ages. And then she put it in the basement, and that's when I walked in on my brothers jerking off way too often. It was a bad time. Oh, wait, forgot to tell you, but my wife is pregnant? Shut the fuck up. Congratulations! If I didn't have a fucking poodle on my lap right now, I would cheers you. I owe you a post cheers. Congratulations! That's very exciting. Good job with the cream pie. Nicely done. Luckily for us, I'm very tech savvy, so that kid isn't going to pull one over on me. I fear for those children, to be honest. I fear for the children of the tech generation. They ain't get it. It's going to be like, I would say like my grandparents to my parents. My grandparents were like the golden era, so they were really strict, like hard work, sweat yourself, work to death. And my mom was like the 70s, like burn your bra, like fuck it, drugs and love. It's going to be the flip. That's going to be great. Oh, those poor creatures. I mean, that or Frem, they're going to be like dumb intelligent. Like, you know what I mean? Because my mom probably thought she was smarter than me. Like, she definitely put passwords on everything. Even the TV. Like, I grew up needing to work to watch MTV or anything like that. Like, there was passwords. The thing is, she put a password on, like, MTV because of, like, Beavis and Butthead or something offended her. But I could watch USA or TNT all fucking day. And there was, like, so much. I mean, come on. That's where I saw Barbed Wire for the first time. Shut the fuck up. Anyways, like, you know what I mean? But we would always figure the passwords out. Always. I mean, there was enough of us, enough kids in one room. We figured them out. Your kid will, like, you know what I mean? Like, at first, you'll be a human firewall. But eventually, your kid's going to be like the McAllister child. You know what I'm saying? Like, your house is going to be the Home Alone house. Because you're a walking challenge. They will beat you someday. And I hope for you it's not painful or destructive in any form. But I have a feeling they're going to be hella smart because that's usually how it goes. My hubs, oh wait. My hub's a techie, so things were different for our kids. We never bought a PC. He built them. Our first PC was bought, and then I think our second one, my mom let our neighbor build, and it was way better, I think. I've got the passwords covered. I don't even know what mine are, and I don't know. They won't know. True. Unless they figured out how to get into your phone, and they figure out, like, the master password for whatever your password thing is. But same, I use one of those I've actually been in the process of getting out of LastPass because of all that LastPass bullshit. That's a fucking nightmare, by the way. My first boss told me no password will survive more than 2 weeks if there's a night shift. No shit. More than 2 weeks? Damn! They're really determined, yeah? I don't know, I'm sure if kids beating you is a good thing. I mean, to a certain extent, I think every parent is like, hopes their kids will surpass them in whatever. But like, I don't know, kids are like, I just watched my friends' kids. I'm not trying to, like, compliment myself because I don't have kids, but I have a lot of friends with, like, kids in, like, late elementary school, middle school age now, and they are so smart. They just are smarter than me. I feel like they're smarter than me already. Their brains work in a different way because they were born. My dog trying to crawl in my body. They were born with a damn iPhone in their hand. And like, we make jokes about how we had to like look through encyclopedias and go to the library and learn the Dewey Decimal System. And yes, that was there's a certain pride in having to put work in to find your information. However, my dog is gonna she's too big for this. She just insists. Imagine how much smarter we would be because we would save so much time if we had just been born with like an encyclopedia in our hand. Every time you have a question, you just, hey, blah, 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 blah. And you have a million answers and you can cipher through them and figure it out or not. It's dangerous and it's great. But you know what I mean? With how fucking fast kids that can figure out how to use a computer or phone can get information these days versus what you and I had to go through to get an answer out of a library sometimes. They're going to be smarter than us. Their brains are going to be faster, but they'll be broken in a different way. Not bad or not any worse or any better than ours. Just different. It'll be fun to watch. It's like, I mean, probably not fun for you out there that are parents. I apologize for making fun. I mean, fun is in like the human experiment. Like, it's inevitable. It will be very interesting. I'm curious to see where it goes. Like, will it just be a complete lack of social skills? Or will it be like an abundance of them that are just out of control? Or like, I don't know. Are our eyes gonna die without screens? I don't know. I really don't know. It's an interesting question though. I think about it a lot. Are you aware we're dogs and we're here? Seriously, Lilith, like, you weren't paying attention, so I'm gonna put my 75-pound body on top of you. Fully. Be better now? Now she's fine. She's such a weird fucking dog. Bitwarden? Oh no shit. I heard about, what is it? One password. Yes, hipster. That's the one I've heard a couple people mention to me, so that's the one I was gonna do. But if anybody else knows of one that's like, free, obviously is a big thing, but like dependable, that would be great. My former coworker in IT supported my manager set up stuff not to block things for his kids, but to monitor everything in the background. Trust but verify. I honestly love that. And we kind of, I mean, that's how we come full circle. I started stream talking about how, like, I don't think all the shit I was exposed to when I first got a hold of the internet, I should have been by any means. Like, I did not have the mental capacity to consume and logically understand what I was seeing without becoming traumatized. I'm fine because I'd already seen things die far before I ever got a hold of the internet. Thankfully, but not thankfully. You know what I mean? I was there. I was fine. But I feel like there's a lot of shit. Obviously, no one needs to be watching like Pain Olympics, or that's not what I'm talking about. But there is what's deemed as like mature material or whatever that I don't think needs to be held from kids of a certain age that are mature enough to have a discussion with you about it. So they're not trying to metabolize what they've just consumed on their own. Because they don't have the tools. I mean, honestly, I think that's what parents are there for, is to help children build the tools to consume that so they can go on in life and not have to call their mom every time they see something fucked up. You know what I mean? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, that's just like, again, I don't have kids. I just like, when I think on what my parents tried to do for me and what I think their parents probably tried to do for them, again, we're all just humans, but like, that's kind of how it goes. Be a proactive parent to have the tools, exactly. Like, and if you shelter 100% of everything deemed, I don't know the word for it, not controversial, but like mature, for lack of a better word, from your kid, eventually they're going to get a hold of it, but you won't be there to talk about it with them or to help them understand what they're seeing, and they could take it in a weird way, and then now we have Jeffrey Dahmer too. You know what I'm saying? Or you give up a life of a medical career at Johns Hopkins to become a content creator on the internet. So, like, Just think about where you want your kid to go in life, and then consider those options. I'm doing great. Don't you worry about me. You need to go potty. You want to go potty? Look at this giant dog. My God. Taboo, exactly. Yes, that's the good word for it. Yes. Brace for a new generation of technophobes to come in and prove horseshoe. Oh, absolutely. Oh, I mean, it always flips, right? That's what we were talking about earlier. Like, my grandparents were like the work hard golden generation, but my parents are the hippie 70s generation. I don't know what happened to mine. I don't know what we're considered. I just live in it. But like there's always that it's like the what's the word of it? There's a word for it. It's on the fucking tip of my tongue. Not the reverse. It's the fuck my head. I don't remember the word for it, but it's like the exacerbated effect in the opposite direction basically. My thought process is that you got to give them the ability to press and overstep boundaries, but with a safety net to catch them if they really fall. Yes, 100%. Yeah. My parents kind of did that. Like my mom sometimes would be a little overprotective, but my stepdad I think helped her a lot with that. He was of the mind that like if it doesn't kill them, obviously, or like end up in some terminal injury, like if the kids insist, let them learn the hard way. Like if they refuse to listen within reason. Please understand, my parents weren't like sending us out. My parents did not encourage me to ride a green horse and get stepped on in the face. They didn't know. I didn't know. None of that shit. But my stepdad was kind of like, but he'd sit and watch. He'd cross his hands and be like, I don't know, go try. Watch us get slapped in the face by whatever the fuck we were trying to do and be like, can you do it? And we'd be like, no. And he'd be like, all right. You believe me next time? And we'd be like, yeah. We never did. But like eventually, now if I ask my dad's opinion, I do not go test the opposite. I just trust my dad. It was a way of training us, I guess. If there's one thing I've learned in life, it's in my life, giving people advice is a waste of time because no one ever understands consequences unless they experience it themselves. It's so hard. I feel like there's certain people in life that I don't know why, but at a certain point you'll take their advice without testing it. Like, for instance, my stepdad. I will take his advice on shit because he's lived a fairly rough life himself. And I've learned my dog's laying on my desk. That's what I've learned. You see that? She has her head laid up against a tarantula enclosure underneath my phone and that notebook right there. Dogs are so weird. Ugh. So like from my dad's stories, both my parents' stories, but my stepdad definitely his stories, and just like learning when I was a kid when I would say, should I do this thing? And he'd be like, no, probably not. And I would go do it anyways, get hurt, come back to him crying, and he'd be like, I eventually, was like, okay, if dad says I'm gonna get hurt, I'm probably gonna get hurt. But I'm the type of kid that had to learn the hard way. Like I don't know why. Obstinance, I don't fucking know. I know. She's literally like her arms are like this and she's just asleep on the desk. I don't know what to do now. Do I die here? Technically we need to take a break. But I think she might be falling asleep on my desk. Tell a man the moon's 250,000 miles away and he'll believe you. Tell him the pain is wet and he'll have to touch it to be sure. Fucking mic drop on that one. Facts. Facts. Kids need to fall and scrape their knees. It's good for their fine motor skills and it won't actually hurt them. I mean, on a grander scale, absolutely kind of how my parents went with it. Because we grew up on a farm. We dirt biked. We had horses. Like we were living a lifestyle with a lot more risk in it than your everyday child, I guess. Not trying to flex like that's cool or anything. Just like I think my parents acknowledged that. And so tried to prepare us to not die in that, environment. Me, Austin? Ever. It's the worst. I don't want to be that way. I don't think anybody does. It's like, when you need to shit so bad that the need to shit takes over your mental state, like the little voice in your head that tells you don't shit your pants. But like at a certain point, your butthole's like, if we don't shit, we're gonna internally explode and die. So you just shit your pants. That's how strong when someone says you need to or you must do this thing, that's how strong the urge is in my head I have to fight. It says, don't do that thing. Don't fucking do that thing.
Don't do that fucking thing.
Don't do that thing. Whatever you do, avoid that thing. It is so fucking instinctual and so visceral of a reaction to full on fucking ignore. It's almost painful sometimes. Like, I have to put myself in the bathroom and just scream. Just to forget about it, because it's so fucking terribly. It's like a rubber band at its point where it's going to either snap in half or snap you in the face. And you're just like, terrible. I don't like it. I hate it so much. I don't know why I'm like this. The phrase, what did we learn? Oh my God. What did we learn? I'll give you something to cry about. Show me where it hurts. Raise your hand if you ever made the mistake of showing dad where it hurts. We did. One time. Once. I'm not saying there's a reason that ADHD was misdiagnosed as ODD in women. I'm saying there's a reason that would have happened in you specifically. Oh, absolutely. 100%. When I was a kid, I think I've told you this before, but after my dad died, my mom sent us to therapy, as you would your kids whose father died randomly out of nowhere. And the first therapist told my mom she thought I had sociopathic tendencies. And it was because my mom told me I was going to talk to a strange lady that I needed to talk to. I was 7. And just because my mom told me I needed to talk to her, I would go in there and be like, she had to play board games with me to get me to fucking speak to her. I love talking. I've never not spoken. But it was just because she said that. I still remember it. I remember that. ODD, obstinate disorder, obstinate something disorder. It's instead of, I don't think it's its own disorder anymore. Correct me if I'm wrong. I have a DSM from like 2006, but it's, I think, just a symptom of ADHD now. It's very, very common in kids with ADHD, and it is literally an instinct in your head to go against what everyone is telling you to do. Or, i.e., you shouldn't go play on that cliff, kids. You'll fall off and die. Kids go play on cliff. One falls off, hurts themselves very, very badly. Now kids don't go play on cliff, but until something terrible happens, they won't stop playing on the cliff just to prove a point. You know what I mean? Oppositional defiance disorder. Thank you. That's the one. That's the one. Oh, that poor therapist. I couldn't. And I looked like a baby Wednesday Addams. No joke. I think this was before Addams Family ever came out. I don't remember what year that came out. But I had black, straight hair, and I had bangs that were always over my eyes. I don't know why my mom wouldn't cut my bangs, but in all pictures, they're like here. Just black. And I would just be like, we played a lot of that game Break the Ice, which was, the irony's not lost on me now as an adult. Who was a friend of the family. Looking back, it was an odd choice. That is an odd choice. We went to some sort of grief counselor or something like that. Someone really wants me to do something. My first instinct is to say absolutely not. Isn't it sick? And you probably should do that thing. So you just stop asking people's advice because it doesn't matter. Whatever they say, your body's going to tell you to do the opposite, and that's stupid. Basically, in women, it was considered they can't follow orders and be obedient, so they have a disorder. Rampant sexism led to ADHD in women being called this for a long time. No shit. I wonder if it stemmed from like hysterectomy, hysteria, that kind of shit. I wonder. Frem, I was thinking it. You said it. High five. As I was saying it, I was thinking that exact thing. What Frem said was ODD is basically what every MAGA Republican has. As I was explaining obstinate disorder, that's quite literally the thought that was in my head in the background. No joke. I'm so happy you said it. The original Black and White Wednesday is way older than me, but I never saw that one as a kid. I only saw like the movies with Angelica Houston. Wow, I pulled a name out my ass. It happened. That was the only one I'd ever been exposed. Yeah, with Christina Ricci, that was the only one I'd ever been exposed to. Really, I hadn't seen the old one yet. But when I look at pictures of myself as a child, I look like her. Like, I don't look like a friendly child. I have pitch black hair, and it's always chopped like that. So it's just like this square of my face in the middle, and I'm always like, it's angry. I don't know. I asked my mom why she did that. She said I was cute. I do not predate the Addams Family. Oh, I don't take offense to that at all. No. What year? Didn't the original Addams Family, the black and white version, I think, came out. I'm just trying to guess. 60s, early 60s? Because I think it was black and white by choice, because not 100% of families had a color TV yet. But color TVs existed by then, I think. Like household ones. Technicolor. Yeah. Yeah, it's way older than us. Yeah, it's at least 20 years older than us, I think. Yeah, it's an older one. And there was a comic strip. No shit. I wonder what I wonder if the comic's the original, like, Addams Family. That'd be really interesting. I've never really looked into it for as much as I fucking adore the Addams Family and have watched the vast majority of anything having to do with it all my life. And, like, you know, as we all did, every goth girl wanted to be Christina Ricci. Period. I feel very confident in making that statement. Am I wrong? She was and is perfect. It wasn't fair. I'm holding my dog's legs back here just to keep her on my lap. Like a chicken. She's fine with it. No shit, the Addams Family started as a comic strip in the 20s and 30s. That's pretty cool. I'd love to. I kind of want to see if I could get a book of those or something and just look at them. That'd be fun. Oh, I loved Morticia. I think I wanted Morticia as a mom. Because my mom is so the polar opposite of me when it comes to overall aesthetic and just like I don't know how to put that without trying to be, I'm not trying to be insulting. My mom's house looks like a cute little farmhouse, you know? Like she has salt shakers that are little cows and she has pictures of little cows and chickens and things all over the house, but they have like human eyes that look really like, sad. And, you know, whereas my house is like not, we're very opposite. So I mean, still to this day, it's just a phase. You know what I'm saying? Like everything about me is just a phase. It's just a phase. It's just a phase. She hates it. And I was just like, oh my God, a mom that wears black. I don't think I've ever seen my mom wear black in my life. I blame Christina Ricci for most of my dating habits through my late teens and early 20s. Christina Ricci is the only reason I did anything until I was at least 27 years old. Fashion or otherwise. Black Snake Moan came out. That was a dark time for me. I don't know if she's perfect. I mean, people blessed to look like that, probably, yeah. I don't know what to do about that. What is a blind box? Is that like a loot box? Hold on, we need to take a break. My legs are I'm literally just sitting here on my tiptoes to hold my knees like straight ahead of me so Lilith can lay on me, my 75-pound, again, standard poodle, who does not fit. But because her mom does things like this, she thinks she does. Stop making that face, CK! What face? Never. I will never make that I will never not make that face. Welcome back! Dude, for real, I know. Well, my mom had me way later than she wanted to. My mom told me she had upwards of 12 miscarriages before she could have me. She wanted so many kids. She ended up, like, you know, becoming a stepmom for a lot, like 8. Including the blood ones. But she wanted a ton of kids. She just could not get pregnant at all. It was mildly heartbreaking for her personally because it was like her dream to have lots of kids. And she didn't have me till she was 30, my age, 34. She was 34 when she had me and 39 when she had my sister. And that was just fertility issues. Like she didn't purposefully have us 5 years apart or anything like that, which sucks. I know. honestly, I think it's my dad's swimmers because my dad was a raging alcoholic. Like, and by raging, I mean not a violent alcoholic. By that, I mean he drank like a fifth of vodka, not a fifth, like a handle of vodka a day, like a big, like sometimes a half gallon. I don't know. I guess he hid them in the washers or sometimes. Big old alcoholic. So I don't think those swimmers were strong. I think I was like the one that was like swimming through the fog or something. I don't know. What up, squirrel? Oh my God, how are you? Dude, my mom, I mean, my mom's not, she's not a storyteller. Like, she doesn't she's not one to embellish facts. Sorry, there's something in my eyeball. She does not embellish facts. She never has. And she told me literally when the last like 5 years of his life, we owned a motel for a while. That was like her last ditch effort to try to sober him. She was like, maybe if I give him a non-stressful job where he can sit at home all day and drink. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. She said that he would like he was so fucked up. He was trying to hide his drinking from her, even though they were both working in the motel all day long. And he would hide these like half gallons, like the big jugs of like it was like Kirkland signature, like the cheapest vodka you could find. I don't know, in a fucking half gallon. He would hide them in the basement where all the washers and dryers were because we owned a tiny little strip motel. So we had like 6 washer dryers down there to do laundry motel. He would hide them there, even though my mom was the maid. Like it was a small little, like they did everything. It was a tiny motel, personally run by just my mom, dad, my mom. Yeah, that's the stories I've gotten from her. So like, I don't know how we made it. I don't even drink. I don't know, man. I don't like alcohol. I never really have. How do you at 39 too? No shit. That's literally my sister. It's so funny. It makes sense though. Like the way, like, it just makes sense just knowing your mom. Oh my God. I mean, Little Black Dress, even if it's my day off, you can totally like ask for it the day before, a Sunday or a Tuesday for some reason. If it's not a Monday, I should be here for whatever reason. I remember walking down a long road at twilight. Best 10 miles ever. Wait, why did you walk down the road? Drunk Swimmers Unite. Let's fucking do this. We're doing fine. Honestly, I'm a massive lightweight. That's why I really don't drink. I get drunk on 1 beer. I'm done. It's just like fucking not fun for me. So but by all
Go,
rights,
Pikachu. Come out.
I should be able to drink.
I'm gay.
Thank you for the tip. Appreciate you. I just ate a sub from Snarfs and the world has meaning again. What the fuck is Snarfs? Have you ever had a Chiba Hut? Is it called Chiba Hut? Chiba Hut sub? Those are pretty good. Oh my God, Eliza. Oh my God, I missed your birthday. Wasn't it like 2 days ago? Holy shit, I did. Well, I'm the worst person in the whole world. Happy belated from the worst friend in the whole world. Let's just, wow. I did. Yep. What's the day today? Is it 3 days ago now? I didn't know what day it was. I didn't look to cheat. I thought today was the 9th, so I said 2 days ago. I thought yesterday was the 8th. Wow, I feel terrible. I'll have to make up for that. Honestly, this is karma. This is karma. Do I get the worst friend award? There's no award for that. Don't do that. Yeah, that just feels terrible. I am so sorry. And I mean, wow. Hard to call myself a friend at this point. That's pretty sad. I apologize sincerely. There's no way to make up for that, but I'll probably try in some way. Chiba Hut's delicious. I love Chiba Hut. If you've never had it. If you live in the greater Colorado area, the only problem with Chiba Hut is it's so far away, I can't, like, I have to drive to it to get it, and it's like 45 minutes, and that sucks. No, you're allowed to give me shit. You are allowed to give me shit. Oh my God. I feel terrible. I haven't forgot someone's birthday in a really long time. Actually, I feel a little terrible. What's Chiba Hut? Chiba Hut is like a stoner themed sub shop, I guess. Sandwich shop, you would call it. It's like Cheech and Chong themed. Everything's like stoner names or strains of weed names. It's pretty hilarious. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like a weed, but it's like kind of a mini chain in this area, and they're actually phenomenally tasty. Like the subs are really fucking good. Yeah, I've only seen them here. I didn't even know they were in Arizona. They're really good though, if you ever see one. I know. I feel terrible I forgot your birthday. Honestly, like, there's no excuse. I didn't even realize it was January, to be honest. That's terrible. I feel really bad. Stoner theme in CO. You'd be surprised how many things are not. I mean, that's the only thing actually I've ever seen here that's stoner themed. It's not a dispensary. Like because I think because it was one of the first states to ever become recreationally legal, they kept everything very like professional. Like there's not a lot of fun weed shop names. If I go to Washington State, there are tons. I can't even think of one like punny weed shop names. Around here, they're all very like medical or very professional sounding. Because I think they were trying to like like they knew potheads would go no matter what. We don't care what the fucking shop is named or what the weed is named. They were trying to get the clientele of people who really want to try weed for medical or otherwise, but are more afraid of it because of the underground weed culture surrounding it. Does that make sense? I think that's just my theory because that's what it feels like. They don't really have a sense of humor with weed here. I am a fan of animals and weed, Murphy. Big fan of animals and weed. That is facts. I know. I man, I can't believe I didn't wish you happy birthday on your birthday. I feel like a terrible person. I have nothing else. Like I just feel terrible. Best Italian sub I've ever had, but they also do gluten free, which makes them one of the only places I can eat. I think Chiba does gluten free too. I think, but like I think they're only downtown. Like none of them are close to us at all, which sucks. Electric Cabbage, a pot store in Portland. There's a good one. Yeah, there's good ones like that all over Washington too. But here it's like Medicine Man, The Solution. Uh, what's another one? There's tons of dispensaries around here, but they're not like names I would ever remember because they just sound kind of blasé. Going to Denver in summer, and our B&B is beside a place called the Church of Cannabis. You know, so like it looks like a thing. It's like a glass garden and it's outside, and I think it's only open a certain time of year. Make sure it's open when you go. It's not like a big attraction that's open all the time. It's like very privately owned, and I think it's only open a couple days a week or something like that. Because I was trying to look into it to do it when Vissy was here, and we couldn't because it was closed. I don't even know if it's open during the winter. I don't know. 503 is the Portland area code. The 50 tree, that's great. The 50 tree, that's fucking great. I've definitely noticed that weed culture is very low in the medical dispensaries here in AZ. I think it's just universal. People from all walks of life want to get high. Exactly. And they don't want to make it. I think there is, I mean, just in my experience, dabbling in all the in all the dispensaries in Denver, they want to make it palatable for everyone. They don't want, and that's, I mean, none of them feel like that, but they really strive for the dispensary not to feel like a head shop ever. So they don't feel like a head shop. They feel it feels like you're going into more of a candy shop, in my opinion. Like, like a really fancy candy shop, except everything's behind the counter. It's just like walls of beautiful packaging and really cool products of like everything you can fathom in weed stuff. Ours are all medical. Beyond Hello, Curaleaf. Yes, exactly. True Leave. Is that like a leave? Yeah, True Leave, Sunnyside, Ethos. That's exactly that sounds like any dispensary that could be in Denver. Same. Yeah. But that might just be a cultural thing. Like for Denver, they might not this city might not be a big city to have a sense of humor. Whereas like I'm used to like Baltimore as well, big sense of humor. Like you'll find pho places that are called like fucking, faux king, but you say fucking. You'll never find that in Denver. But I don't know why. It seems like a relatively liberal place, but there isn't a lot of like humor in it. Where is Snarfs? I've never even heard of it before. I'm down. There are still people who totally, I mean, just my parents. My parents, who I consider very educated liberal people. My mom, I know how much dope you smoke. And I'm like, okay. But am I like, is it fucking my life up? I don't think so. It's got that vibe here in MA too. Very professional and doc office looking, right? I don't like it. I hate when they feel like a doctor's office. My least, like, I refuse, and this is just personal because it makes me feel icky. but any dispensary where you have to go in and you like it feels like a doctor's office. Like you walk into a waiting room and you have to check in with someone at a desk, and then someone comes to a door and invites you into the back where all the weed is. I'm sweating thinking about it. It just is way too associated with medicine and medical and the dentist and all of that for me. Like, I don't want to have an existential anxiety attack while buying the weed that I need to prevent and or cure said anxiety attack. You know what I'm saying? I don't like it. So I go to one that doesn't do that, but to each their own. Same. Yeah, none of the stores here. Literally, my dispensary, same, Murphy. My dispensary, like under every cash register, there's a little glass like display case, and they'll usually have like 3 really fancy fucking like $1,000 beautiful blown glass bongs in those display cases, but I'm pretty sure they're the same bongs that have been there since I've lived here. No one buys them. They're just on display. They really don't sell anything but marijuana. They don't even sell like strictly CBD products. They have like one strain of weed that's just CBD and like one lotion, maybe a few candies, but the rest of it is like high octane shit. Ours are all like Apple stores. If they were decorated with blonde wood and green potted plants, that's like how ours are. That's literally how ours are, like with an ID checker at the door. Seriously, my dispensary feels so much like an Apple store. I don't even. It's crazy that you said that. Like when you walk in, there's a guy at your right who you obviously give your ID to, whenever. And if you get in line, meaning you didn't make an online order, the line is constructed of these counters that have glass tops. And as you move through the line, you can look through the counters and see and educate yourself. It has every form of dab, and you can sit there and read about like, diamonds or wax or shatter and the benefits to all of them. Like it's like a little museum of pot you get to walk through. I kind of like going through the line sometimes just to look at everything in the cases. I don't know. It's kind of cool, but there's no like fucking waiting room or anything. There's none of that creepy shit. Local chain, many locations. No shit. There's one on Federal, like 34th or something. I'm gonna look for it. I wonder if we have. I mean, I'll save it. I won't get it. I'll save the experience. But I don't think I've ever been there, and I love me a good sandwich. The one I go to has 3 ID checks. Well, mine has 2. I guess mine has 2 ID checks. Like they check it at the door, and then the cashier checks it again. Maybe 3 if you. No, it's 2 and then cash. Why 3 to leave? There's so little paraphernalia in the dispensaries. There's just enough for them to sell you something to smoke your herb or exactly. Yep. They'll usually have a couple like, really decently priced little pipes and stuff like that. Rolling papers. Exactly. Yeah. I use my passport ID so they can't scan it into their system. Oh, no shit. I've used my passport ID. Are you worried about it scanning it into the system? What happens then? Is Alaska pretty chill with weed? I would assume so. When did they legalize compared to the other ones? They legalized like not recently, right? They've legalized previously, I think. Have a good one, Eliza. If I were you, I wouldn't come back either because I'm the worst friend ever. Happy belated birthday. I love you, even though you probably don't believe it. Terrible friend, chicken in. Don't fall over in the shower. Really, Frem, yours are required by law to do the waiting room thing. I wonder why. I wonder why. Is it probably just to control, like, I don't know. I wonder why. 2 doors. Oh, 2 doors and then the cashier. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, and that was the other thing. The ones that are medical, like your bud tender isn't your cashier. Then you go to a different. So you literally have to make contact with 3 different people and have a full conversation with 3 different people at a desk before you can even leave with your weed. That's just a lot for me. 3-ish years ago. Yeah. So they're not one of the most recent ones. I feel like the more recent the state is, the more expensive. Like Eliza was saying earlier, it is. Oh, God. What did she say? In New Jersey, at least, who recently legalized and is actually actively selling recreationally legal pot right now. For an ounce, I think it was like around $450, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. We were talking about it way at the beginning of stream. Around $450 for an ounce, which is crazy. I mean, I can spend that if I want to on real fancy ass weed and dabs and shit like that, but I can also get a $60 ounce legally from the dispensary. I have a medical card in DC, but since I moved, I need another source. So I'm going back to Michigan this month to restock. I was checking out the price of selections of edibles, and I was blown away. DC has 3 kinds of edibles that are mad expensive. Well, have you looked at the weird... DC has weird... the weird ass... Like, the only way to sell it in DC is to, like, have a pop tent in a park. It's so weird. DC has the strangest legalization rules. Scanning an ID into a system to do with drugs that are still federally legal seems sketch to me. True. I've never had my ID scanned at my dispensary. They literally just like do that little flashlight to make sure it's real. I've never had my ID scanned. Yeah. Why do they scan your ID? It's not like you can get in without it. Is it to like make sure someone's not? I don't know. That seems weird. I love you, Eliza. I'm so sorry. I'll probably be saying I'm sorry for the rest of my existence. If you're in their system, they can sell that to advertisers and report you. It's just creepy that they would scan it. Honestly, like I wouldn't want that either. I'm not saying you're in the wrong for like using your passport. I would too. That's just so weird. In PA, it's all medical, and they have a lot of crazy requirements so that no one can steal weed. That's what I would assume it is to cut down on like theft. Did you ever see that video of someone like I think it was two people? It's a security cam footage. Two people break into a dispensary trying to steal weed and or the money, and the person working the counter pulls out a 6-foot fucking beaker bong and goes after the thief, and the thief's just like, fuck it, and leaves. They didn't even have to use the bong, but I mean, show me a more dangerous thing. I don't know. Fucking what? That was one of the best things I've ever seen, but that probably happens a lot, and having that extra layer of security, I understand it, I just don't enjoy it. If I had to do it, I would. But I don't have to, so I won't. I choose not to. $70 quarters, that's insane. I mean, I can, and that's what I was saying earlier, Lord Moldy, like, we were talking about, someone was asking how much money I normally spend on weed, and I was saying it really varies, because I can spend as much as I want, really. Like, they literally have, at my dispensary at least, they have the blunts, they're like, what do you call them? A glunt. It's a glass blunt stuffed with weed. But no, it's not glass blunt. Excuse me. I'm thinking of a different one. I mixed two in my head. It's wrapped in rice paper. Please excuse me. They're wrapped in rice paper. I don't even know how much weed's in it. I think it's like 2 grams of weed in this huge like rice paper rolled blunt, but they're rolled by the Shaolin monks that roll Snoop Dogg's blunts, apparently, and they are $135 to $200 a pop. You know, like, so you can get dumb extravagant with weed if you want to, but I have the option to get a $65 ounce totally legal at the same dispensary. So it's like I could go either way. I choose most of the time not. I mean, I did get those blunts. Zach bought me one of those blunts one time just out of sheer curiosity. Not worth it. Don't do it. It's just weed in a fucking rice wrapper. Sure. Sure. Maybe as a gift to someone who's really into Snoop. Here in AZ, it's easy to keep track of the quantity you've purchased because there are limits on how much you can buy to prevent sale. That's ours too. We can only buy an ounce at a time. Peanut butter souffle? No shit. I never even thought to do that. It's not like too much peanut butter. They scan IDs for alcohol here too. Same deal. Interesting. Our alcohol and weed are controlled by the same government organization. I use that passport ID for any time someone other than a police officer asks for it. They can't scan it, so there's no record of me being... That's so weird. I would do the same. Just out of like, there's no reason for that. Like, you can't logic to me why you need to scan my ID to buy weed. Or beer. Comparing that to my alcohol consumption makes me feel better. Well, I think Spencer was saying that earlier, like, you compare, like, weed and alcohol, you can buy a bottle of whiskey for $20 or a bottle for $250. Both will get you fucked up. But, like, one's probably a mildly more pleasant experience. Kind of the same with weed, at least in Colorado. It's not like across the board, one price. The shop I go to is called Medicine Man, and it's a chain. It's all over Denver, probably Colorado, honestly. And they're great. I really like Medicine Man. They tend to carry a really nice selection of weed. The weed's always really good quality. I'm a big fan. Oh, the strain. I'm an idiot. Oh, cheers, Erica. Let's cheers. Someone say whiskey? Yeah, Northbound. I was saying, like, weed in legal states is very much like whiskey in that you can buy whiskey for $25 or $250, same, like, volume, and theoretically both are whiskey. Both will get you drunk, but, like, I can't think of a $250 bottle of whiskey. The nicest I've ever drank is, like, Macallan, I guess. Lagavulin 9-year? I don't know. I don't know what but, one's gonna be a Lagavulin and one's gonna be, like, Kirkland Signature. I don't fucking know. One's gonna be more pleasant. Same with weed, I feel like. Some people are, like, people that don't smoke as much as me, that smoke, like, one little hit at night after work, probably buy super fancy weed because they don't go through it like I do, whereas I smoke every single day with you guys all the time. So if I was to buy, thousands of dollars of weed every week, I would go broke so fast. I would be so poor. I couldn't do that. Cheers. Right, Frim. The only thing that would really cross my mind, and I don't even know how this would happen, but like if I tried to get another medical job at some big high end hospital like Hopkins, and they were like, you came up in a database as buying pot, blah, something like that. That's the only thing because I'm a paranoid person. Like, I don't think that would logically happen, but maybe. I don't know. Oh, Erica, cheers, little kid. I need to pack a bowl, actually. I hope I'm never the sort of person to get fucked on. I mean, Serlin, you know what's funny? Zach told me one time, because Zach and I have talked about this, like, we both are very much of the opinion that I never try to shame someone for spending money on something that to them has value, but to me, I would never spend the money on. You know what I mean? Like, if I can't even think of an example of something, but you know what I mean? And Zach and I were talking about that recently, and he said he actually one time, I don't remember where he was. I don't remember the full extent of the story, but it was him and a couple people at a Twitch con or some con or something, and they went to some fancy ass restaurant where they had like $100 shots of things. You know, like you could get a whiskey that was $100, something like that. And he tried whatever the most expensive whiskey was on the menu, and he said it was straight up just whiskey. And he like at that point, he did drink semi regularly, so it's not like he didn't have a palate for it at all. And he was like, I didn't like there was no worth in it at all. And I've done something similar with wine. I used to drink wine a little bit. I would not call myself a wino, but I'd have it with a meal or something like that. And I do enjoy wine on an occasion. And I can't remember why, but I got myself a very like a dumb expensive bottle of wine, mostly out of morbid curiosity. I was like, why? Like, why do people have wine cellars and age this shit and then sell it for hundreds of dollars? I didn't get a dumb, like probably $100 bottle of wine or whatever, some ancient fucking, I don't know. And it straight up just tasted like old moldy vinegar to me. I tried. I really did. I put myself in the mood. I like put on wine shows. I was like, we're here. I'm here for it. I'm experiencing this. And I had a tooth at the time. This was like many years ago. I'd say this was like 2010. I had a 2008. Um, I think it's called One Root. It's a Chilean Cab Sab. It's one of my favorite wines in the whole world. I always know the label. I think it's called One Root, First Root, something like that. And I had a glass of that as well. And that one beat it by so much. It was so fucking phenomenally better than the fucking ancient, super expensive wine. I don't know. To each their own, though. Exactly what Banana said. I don't understand it, but you do you. As long as it's not to the detriment of you and your loved ones. Like, you're not like, spending all your rent money on your hobby. Like, don't do that. I'm not in support of that. But, like, I'm not here to judge. I have a room full of spiders, for fuck's sake. Everybody's got a thing. Is this Macallan? Macallans can get pretty expensive, can't it? 150 for an 18-year? Yeah. I believe it. It's making me put my birthday in, really? Does anybody else just ignore it all and put in their birth year? Because same. 150 pounds. That's a big fucking, I mean, that's a lot. 3,000? Shut the fuck up. Oh, I've never had that. 30-year age, though. I was 4. I mean, why? Like, maybe. I guess if it's your thing. If it's your thing, and that's what I'm saying, like, if it's your thing, I'm not here to judge it. But this says Double Cask 30 years old, 2022 release. A special whiskey to be savored with a rich, complex flavor profile and notes of ginger and vanilla. Macallan, I'm sure I'm saying that with a dumb American accent, and I apologize. Macallan. 30-year. The tit fart. Wow. But why is it 3,500 pounds? Is that, I mean, to be fair, if I was to price myself, I would say I was much more than that, for fuck's sake. And it's almost the same age, so sure. Damn. Oh my god, I heard about this morning. Apparently, Louisiana is requiring like photo ID to view porn online. Like, that's gonna stop people who really? What? How, what, why, when, where, and how? A Pappy SR 12 year is $1,200 per bottle. I mean, that's better than $3,500. Riedick price for a pretty good bourbon. I'm fine with the Whistlepig Farmstead Rye at $200 a bottle. And that's, I think the fanciest bottle I ever liked was like a Lagavulin 9-year, and I don't even remember. I think it was like maybe almost $100, like 90 something. But that's not a get fucked kind of, Scotch, whiskey, Scotch, whatever. It's Scotch technically because it's Scotch, but it's a sip in front of the fire and get toasty with your peaty beverage kind of drink, so you don't really blow through it. No, the most expensive is $6,200. Shut up. I was trying to wait for it to load. Some of the bottles, like the pictures aren't loading, so then the whole thing moves. 57. 5,700 pounds, but why? With exacting processes, long perfected techniques, and a perfect balance of innovative and heritage, M. Black celebrates the union of the mastery of crystal and whiskey, making inside and out. To the navel with the lettuce. An unexpected color and geometric form challenges all perceptions of traditional decanter design. And wait, are you paying for the bottle? But like, why? Are you paying for the bottle? Is it like that crystal vodka that's like in a fucking skull where people pay $80 for semi-okay vodka, but it's just in a skull everyone wants? Rights Crayon, I think the most I spent is probably equal to that, and it was like a gift for someone, like it was an extravagant bottle of something as a gift. I'm not getting the 6,200 one though. I see 50, wait, what was this one? 5,700 pounds for the M Black. Oh my god, there it is. It was the last one to load. The Macallan M Copper 2022 release, 6,250 pounds. But why? But, but why? I just don't. Like, is it old? Is that just to say you did? Yeah, not all whiskey is Scotch. I think to be Scotch, it must be made in Scotland, correct? Oban. How do you say? Am I saying that right? Oban? Oban? Is this fucking? Oh, that's Chet Faker. Oh my god, I totally thought that was 30 Seconds to Mars, dude, and I was like, absolutely not in my channel. This isn't a cult. Because some Muppet will pay it. That's what I was saying. It's literally for some douche to have on a cart to say they bought a $6,000 bottle of whiskey. Like, I just don't. That is Oban. That's a good one. That is wildly excessive. Wow. 6? I can't. That hurts my sensibilities. Right, and Murphy, also, whiskey in Ireland and whiskey in the US is different and spelled different. And then in the US, we have bourbon. And there's something, what are the rules around bourbon? I don't know the rules on bourbon. Or if there's rules, or if it's just made a different way, but it's different. But it's technically all whiskey. I don't know. What would be the greater family name? Because there's like whiskey, Scotch, bourbon, rye. There's rye whiskey. Is there like a greater overarching name for the group? Price is determined a number of ways: process, age, rarity of materials used to age, and limited supply. Oh, it's like that, like supply demand shit. They're like, oh, we only have 5 bottles. That's why it cost $6,000 because that was the wages for the people that took care of it for 30 years. You don't understand. Crystal Head vodka is filtered through Herkimer diamonds. It's so hard to just say that with any form of straight face at all. Oh, overall name is whiskey. Okay. Aged in barrels. The barrels are only used once. That's where all the money probably goes, right? But I don't need whiskey that's only barrels. I'm all about reuse, repurpose, recycle. Use those barrels, bitch. Dude, Trick punched me in the eye yesterday, and I see the bruise forming. What a bitch. Bourbon must be aged in a new cask. Please excuse me. Scotch must be a used cask. Interesting. I didn't know that. Is it interesting. What do you mean by used? Used as in maybe like the cask came from making bourbon? Pipe and cigar tobacco can get mighty expensive as well. Oh, I don't doubt it. There's still what do they call it? A cigar room. It's got a name. Fumery at the end. It's like fumery or it means fire. I don't know. There's a lot of those on the East Coast everywhere still. Like people are still very much into cigar culture, and there were some like humidor, that's what it's called, a humidor, the cigar rooms. All the liquor stores on the East Coast when I was living over there, all of them have a humidor in them. In the middle usually. It's like normally where they would keep like, big cases of beer, cheap beer, it was a humidor instead. It was pretty cool. It was I just like walking through it. Oh, bourbon is made by putting chocolate buttercream between two chocolate biscuits. Yum. Bourbon is also defined in part by the mash bill. What's that? There are some like Japanese scotches too. It doesn't have to be. Oh my god, I forgot. There are Zach was telling me he had a Japanese whiskey that was phenomenal. Oh, I thought scotch had to come from Scotland. No shit. Okay, so Murphy says there are some like Japanese scotches too. It doesn't have to be from Scotland. I could be wrong on that. I don't know. I mean, honestly, all scotches that I've ever had personally have always had kind of that note of like smoky, peaty flavor, and I kind of identify them by that. Like if someone was to blind test me on them, if it had a smoky, peaty flavor, I'd straight up say it was a scotch, just because that tends to be what they are. Oh, they get the cask from beer. No shit. They still cask beer in like oak casks and shit. I guess maybe for I guess before transporting and shit in like the thing you buy in college and stick the thing into a keg. Wow. I was literally going to say the thing you do a keg stand on and claim I can't remember can we just not talk about it? I'm going to smoke pot instead. Cheers. Sherry cask. So how popular is sherry that they get enough casks for that? I guess maybe. So there's like sherry wine vinegar, and then is sherry wine vinegar and like cooking sherry that's come from the same place? Are they from the same mommy daddy? I just don't know. You guys are educating me highly on alcohol. This is very fun. I know nothing. Like and my dad died of it. That's how much I know. It kills you if in excess, but so does everything. So let's calm down. Excuse me. Bourbon is 51% corn, aged in new charred oak casks, less than 160 proof, bottled to 80 proof plus. That is so specific. Does it have to be from a certain area? Because I notice, swear to God, I notice this itch all day. I notice most bourbon always comes from the South. Like they say, like Tennessee bourbon or Kentucky bourbon. Like, is that a thing? Or is that just where a lot of oak trees are? I don't know. Glacial Cinder! How are you, love? I feel like there's a dog hair on my face and I'm going crazy. It's Japanese whiskey. They can't call it Scotch unless it's made in Scotland. At least from what I heard. That's what I've heard too, but honestly, I'm not a pro. Like, these bitches that actually, like, take part in the hobby of it probably know more than me. Cheers, special sauce. It's also way cheaper to build barrels in Kentucky than Scotland, given local trees and the availability. I was wondering that too. Like, if it's oak casks or whatever the cask specification is, I'm assuming wherever those barrels are made the cheapest. That's probably one of the most expensive parts. Dry winter skin. It's the worst. Glut, thank you for gifting a sub to Glacial Cinder. I appreciate you. Glacial, you know what's up. Consensuality. Hail Satan. I love you. I'll scream at you for the rest of time as long as my voice isn't hurting. You know this. I got a red wine that's been aged in whiskey barrels. Is it pretty tasty? Like, do you taste a difference? I can't remember the last time I bought wine. It just never happens anymore. I just smoke a lot. Traditionally, bourbon's from Kentucky. Anything else is sour mash whiskey. Oh, I think Mayo, or I think it was Mayo McNasty, but someone said something about that earlier and I missed it. The sour mash whiskey, but also that's been opened up a lot recently. It was a lot. So that was the mash law we were talking about earlier. That makes sense, honestly. Any vinegar comes from an alcohol that has cyanobacteria, I think. Use the alcohol to make the vinegar. So sherry vinegar was sherry once. I would think the same thing. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, Cut. I don't know if you heard me, like, way back in the day. I don't remember why I did. I was celebrating something. I bought myself, like, $125, maybe $150 bottle of wine, like a nice one, as a celebration, but also, like, to test. I was like, what the fuck is up with this? Like, people have wine cellars where they, like, cultivate these beautiful wine collections of, like, ancient wines that are super expensive, blah, blah, blah. And I've never tasted one. I wanted to know why. And so I bought a bottle. I don't even know what it was anymore. It was so long ago. I don't remember. But I bought that bottle, and then I bought a bottle of this Chilean wine. I think it's called, like, One Root or First Root. Something like that is the brand. I always know what the label looks like, but their Cab Sab is one of my absolute favorite wines. And it's probably like a $12 bottle of wine, which is above the $2 Chuck line, but it's tasty if you ever feeling spicy. And I got a bottle of that, and I tried them together, and I swear to fuck, this, like, aged whatever bottle, it tasted like old musty vinegar to me. Maybe I don't have the palate for, like, nice things. I don't fucking know. It was gross. I didn't like it. I regretted the purchase heavily, and I way preferred the other wine. Good. Some people get scared. I've had people come into Chat Glacial, seriously, like, people will come in that, just stop coming to Twitch for, like, 3 years, and they're like, Katie, you haven't changed. And I'm like, why would I? I don't think there's any more trauma that could do that. What's a vinegar? Oh, a queen, like a mother? Ooh. Dude, how did you nurture that without it? Those are kind of rough to take care of. Or did you just put it, like, you had it probably, like, in one of those, like a growler in a closet? Honestly, don't remember, but I have turned orange wine into orange brandy and then into orange brandy vinegar, like, on accident. That'd be weird. Brandy made me hella sick when I was in high school one time. It was the night before a piano recital, and I was staying at a friend's house because her mom was going to take us to said piano recital. And her mom was sick of us because we were, like, chatting late at night. And so her mom offered us each a shot of brandy. Like, her mom was, like, a cool mom. And she was like, you girls want a shot of brandy? It was, like, blackberry brandy. And one swig, and I just projectile vomited all night. And then the next day I had to go play, like, the Christmas song or some shit on a stage. It was terrible. That's my one and only time with brandy. Never again. It was so thick and syrupy, man. I don't know how y'all drink it. I like wine sometimes, Kona. Honestly, it's like time and place. I find myself, whenever I'm in Europe, I much prefer wine because it doesn't have the sulfates, and sulfates almost immediately give me a headache. I didn't know that for ages. I thought alcohol gave me headaches. No, it's just American alcohol gives me headaches. But when I go anywhere in Europe, I can literally have wine with lunch and drink into the night, and I never get sloshed and I never get hungover. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? I go back home and it's like one beer and I'm like, I'm icky. I just didn't know. It's sulfates. It's because their wine is organic. It doesn't need the sulfates, and our wine, we by law have to put sulfates in it unless it's labeled organic. There's something they can get around with that. I don't understand it completely. But if you're like me and wine in America makes you feel poopy and get a migraine, look for organic wine because it will be sans sulfates, and that's usually the component that's giving us migraines. I don't know why, but I tried it, and legit, I can drink organic wine totally fine in America, but it has to be organic, and it usually tends to be, like, way more expensive, and I don't like wine that much. I love Chilean wine. Dude, special, 100% agree. Every time I've had to pick out wine, like, if people are, like, having a dinner party and they're like, bring a bottle of wine, if I can, I'll go for Chilean, because they almost have a wine for, like, every protein imaginable. They kind of have one, and I just fell in love with that one. It's root one, first root, something like that. If you have a chance and you like wine, look for it in the Chile aisle, the Chilean aisle of your wine. It's like a $12 bottle, but it's real tasty. I've never been let down by it. It's really tasty. It's very, very drinkable, I would say. It's not like a really strong flavor that's gonna take over anything or make it like hard to drink a lot. Not that you should be drinking a lot, but you know what I'm saying. Like we're normally not getting down on one glass of wine. You know what I mean?
Hail Satan.
It's fine. I almost knocked that over, but it's empty and we're fine. I'm a big bourbon fan, but I put Glendalough. Am I saying that or is it Glendalough? Glendalough Irish whiskey on par with the best bourbons. Really, I've honestly, it's a hit or miss with me with all versions, but whiskey as the group, like if I ever go somewhere and I'm gonna get a drink, it's gonna be whiskey. Like almost fucking guaranteed. I'm gonna look for the whiskey drinks as long as they're not crazy sweet. And I think that's why I tend not to go for bourbon because if they make a drink out of bourbon, they always add more sugar. And I don't get it because bourbon is naturally quite sweet on the tongue. I don't know why we're like, oh, it's bourbon. Let's put sugar on it. I don't get it. Sure. I'm not into like drinking sour candy, although I do love a whiskey sour. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to drink that syrupy. Again, we're getting back to the syrupy thing. Not my jam. Glendalough. Glendalough. I like that word. My experience most taste for any kind of alcohol starts with self-loathing. Oh man, doesn't it all? Same though. For Italian wine, I like some Italian wines too. Wine in Italy was fantastic. And very drinkable, which was nice. Using a filter on wine helps dilute the sulfates too if you can't find organic. A filter? Why? Lilith's just singing to herself. You got a lot to say? Barking at Zach. She's such a dumbass. I didn't even know. Love it. Oh. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but they hate it. No. Oh. You hear her? Oh, whoa. No, she's looking at you. But I didn't even hear you. Fucking weird. Dogs are weird. Casiero del Diablo. I think I might have had that one. Why? My dogs, man. My dogs. Luxury tobacco pipes. And the look. That's so cute. Oh my god. Oh. Wait. Is that $800 tobacco? I love you, Vissy. Welcome home. Oh. 8. No. Why? Oh, no. Like by hand? That's fucking. Oh my god, Ryan, I can't even. I must show you. I must show you guys this. This is what I'm looking at. This is insane. It's I was like, "Oh, cute. It's like vintage tobacco." Oh my god. Wait, is it just the pipe? No, it's the tobacco. Is it just the tin? It can't be just the tin. What the fuck? It's not just the. Right? Is it just the tin? No. No, it's not. It. Help. Okay, but Genova, sour gets a pass. I get it. I can't. It's just the tin. Shut the fuck up. A $1,500 tobacco tin that's empty. I don't know what to do with that. Everything hurts inside of me. Smoke the pain away. Cheers.
Welcome to the classroom.
Ready rubbed exotic blend. Right, Erica? And this is a great example of like, I don't get it, but you do you, as long as you're also able to pay your bills at the same time. Like, if you lose your home due to your collecting of exotic ancient tobacco tins habit, I don't feel so bad. That's crazy. I mean, exactly as a crayon, but like, they didn't even have to do anything. All they did was like find it. But it's empty. I'm still looking. I'm blown away. That is expensive. But again, you do you. Like, I'm all in support. I buy fancy weed sometimes. I have fancy bongs. I do not smoke out of the cheapest apparatus possible. Big boy, thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it native swings. I fucking appreciate you. Go forth and hail the dank lord, enjoy your emotes, and be consensual. Thank you for the Prime sub also. Don't forget to use your Prime subs because Bezos is a piece of shit. Stop giving him $5. Appreciate you. Smoke responsibly. Dude, Zucrayon, that's why I dropped out of the art program at my college, to be honest, because there was no separation of modern art from anything else. And so someone would literally like spit. This is a real example, which is why I use it all the time. Someone would spit on a canvas, name it home, and get an A. But I would, because I'm just like a literal, like, just draw what I see. I don't really have a style or anything. I would just draw something, but it wouldn't be like spot on fucking perfect, like it was supposed to be or whatever. And I'd get a C, and I was like, no, 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 no. How do you grade art? It's fucking subjective, first off. It's, oh my God, Vissy, literally, I went to take it all out this morning because I thought it was almost done. And this is just because it's all the snow outside is melting, so the humidity is so fucking high in the house. It's taking days. So what I did is I layered it. Eventually, I literally took it all out. This is how I ended up burning my hand with my iron. I was ironing the paper. Because I looked up online, like, why the fuck is this paper taking forever to dry? And I looked up hacks and stuff, ironed the paper. But I put it back between boards just to flatten it. It should be totally done by tomorrow. Hopefully. What kind of art? So much. I've been hella crafty lately simply because of the freezing cold weather. I can't go outside because I freeze to death. I've been doing all sorts of stuff. I've been doing watercolors. Vissy and I made paper, which is literally behind my desk being pressed right now. I'll try to show you guys tomorrow. Hopefully it's flat. I've been making books. I know. A little extra. What else have I been doing? Lots of like paper crafts. I taught myself how to make a pop-up book. And all of them. All the crafts. It's just like fucking amassed. Because I'm just bored out of my mind. I gotta have projects all the time. Art school is a scam, trust me. Well, that was the thing, right? That was what I learned, was basically art school. I mean, most college is a scam. That would be my opinion. I don't want to just pin it on art school. I think state college is a fucking scam in the greater scope of it. I don't regret my education. However, that's where I'll stop with that one. But I don't like, I think honestly they're just churning out people who are going to work in digital art and work like in advertising. Because when I was going to school, at least when I was in college for art specifically, it was kind of like the birth of digital art when the Wacom started becoming more accessible and you could get them at home and shit like that. And I think it was more guiding us. It was all guiding us towards that. Like I saw the class plan at a certain point. I had to have a Wacom tablet. Wacom. We looked up. You actually pronounce it Wacom, which I fucking love. you had to have a Wacom tablet at a certain point, and, like, I enjoy digital, but I don't want that to be my main gig, and so I left and did chemistry because that makes sense. But to each their own. Oh my god, it is not your fault, my fault, not realizing how wet it is inside my house. It's Lilith's fault. Did I tell you the full story of it, Vissy? I was ironing over here, and Lilith, you know how she, like, just rubs up against your legs and tries to squeeze herself between you and everything? She was trying to squeeze herself between me and all of this shit down here, caught herself on the rubbery cord of the iron, because I was doing it on the desk, and it went falling, and my dad arm, I always say it's like the dad arm catching their kid, you know, those, like, Reddit gifs? I just instinctually was like, "No!" and caught the iron hands down like that. It was bad time. I then dropped it because Lilith was way out of the way because I screamed. But, yeah, I went and plunged my hand in snow, and so far so good, no blistering. Just it gets hot, you know, like, it's weirdly warm. Let's grade art like math. You have to show your oh my god, show your work with art. Can you imagine? Sometimes they do, honestly. A little bit like that, yeah. Did you do art school, Ryan? Did you actually go to it? Like, I don't know if I've ever asked you that because it doesn't really matter to me, but I'm wondering what your experience was if you did. I don't regret it, but what it did teach me was what not to do. And the comp animation, digital in '96 was trash. Well, that was the thing. I was in the early 2000s and it was still trash. Like like you know, it was Photoshop, and that was basically your only option because there were other things out there that were not Photoshop, but employers, anyone that you was gonna hire you for digital art needed you to know Photoshop. And so you had to pay some ridiculous fee for the license or whatever, and it was just existentially fucking nonsense. And now you gotta figure out AI art inputs. Is that a thing? I wonder what artists like, what are digital artists, like, doing about that? Can you do anything about that? I'd be afraid to post literally anything I made online, not that I ever do. Oh my god, Vissy, I did get together an entire stack of watercolors that I've been planning on throwing away because I hate them. They're leaned up against a wall, like, it's so many, it's disgusting. I let Vissy in on my little, like, secret of creating a whole bunch of art and never showing it to anyone and destroying it because I'm self-conscious and have no self-confidence in anything I create. Whoo! And she was like, "Bitch, just give it to me and I'll make other shit out of it." So I got a lot of it, like a stack. Let me grab it. I'll show you my stack. I'm not ashamed to show it to people. I'm just not I don't think any of it's good enough to, like, look at continually on a wall. Graduated from the Art Institute in '98, taught by everyone from Valve and Blizzard. No shit, the guy who made either 3D Max or Soft Image, they had no advice or help other than just do it. I mean, isn't that what art is? Like, it's just the more you do it, the more you'll probably be better, but I don't think you really need an instructor. If you enjoy doing it, you'll get better. It's different from, like, you know, music. Like, learning an instrument, you need an instructor, but picking up a pencil on a piece of paper, like, anyone can do it. Some of the greatest artists in the world, like, what, fucking painted with spit and eggs. I'm gonna grab it. It's just against a wall over here. It's none of it's, like, grand pieces or finished anything. It's just shit that I, like, worked on and then hated and shoved in a pile. That's it. It was bigger than I remembered from 12 hours ago. I mean, kind of, except, like, you know, if you, like, wanna learn how to, what's it called when you climb cliffs without any support? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't just do it. Because you might die. But again, if you're willing to just do it, maybe it's culling the herd. Who knows? I don't fucking know. Free climb. Is that what it's called? Free climbing? I use spit and I use spit and eggs on the regs. It's an underrated medium. What up, darling? How are you, love? Yeah, so this is the stack. Some of them are just like me creating I was like sampling all my David Smiths, but I would fuck up, and I just can't. There can't be an accident, so it's garbage. But like, I figure it's a bunch of really pretty swatches of all my David Smiths you could probably use for something. I don't know what I did here. My lighting is making these not as pretty as they are. I wish my lighting was less stark. What way is it less stark? If I do this, that's more realistic. Is that weird? That literally looks more on par. This was me just fucking with mixing. What colors look good together? Oh, this was like I was playing with texture paints and a honeycomb. So it's literally just a piece of like nice paper with like, but now it's plastic because of this weird paint I put on it. I figure you could, it's like gold and purple with a honeycomb. I don't know. It's shit I was just gonna throw away. Color, I have so many color palette samples everywhere because the ones you buy are shit. None of them are good ever. This is nothing. I think this is paper. Oh, this one, this was, I don't know what I was doing. Watercolor, I don't know. Test again. If I turn it sideways, it looks so much more real. I don't know what I don't know. I have no, there's a heart, a log. No clue. I don't know. I don't, no idea. But it's yours now, bitch. What did I do with them? Oh, I'm right here. Another blend. I don't even know what way it goes. This way? I don't know. They're just huge sheets where I was like testing, because I made these palettes like out of squeezy tube paints and lost the labeling I had put inside my paint tray. So I had no idea what was what. And when they're dry, some of the colors look all identical. So this is kind of my way where if two were really, really close to the same color pink, I'd do this and see how they dried and see that that one's more fuchsia. This one's got more red or whatever in it. I don't know. Is it upside down? I couldn't, well, the drips are going that way, so I figure I painted it like this. If the water drips that way, but I don't know. It can be whatever the way you fucking want it to be, and that's the beauty of art, my bitches. Cactus? It looks so bad face on, but if I tilt it, it's just a watercolor. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know. Cactuses. Or Gumby's cock. Nobody will know. Nothing. Some of these are just the watercolor books because I was ripping them out for you. I don't know what I did here. It's just I don't know. I just do these and then I look at it and I hate it and I burn them. I literally use them as like kindling. I'm not having a sacrificial burn. I just never show my art to anybody because I don't care. I don't know. It's like cooking. Like when I cook a meal, by the time I'm done cooking, I don't want to eat it because I'm done smelling it. If that makes sense. I kind of feel the same way about painting. Once I've gotten this far, I'm like, meh. Meh. Oh, this was a blend. These were, I was testing genuine, I think it's Genuine Amazonite by David Smith is the bluish color, and then this one is quinacridone orange. And I wanted to see how they bloomed together on the bottom, but goddamn it, my lights ruined them so bad. And I thought they looked like the vessels in a heart, but this was just a test sheet. But I figure it looks kind of cool and you can have it. I don't know. I really like, my favorite part about watercolors is just how the colors move. Oh, this one I was testing, what are they called? Embossing. So like doing embossing to where the watercolors can't stick. So I have an embossing pen and I did a stamp. Oh, my lights. They're really, because they're meant for a 3D face. A flat surface is not going to work. It's just two windows. That's it, with like a snowy background, but it looked kind of like mold. I don't know. It's whatever. It's nothing. Something I gave up on because I lost interest. Story of my life! I did a rose and fury, I guess. I don't know. Little rose is cute. I don't know. Vissy does lots of like cutting up arts and crafts stuff, so that's why I'm donating them to the cause. Another for it, like snowy ass, like the snowy birch trees really don't show up on this one at all in this lighting. It sucks. I don't know. Just stuff. I don't know. Oh, this was, I did a three color blend, and then I did salt. That's what this is. I was experimenting with just different watercolor techniques. So while your watercolors are wet, like really wet, you can literally like take a salt shaker and sprinkle salt on it, and it will absorb kind of like in a what would you call it? Like a reverse gasoline pattern a little bit. No, the salt just absorbs some of the liquid, and then once your painting's dry, you just brush it off, and the salt just comes off really easily. Yeah, it doesn't like. I mean, your paper. If your paper's so wet that the salt dissolves, like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? No, you just sprinkle it onto kind of wet paper, and it does like that. It just absorbs right where it hits, and then once it's dry, you just like brush it off the paper. Just kind of fun. You can also, I don't think I have one in here, but another fun technique with watercolors is to get a straw and put your straw against your paper and just blow bubbles against the paper or blow the watercolors around with the straw. That's kind of fun. Ooh, weekend, no worries. If you ever get burned from like a hot stove, water pan, etc., immediately wet the area and cover it in as much salt as possible. Let it stay there for as long as you can. This will prevent blisters. No shit. You know what I did? Because I haven't burned myself in so many years. I just kind of panicked. I ran outside and thrust my hand into snow. Stood there for like 15 minutes until I couldn't feel my hand. And then I just walked around with like a snowball in my hand. It was this one. All night. It just is kind of hot now, but it didn't blister. It feels kind of nummy though. So I feel like because it's my fingers, they're probably kind of calloused because I do lots like woods and arts and crafts and stuff like that. I think in like a week or two, the skin's just gonna start sloughing off like one of those calluses, like one of those blisters, you know? Because it was just on my fingers, like these 3 fingers on the edges of them is how I caught the iron. It was bad. It was bad time. Will it blend? Literally. Wait, which one do you want to tattoo on me, Ryan? You can tattoo anything on me. I would literally let you tattoo anything on me. What did you want to tattoo on me? That is, oh my god, Vissy, that's my tattoo artist I was telling you about that comes by chat every once in a while. Yes. Vissy, meet my tattoo artist, Ryan. Ryan, the rose. That one? I'll take a picture of it before I send it to her. I like the colors. They're really pretty. Those, I wish it would, without doing this, this is the only way I can get it to show up because of my fucking lighting. But it's pretty. It's like, I think I did, I don't know. I think it's Amazonite Genuine and one of the pink colors. I can't remember the name of the pink. Pymonite? I don't fucking know. I just dick around. It's just to pass time. What is that one? Oh, another just like drippy. I tend to do my like the color scales across it, and I got bored with this one, or it wasn't perfect, or something. But that's just another color scale. I'm obsessed with them. Dude, absolutely, Ryan. I will take a picture of it before I send it off. Ooh, this one's one of my favorites, Vissy, actually, and it's on the most expensive watercolor paper I've ever used in my entire life. But the colors on this paper, honestly, it's like I wish it would show up the way I see it. It's a little bit darker for me, but I tried to go with like all like kind of muted foresty colors, like and then splashes the magenta, and the way it blended is so weird that I've showed to you this way without the lights. But it's so pretty. I think you'll really like this one. It's on if you've ever used watercolor paper or you're into it, Arches. That right there's like a $5 piece of paper. Mm-hmm. This is Arches. The paper's amazing, but god damn it. Ryan, my friend Vissy is also covered in tattoos, and so we talk about tattoos probably 60% of our conversation in waking hours is just talking about our tattoos and how many more we both want, so on and so forth. I woe a lot about how far you are away and how I moved away and how I can't get tattoos until I go home, blah, blah. That was a lot of our conversations, but isn't that the way with tattoo people? Katie's color sheet. I fucked it up. It's not perfect, so I had to throw it away. But like these are all my Winsor Newtons. Yep. And it went to shit. I think I drew a dick on it. There's a dick on it. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's a dick on it. I mean, right, Ryan, and literally one of our conversations was like, how do you pace yourself so you're just not like covered by the time you're 40? Like, and I mean, like, no more skin left. That's what I'm saying, covered. Like, I love a covered tattoo, bitch. You know me. I'm saying, like, oh shit, there's not an inch of me left. Let's go. I mean, Ryan, you come out here I mean, my family's out there. It's always an excuse to go see my family and pay you to harm me. It's my favorite part. More color, just color sheets that I fucked up. Like, they probably touched or something. I don't know. These are the Daniel Smiths. Moon Glow. Best color ever. Put salt on the burn is bullshit, so don't. Oh god. Okay, good to know. I mean, honestly, if it's so bad that I'm getting scared, I just go to the hospital. See, that's me too. I have nothing on my back, nothing on my arms or shoulders. Like, I've really saved. That being said, I have a huge body, so I have a lot of canvas. I feel like I'm covered in some pretty substantially large tattoos, but my body's so big I kind of get away with it. But I have a lot of real estate left. I'm quite excited. Oh, more experiments. These are embossed. So emboss is when you do a special kind of ink and then you sprinkle a plastic. I can't remember, oh my god, what is it? It's a resin-based powder that sticks to the ink and then you hit it with like a blow dryer or a heat gun and it creates like a raised, smooth, perfect surface that the watercolors won't stick to. So these actually have that on them. So if you feel them, they're like tactily, they feel like a honeycomb. I don't know what happened here. I don't know. I think I was just fucking around, but more cool stuff. Are they the ones you have to fill up with water yourself? Because I think I have a set sitting around me somewhere that recently I was like, I have to actually try these. I've just been scared of them. Nope. No. Talons. Hold on. I'm going to write it down. No. Daniel Smiths are incredible. I'm addicted to the genuine ones. They literally, the colors are named like genuine Pymonite or genuine Serpentine because of the way they like separate. Like I was showing this. Oh man. I don't know what I did with it, but I painted like a big square with this one color, Moon Glow, because I just wanted to show her because I'm so obsessed with them. I'm like, I know you believe me, but I'm still going to do this because I need to show you how cool it is. And as it dries both purple and turquoise. It like separates. And so the lines on the outers can be this like bluish turquoise color, but then there's this very beautiful gray purple that's the overarching color. I've used it so fucking much in so many paintings. I'm obsessed with Moon Glow. If I can offer you one tip for the future, Daniel Smith Moon Glow is an amazing color. But any of the genuines, because they're actually made of the ground, whatever it says on it. So, like, if it says genuine amethyst, it's made of ground amethyst. If it says genuine bloodstone, it's made of ground bloodstones. So the little huge, heavy pigments of bloodstone tend to drift, depending on how wet your paper is and how much water you use, drift towards the outsides, and they just are kind of like a mood ring. I don't know. I like that they're a chameleon and they change. What you see when it's wet is not what you get when they dry, and that's very exciting to me. What's a lino? No. No. I usually use the pH Martin concentrates in the Daniel Smith. Those Talon pens are good though. And then now I just use the water pens, refillable. Water pens, those are the ones I have, the refillable ones. I've never used them because they're like intimidating, but I have them out. I was just recently, like literally last day, I was organizing a lot of my art stuff, and I've committed I'm gonna use them this week. I will be trying them. No, absolutely. Like I'm open to like home remedies as long as you're not like critically burned, which I don't think I am because I haven't lost feeling and I'm not like I oh my god. I gauge every burn I have by one burn I saw as a kid, not in the hospital, believe it or not, because usually by the time they're in the hospital, they don't look good anymore. Um, but a kid, I'm trying to think what he was doing. I can't remember. It was a kid when I was in middle school. He somehow something got dropped in a deep fryer, and the deep fry oil splashed all over his hand. And he came to school with no exaggeration, centimeter blisters. Just, I think it was the top of his hand. From here to here was one whole blister, and then each finger had its own, like, 2 blisters between the knuckles. And I swear to fuck, they were at least a centimeter high off his hand, and he just had to stand here like this all day and not pop them, and it was so fucking grotesque. And as long as my body doesn't do that, I try not to freak out, but also get checked out if you feel like you're freaking out. I gotta write this down. They're the Talons? Talons pens. I'm gonna check them out. I'm always into a cool new gimmicky thing, especially if they actually work. Just use water in them. Don't put pigment other than black in it. In the Talons pens, are they meant for like ink? Because I have inks. I've got some pretty like gold inks and shit like that. I found it super inconsistent with color aside from the black. Then matching that same tone. Oh, fuck that. Oh, yeah. No, I get that. No, I honestly, I never even thought to preload them with colors. I thought it was just to like, so you weren't constantly dipping back and forth from water if you were like doing a large area or something. You needed a lot of water. I just assumed it was to add water and not any pigment. And I would never, because I would honestly, my anus, I would just be like, how the fuck am I going to clean these out and make them so clean that I'm guaranteed the next color I put in here isn't tainted? Because I'm way too fucking anal for that. I couldn't do it. Yes, I have seen the Potter Flash. Yes. The Talons are preloaded. Oh, no shit. Oh, just water and paint. That's exactly the way I assumed you would use them. So good to know. I would never think to load them. That seems like so much extra effort to load them with ink or load them with any kind of color. Sally, I mean, let's be honest. What do you often come to? If not taint and anal. Shut up. Do you have a link to it I could show chat? That's fucking sick. I didn't know that at all. Okay. I didn't realize it was 2 L's because I'm a terrible speller. I'm gonna try those. I'm excited. Don't worry about it. No, I'll look it up and I'm gonna put it in my Discord for everyone to see. Because that's actually fucking cool. I didn't know that at all. I've been fucking around with I have more. Wait, do I have any more in here? Just a couple. It's just stuff like that, Vis. You're gonna have a lot of like just heavy duty paper stuff. I've been fucking around with these like Japanese liner pens. Man, I couldn't even tell you what they're called because it's all in Japanese writing on them. But they're like they have brush pens and fine liners and like different shapes, and they're permanent. They're amazing if you're trying to do line work on a watercolor that you still might work on later. You know what I mean? I've tried like Copics. I've tried every fucking liner pen in existence. They all bleed if you try to hit them with watercolor afterwards, and these apparently don't. So I got a couple new ones recently, and I don't know. It says Sakura and then Japan and then a lot of Japanese writing I just don't understand. I got a couple of them, but I'm excited to try them out because it's the eternal search. The only thing I've ever found to do good line work on a watercolor or a painting that you might actually, approach with water once again is literally just ink, like Winsor Newton ink. And I don't want to fucking sit here like with a dip pen and a pot of ink. Like it's just so excessive. Hello, Robo. How are you, love? Cheers. Greetings and salutations. Yes, you can any of the above if you have any of that information. Text or DM would be the best. 'Cause then I can easily just copy the link and give it to my chat in our Discord. Do you like the Sakuras? This one is. It says Pigma MB, Sakura, Japan, and then a lot of stuff I just don't. I don't want to be insulting. I'm just an ignorant American. But this is a really nice brush pen that I've been experimenting with. It's it's very wet, if that makes sense, but it doesn't feather for fuck, which is really nice. I have a lot of nice paper, like thicker kind of paper that's like linen textured and shit. And if you have a feathery wet pen, it's like using a lipstick that feathers, it fills in all the fine lines around your lip and you look like you're fucking dying. It's the worst. It doesn't feather at all. I just did a line on my hand just to show, but it's so small. There's no feathering. That was so small. How insignificant, Katie. I'm pretty impressed with it thus far, but I haven't attacked it with water yet, so we'll see. But everyone online said it was good, and then the other ones, I don't know. It just says the only word I can read on it is black liner. But she tiny. Look at that little shit. Comparison line. That's a tiny little bitch right there. I'm excited to do that one. I have a really hard time with these because I tend to press really hard when I write. And fine liners tend to have like this really long, skinny nib on them, and I snap them off. I've bought some very expensive Copics with like metal cans and fucking snapped them, and I just hate myself every time. Every time. Indie ink, some of it runs and some doesn't. You have to look for different types of it. I've noticed it's a flip. It'll say what does it say, like water resistant or something on it, but a lot of them say water resistant. They absolutely fucking are not. It is very fucking annoying. But I've tried a lot of them. Not one Copic. Don't trust. What's the other one? Microns are even worse. There is one Copic. That's why I wanted to correct myself. There is one Copic, and I cannot fucking remember because I haven't used it in ages. There's one Copic I found, and it's the silver case. It's like a metal pen, basically, that you refill the ink or whatever in it. There's one of those Copics that I found didn't bleed when you paint it afterwards. But every single other one and microns are complete fucking horseshit. No. I write with I don't use a quill like a dip quill. But I do really enjoy a good fountain pen for general writing simply because uh after you write with them for a bit, the nib actually like molds to your hand very specifically and how you press on the paper and how you write on the paper. So if you're like me and you tend to press really hard, it eventually kind of gives in a little bit and you press a little less because it got you as close to the paper as you wanted it to. I don't know, man. I think they're just the Pilot. I don't have any near me. I was going to show you one. I think I just have like run of the mill Pilot like disposables. I have a couple very nice fountain pens, but they're somewhere else. Those are ridiculous. But they can be very nice to write with. If you get a nice one, like not a nice one, but a nib that fits you, I guess. Everybody writes differently. Like the way, and by right, I mean the way you hold your pen and pencil and press is all different. Everybody's so fucking different. The weight applied, all that. Sakura makes Micron too, man, dude. And that's the thing. Like this one, I'm hoping is so much better because Micron bleeds like a fucking stuck pig. I cannot. Exactly. Microns when you're done, 100%. I'm talking like if you're gonna, and I'm kind of one of those people, I like to do the line work first sometimes, and then I watercolor, and then I'll do additional line work if I feel necessary, I guess. I kind of go back and forth. I never just do like all the line work and then the watercolor, or like all the watercolor and then the line work. I kind of like, I don't want to show you guys this because I'm actually making this for someone who might be in chat right now, but this is a really good example where it's like, I did some line work and then I started to watercolor it, but like there's all this pencil down here where nothing is done because I just slowly work across it like an embroidery, I guess. I don't know, because I get bored. Like at a certain point, I'm like, I don't want to watercolor anymore. I want to do line work, and I work like that. I think it's my ADHD. I just flow back and forth. Which things behind me? We have a Twitch teddy bear, a snake plant. Whoa, snake plant in a fucking pail because my dogs knocked it over. 50 tarantulas / spiders plus 1 deadly scorpion, alligator back scorpion from Africa. Hissing cockroaches. Pride flag. Nail polish remover. Merry Christmas. Paper. That's all I got. What's up? Oh, yeah. The tower. My hobby. I actually just restacked them. They're quite stable. Don't worry about it. I just rejangled them yesterday for like 4 hours. True story. Sometimes this camera is a cunt to me. Nah, dude, there's not one deadly tarantula in the world. Not just in my possession, but in the world. Seriously, they're prehistoric and they live underground. It's crazy. It is time check. It's actually nice today. I'm kind of excited. I get to take my dogs out and actually play with them in the sunshine. Ugh, for the first time in a really long time. Nah, dude, don't be afraid. Seriously. The scorpion is kind of an accident. And beyond that, everything I have is harmless. It's like view them like fish tanks, literally. I don't hold them. I don't snuggle them. Once a week, I throw some food in there and I watch them eat it and I go, that was cute. And that's it. They're just a low maintenance pet that's easy to take care of if you travel a lot. Do I have a bird eater? No, I don't. We used to have one. I actually tried twice to have a bird eater, and each time a squirrel strong-armed it and literally like hulked it in half to get what was inside out. The squirrels around here are chemically enhanced, I'm convinced. Convinced. I saw my doctor's RT, and it turns out the CPAP frame I was given was too big, so I'm getting a lot of mask leakage. Okay. I was able to get a smaller frame yesterday, and so far so good. Really, is it more comfortable to you? Do you feel better wearing it? I use a .001 or a mechanical pencil for preliminary, then paint the lines fast, and then that's how I find it the best for me. Honestly, I get it. My mechanical pencil, I think mine, it's really tiny lead. I really like those. I was just going to show you the type of pencil. I don't know what they're called, but I think they're like drafting mechanical pencils where it's like the whole case is metal and they're really, really narrow and they have like that textured metal grip on them. And the space between you and the lead is really small. You know what I mean? I can't stand a pencil where like the grip is 2 inches from the paper and that's where like I'm just gonna break the lead 20 times over. I need to be right. I'm a this kind of writer, you know, like I'm fucking in that paper. And I like when I can get really close to the lead. The draft, yeah, I think that's architecture drafter ones. Those are my favorite. I have a yellow one, blue one, and a black one. And they're so fucking good. All different lead sizes. Cheers. I was literally just gonna find someone cool to like raid or something. I don't know, because it's nice out and I get to like play with my dogs. But I will be back tomorrow. The squirrels around here, I honestly think someone feeds them because they're so fucking fat. They are huge, and I am not a weight shamer of animals. I love me a cute, chubby animal, but these ones taunt my dogs 24/7, and I despise them for that. But they are like, oh, chonks. I guarantee they're eating trash. I gotta repack a little bit of a bowl, Naggio, but I'm here with you. One momento. Where's Le Grinder? Easy. Wow. I too, when naked, look like maybe a naked mole rat. Oh no shit, I have my great wait. Grandfathers whole setup, grandfathers. I got you, boo. My grandfather's whole setup from engineering. Oh, that's so fucking cool. My dad, you know what's funny? It's not funny. It's kind of tragic. My stepdad built me a drafting table when I was in high school just to paint on and like do cool stuff like that. And then I moved out and I think they threw it away and it was heartbreaking. Wait. Oh my god, did I miss something, banana? The fuck? I can't scroll up that far. Fucking send me some on Discord if I missed it. No, totally. I swear to God. There's probably a hair on my head touching my nose all day, and it's just been driving me crazy. I'm sorry if I missed it, Banana. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. No, seriously. I am so sorry. I'm a douche. If you sent me some on Discord, I'm fucking here for you. I just, you know. No, it's not. I didn't want you to feel like I ignored you. I hate missing a message. I hate it. It upsets me. You're allowed to be upset with me too. I have to grind a little bit of weed, but that's fine. Dude, I totally get that. No, and it's like, I'm sure this is the same for you, but like, if I was to show you my art, the response would not be the same as my response to my art, I guess is how I would say it. You know what I mean? Like, no one sees the flaws you and I see. No one sees whatever it is that's causing us to dislike whatever we're creating. Banana, this is a really stupid question, but have you watched Encanto? It's the worst. I can't do the trill at the end because my voice is so fucking rough. Nope. Nope. Too dry today. So it's definitely a children's movie. So don't worry about it. However, I love Disney and I can't not. And there is a line, man, I was just listening to like they made like a how do I describe it? I don't know. This is neither here nor there. There's a song in it by a sister And I was just absentmindedly heard the song yesterday somehow. I don't remember how. What the fuck? Addiction! Bitch! I was just grinding weed to cheers everyone and say goodbye and raid someone. So if you're coming over from Diction's chat and you were like, I didn't want to hang out with this stupid bitch anyways, that's totally fine. But if not, cheers. Anyways, there's a line in one of the songs and it says, God damn it, hold on. I'm gonna look it up really quick because the line hit me so hard. I've kind of been repeating it in my head, and of course, because I want to tell you about it in this exact moment, I can't remember it, but I think you'll like it. Even though, I mean, please just ignore the whole Disney. It's a Disney movie. What the fuck? Thank you for the bits, Johnny boy. I appreciate you. Diction, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name's ClassyKatie. I smoke a lot of pot and hang out and, you know, talk about dick. What's up? What's up? You think it's good, but have no faith in yourself. Where's the no faith? I mean, I guess I don't know how to, because the reason I feel like I have no faith in my art is because I don't think it's very good. Like, I wouldn't put anything I've ever made up on my walls by choice and look at it and have happy feelings, which is kind of the point of art. IMO. Like, I guess. You know what I mean? We'll have to talk about this more. I mean, if you hang out tomorrow, I'd love to talk about it more because I'm all about that. Like, I have the same, I never. I don't gift people my shit. Like, I make things for people all the time and I throw all of it away. And I'd rather be seen as the friend who doesn't give you something for your ex whatever holiday than you possibly not like the thing I gave you because I made it. Psychotic. Clean your bong! Cheers. That's tasty. Oh, that strain was the Divine Kush Breath. That's a smooth fucking hit. Hold on. I have to read you the lyric before I go. It's very important. By my talent. Which one? I have one? Thank you. I'll just say thank you. Do you love it? Oh my god, I'm not even kidding you. So I have mine and love it to death. I took a bath yesterday and took my bong to, like, you know, smoke weed in the bath because that's the life I lead and I choose it and that's what I'm going to do as an adult. And getting into the bath, my foot, like the side of my calf, barely nicked the side of the mouthpiece and it knocked off and hit the bathroom floor. And I just cannot use it until I can clean it quite thoroughly because bathroom floor is my dude's mouthpiece. No. So still love it. Absolutely notice the difference. My mouth feels so fucking scummy after a day of smoking without it. But I'm not putting my mouth. I love you so much, Ryan. I can't wait for you to harm me once again. It will be so much fun. Aw, man, that buffalo was so much fun. It was so heartbreaking to make, though. Okay. I have to find this line. This is it. Okay, I have to turn the music off. So, I'm not gonna sing it, but this is the line. And, I mean, honestly, because you and I have different I mean, everybody's insecurities about whatever they do and create in life is totally different and not comparable. But maybe this helps. It's about I mean, it doesn't matter. What could I do if I just grew what I was feeling in the moment? What could I do if I just knew it didn't need to be perfect? It just needed to be, and then everyone would let me be. And I just started crying. I don't know why. It's a fucking Disney movie for, like, children. I I cry at puppies, you know, things like that. I just started bawling. That hit me so fucking hard that, like, what if it just needed to be? I don't it hit me really hard. I don't know, man. Sometimes Disney can fucking, like, goosh right in the soul fuck. Encanto. It's one of the most recent, more musical Disney more musical animated movies, that's heavily based on Colombia and Colombian culture, and according to what I've read, they've done a very respectful job. But some of the songs are fucking on point, and that one slaughtered me. I bled out my anus all day and just cried. It was so hard because as an artist, as someone who is constantly creating and puts nothing into the world, it hit home in a very painful way, and I hated it so much. But I don't know. Watch the movie; it's really cute. Louisa's great too. Louisa and Isabella. Isabella. My kids got bored watching Encanto, and I finished watching it by myself. I really like Encanto. Honestly, it took me 2 watches to get into it. The first time I watched it, I just didn't understand what was going on. I was like, so we're watching a movie where the entire family is special except the main girl. Not a spoiler. Within the first few seconds, I was like, where the fucking what? But then I get it, and it's just, man, what do you see? I see me, all of me. And now I'm going to go cry myself to sleep and watch Encanto again because I'm broken inside. But yeah, that line, I don't know, man. I get so wrapped up in like, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look perfect. It's not the exact way my brain thought it was going to look. Everybody will hate it. No one will like it. Not one person in the world will see it the way I do. And that line, just like, what if it just had to be? It didn't have to be perfect. And it's just like, fuck, what if though? Fuck all you and your fucking stability. By that I mean Disney. God damn it. Anyways. It ripped almost every song. What's the Dos the song the grandma sings about her love? Dos Baba Gitas. I can't remember the word now. I'm just blanking because I'm really high. Dos Oroguitas. That song rips my soul out of me so hard. Oh, such a fucking pretty song though, but Jesus Christ. Almost every song now. I can't like I almost like I'm a Disney kid. Say what you will. I like Disney movies and a lot of them I feel like I like some of the music and most Disney animated movies are very musical, so if you don't like a lot of music, you're really not going to like the movie. For instance, I really like Moana, but I fucking hate that You're Welcome song. It makes me want to choke on my own taint. 3 weeks after a camping trip, and I just can't stand it. So there's parts of the movie I don't like. Like, I really like Frozen, but anytime the fucking dude sings, I just want to die. All of his songs suck. He sucks. I don't care. I just don't care about him. They suck. But man, Encanto, is there a bad song? No. Fucking bald. I'm so glad I'm not the only one. Dos Oruguitas rips. So, if you really want to have a good cry, what I watched, I just remembered what it was. So if you go on Disney Plus or, attain it other ways, it's all the songs from Encanto sang by the people who sing it for the movie on stage at the Globe Theater or whatever. Or not the Globe Theater, World Theater in LA. I think it's called World. I don't know. I can't remember what it's called. Globe Stage, World Stage. I'm fucking it up. I don't remember the name. But anyways, it's got all the main people from the movie singing all their main songs. Bawl your eyes out. And then a class of children comes out from a disadvantaged low-income school district. And they sing Dos Oruguitas, and I just will never recover from it. Ever. So, if you too are feeling congested in your sinuses and want to have a good clearing, maybe check that one out. 'Cause Jesus God. The chicken in Moana is everything. I'm not shitting you. Bissy and I really want to get a tattoo of that chicken together. But shit, I thought I saved it on my mixer, but I think I accidentally deleted it again.
And the
No, yeah, I did. It was on that one. We watched Moana while she was here, and I recorded the like scream when it realized it's in the ocean. I didn't save it. God damn it. I love Shiny. Shiny's a good song. All the other songs like make me really emotional and are beautiful songs. But the one by The Rock, and I really like The Rock, is terrible. It's so bad. If I think of that song before I'm about to watch the movie, I will stop myself and I will watch something else because it's just so painfully bad. I love Coco so much. Coco is definitely one of my top favorites. Coco makes me cry too, though. That shit makes me bawl. I have chickens. That chicken's accurate as fuck. Dude, okay, Snapchat. Snapchat? Katie. Snapcat. I have a question. This is something I've never really thought about until Vissy and I watched it together. How is the chicken that old? Because it's definitely in the beginning of the movie when bitch is in diapers, like goo goo gaga water, and looks exactly the same as when she's now older and becoming a princess. Is it chicken magic? Oh my god, Vissy, yes. Short answer, fuck yes. That chicken voiced by Alan Tudyk, is it really? Like, Alan Tudyk can scream like that just on command because that's beautiful. It's an old fucking chicken. Okay, so there are no chickens that mystically live that long? Sick. I figured as someone who has chickens, I would ask. Stop it. Shut up. Okay. Okay, one last thing. Okay. Yeah, honestly, agreed. That's just, I can't. I didn't know that was him, and I love that chicken so much more. So much more. I didn't think I could. Fuck, that's great. That's amazing. I didn't even think a person did it, which is pretty impressive. He nailed it. I was hoping it was him screaming, but that's fine. On that note, I'm gonna go walk my dogs because it is, oh my god. I just don't want to lose the sunlight. Pretty soon we're gonna have way more sun, and I won't be so fucking like strapped for time. Ooh. Let's raid Pax. He came and hang out with us today, and now I can actually like show you guys how cool he is. I will. I'm going to. Hopefully, they're just staring at me on the couch. They're so well. One of them is. One's there. Lilith's staring at me with her fucking weird eyelid fluttering. That vestigial eyelid. Keep that gooey shit. Oh my god, I can see it. It's like slowly like that pink swollen thing. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'll make it. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna raid my friend Classy Pax. Like I said, my brother from another mother, my Canadian twin, the good twin, if you will. The one that my parents are always asking me why I can't be more like. We're both tall and awkward as hell, and he has the kindest soul of most humans I've ever met. So go be nice to him. He's Canadian. Super cool. Cute fucking kids. I'll see you fuckers tomorrow.